can't get the little dashboard thingamajigger to open up. All right, according to this, we're live. I don't really know if we are or not until I'm in the dashboard. Let's see, go to content. Need to go to live. I should just bookmark this so I don't have to go to it every single time. I think every week we do this, I have to dig through like 15 miles of menus to like get to the dashboard. I wish there was just a button just to go right to it. All right, there we go.
Did that change my audio at all?
You still sound the same to me. Hey, what's up, Macberg? First.
So, okay, cool.
Macberg's first.
What up?
Macbergy in the housey house. All right, I probably should fire up the lights just in case we get a whale in here today. Let's see. Okay, do we got lights? Yeah, we do. Hell yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. All right. I'm gonna go
about to chat.
I'm gonna scoot this out to the world or exit. I'm gonna go X this out to the world, bro. It still sounds just as stupid.
It's just a post. It's not even a tweet or anything.
Yeah.
It's never mind. It's so frustrating in the same way of like Nvidia's bullshit.
What are they doing now?
Oh, just the model names and stuff. It's so freaking weird.
Yeah. It's just meant to confuse you. Like you have no idea what the actual best is.
Xbox did the same too. Xbox did the same. Xbox One XS.
Oh God, we have to agree that Microsoft wins out hands down for the most confusing console names. Do you know how many kids received the wrong console on Christmas Day because their parents and grandparents had no fucking idea what to buy?
Many. Yeah,
it's like, my kid wants an Xbox One, but Xbox One S, so Xbox One S and Xbox. It's like, oh my God, they're so close in name, you have no idea which one is the latest, and they were both still being built and both being sold next to each other in the store. So it's like you look at them, you're like, oh, Xbox One, that must be the thing, right? Like if you buy that, they can play all the games on it, and it's like, no, that's not how it works.
Right.
Really silly. Really silly.
And then the RTX 4070 Ti Super. What?
I can't believe they brought the supers back. Like I kind of thought that was like a dead thing they weren't going to do anymore.
I don't know.
They did that. What was it? They did the TIs, right? So they still do TIs, right? So they have like the TI, but then they have the super. So it's like, how do you know which one is the best? Which is super better than titanium, or is titanium better than super?
Well, you need the super titanium.
The super titanium. It's like, is there a super titanium? Super. I wouldn't.
Yeah, the 4070 Ti Super. Yeah.
You're shitting me? You weren't joking.
Nope.
There's really a 4070 fucking Ti super.
Yep.
Is that faster than like a regular like 4080 or like?
I'd have to look.
That's where it gets really confusing to me.
I know that it beat the 3090.
Seriously, a 4070 beat a 3090?
4070 Ti Super. Yeah,
that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive.
I did see a headline about that. So
I was gonna say a 4080 wasn't all. I mean, depending on what you were doing, of course, because the tensor shit it just ran with, right?
Oh yeah.
But for like most stuff, I want to say the 4080 wasn't all that much faster than the 3090. Like they were within like 15 or 20%.
I would say probably close. Yeah.
So the fact that a 4070 can outright beat a 3090.
Like, I remember reading the headlines about that.
Because I know the regular 4070 didn't. So
no.
Yeah, because I mean a 3090, that was still a beefcake of a card. Even by today's standards, that's still like if you have a 3090, there's no reason.
Yeah, you're sitting pretty. Yeah,
you're balling.
Doing pretty well.
What do they have? Like 16 gig of RAM on them or something like that? Or are they 12?
3090?
Yeah, because I want to say the 3090 was another big hitter card that had a lot of RAM on it, right? Like 20 gig, 16, 20 gig. Somewhere in there. I got to play with one for like a week. My neighbor loaned it to me
24.
and I played with it, but I can't remember.
Oh no, the 3090 Ti.
So 3090 Ti had 24?
Hold on. I will go to the Nvidia website and we will get better answers.
The 90s, like when they went up to 90s, that was basically like the Titan cards. You know, they sell them as consumer.
Yeah, no,
cards.
They're both really like 3090 and 3090 Ti is 24. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's a lot. That's
actually pretty impressive because I mean, even the current generation 4090 only has 20. Well, I say only, it's a shitload to have 24 gigs of RAM. But it kind of surprised me that the 3090 had 24 gigs. That's pretty baller. Yeah. Baller shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impaler holler. All right, here I sent I tweeted her out here. Let me pin it and let me do a little highlight on there. Add a little highlight to everybody joining us today. Thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate you greatly. Sorry, I didn't stream on Twitch yesterday. I've been having a hell of a time these last couple of weeks, sadly.
Happy Super Bowl Eve.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm posting it over on Facebook. Okay, Steam Next Fest 2024. Okay, got that. It's weird on Facebook. You notice when you post hashtags, like if you cut and paste a hashtag, you have to go to each hashtag, resolve it, and then push enter to turn it into like the blue hashtag that gets recognized as a hashtag.
I don't know. Hashtags are weird on Facebook. I don't bother.
The only reason I bother with them is because I know they're still heavily used for indexing for like search engines and stuff like that.
Interesting.
And ultimately the hashtags get picked up by like Google and Bing. They both look at hashtags when they crawl web pages and stuff, and they give higher priority and higher weights to hashtags over just the word alone. And that's why you see them like so heavily abused all over the place. However, because people were abusing them so bad, then it kind of went the other direction. And like,
right, like keyword stuffing.
On X or Twitter, if you go look at the source code on GitHub, if you have more than 2 hashtags, it demotes your tweet. So, so yeah, up to 2 hashtags, it's better. So 1 hashtag good, 2 hashtags better, 3 hashtags though, then it demotes you, and it's worse than not using any hashtag at all. So yeah, and I think they did that just to stop the people that are putting like hashtag this, hashtag YOLO, hashtag best, hashtag today, best news, trying to get every trending tag in there.
Yeah.
And so that was their way to kind of fight back against that. But the nice thing is at least all the source code I shouldn't say all the source code. The source code that runs on the client is public. Like you can actually go to GitHub and look at a lot of the source code that runs on the client and the code behind code. The only thing they don't upload is like their weights and word lists and stuff like that they use but you can see the algorithms that use those lists, so you can go through and see like you don't know that there's a list that exists, and you know that if a word's in there, this is what it does with it. You just don't know what those words are. You have to kind of guess at it, right? And you can figure it out. People have figured out how to trace it. Like all you got to do is just like make a post and then go to an alt account and see if it shows up in your feed when you're following yourself on the other account. And if it doesn't show up, then you know that you used one of the demoted words. Go ahead and add it to the list. And you just kind of pay attention to that, and over time build a list of the banned words, and then you train that into an AI and tell it to rewrite all your tweets so that it drives around those words without changing the context of the conversation, and then bing bang boom. It just so if somebody spent enough time on it, you could probably even create just a plugin just to completely drive around the algorithm and give yourself like the most exposure possible. Don't think I haven't thought about doing it because I seriously have. Let's see here. I'm just trying to make sure everything's enabled here. Okay, so do this. Schedule. Let's see. What is this? Schedule mid-roll ad at a set frequency. No, I don't want to do that. Stop that. Yeah, YouTube does some weird stuff. Hey, Matthew Riley, thank you so much.
What up?
A channel friend, a channel super friend. Our first super action of the day.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Yeah. By the way, just heads up, guys. David won't be able to join us today. He's on the road doing some driving, but he would love to join us. We really do enjoy hanging out with him.
Doing some stuff.
Yeah, he's doing stuff and things and stuff. Let's see here. Nitro TNT said, from what I remember, the 4070 Ti Super uses the AD core. The AD core is the 4080. That would be weird, but not unprecedented. We have seen NVIDIA cards where the previous generation, like a new version of the previous version, used the new chipset.
Yeah.
I know that was there's also been times where they've used the previous generation chipset in the low end model of the new chipset. And I think that was, I think it was the 30 series. Wasn't it like the 30 series, like the 3060 Ti used the core from like the 2080, like the 2070 or the 2080. There was some weird thing where it was across one single generation of the 30XX series. They had 2 chipsets that they were using. One was the new one, kind of like Apple does the same thing though with like the iPhone. Like if you look at the iPhone, they have the iPhone and the iPhone Pro Max. The iPhone 15 uses a different chip than the iPhone Pro Max. The previous generation iPhones, the non-Pro model would use the previous generation chip that they would just rebrand. But it would be the same chip, like the same performance and the same specs on paper, same number of cores, same performance, same speed, all that stuff was the same. And then when you went up to the Pro, you got the new chip. Now, I think with iPhone 15, they changed that. I think the iPhone 15 and 14 now both use the new bespoke generation, but the Pro Max uses like a Pro version of the chip. They like labeled it Pro instead of calling it like, increasing its number by 1. But I will say I have to say I have been happy with my iPhone 15. The iPhone 15 has actually been pretty baller. I'm really impressed with the video quality that it can shoot. I mean, obviously you're either Android or Apple, right? People pick an ecosystem and they stick with it. And to be honest, both of them have pretty much gotten parity now. when it comes to most of the functionality and how they work and performance and stuff. Like Apple used to be known for like the super smooth scrolling and like the instantaneous reaction because the OS was built from the ground up to be a user interface thing, whereas Android wasn't. And Android had to support like a larger breadth and depth of hardware, so they had to make a lot of compromises. But I do feel like now today, if you have a modern high performance Android device and you have a modern high performance iOS device, other than the iOS device having the faster single thread performance at the top of the tier and the Android having the better multi-threaded performance at the top of the tier, both of them seem like they have very similar performance now, very similar capabilities. Camera wise, I still think I have to say personally, from my experience, I still feel like Apple produces a more pleasing video. And I know that's a lot of algorithmic shit involved with that. Like, that's not like they're just pulling directly from the sensor and they're using some magical sensor. It's like, no, I think the sensor is still made by Sony, if I remember right. So they just have really, really good algorithms for video. And the fact that now they support raw output, log, direct output to SD cards and shit, that's really cool. And that's all stuff that like Android has supported forever. So people laugh when they hear that, you know, oh, Apple's doing all this like revolutionary stuff. No, it's not revolutionary. It's like Android used to be able to save video directly to an SD card, like, or even a memory card. You just put like a micro SD card in and just save to it. Android lets you do all this shit. You used to have direct raw access to the chip. Whereas only, you know, Apple's only gotten that in the last couple of generations, where programs like Blackmagic and Filmic Pro. By the way, fuck Filmic Pro. I'm just gonna say that right now. Don't buy Filmic Pro. Filmic Pro used to be awesome, but then some other company like bought them out and did some weird shit where they like downgraded they downgraded the previous version. So now to try to force you to buy a subscription based version, even though you already dropped a bunch of money on the old version just to get your functionality back. It was really stupid. Like, I still can't believe Apple allowed them to do it the way they did. Because, like, check this out. This is what happened. So I hadn't used Filmic in a long time, right? It was one of those things where I wasn't really shooting a lot of video on my phone. So I didn't use it. So then I get my iPhone 15. I'm like, I want to go check out Filmic Pro, right? So I go install Filmic Pro. I have a license. I already bought it. I think I paid like 40 some bucks for it with all the add-ons and everything. I go to download it and install it. And when I install it, I open the app and it says that I have to enter my subscription key. And I'm like, what subscription key? Like, I bought it. Like, I bought it in the App Store. I paid the money. I downloaded it. I used the app, right? That is my key, is by buying it. And so there's a little button down at the bottom that says I don't have a key. And when you click on a key, it's like, oh, if you bought the old version of Filmic Pro, you have to go to this link in the store to a completely different app with a completely different name called Filmic Classic. And you have to go download that one and install it. It has completely different reviews. It doesn't have the plugins and all the shit that you bought with it and everything. Those are still linked to the original thing. And so you just get like the shitty basic classic version of the app, and you have to install a different one. And then they took the app that had the thousands of like 5-star reviews and everything like that, and they changed it to the subscription based one. So what they should have had to do is create a whole new app that's the subscription based one, and then leave the other one as it was, right? Just end of life it, don't upgrade it anymore, but leave it as it was. And Apple allowed them to like complete. They basically did the equivalent like Amazon does, where they list a product and it's like, oh, a packet of seeds or something like that, and then they swap it with another product. Yeah, but like they keep all the ratings. So you go to, or the reviews, you go down and read the reviews, and it's like talking about like TVs and toaster ovens and shit, when it's like an ad for, you know, some shitty electronic device that should have like a 1-star rating. Right. It's that same thing. And I cannot believe that Apple lets them do that. It pisses me off so bad. Hey, Gregor, he said, hey, Barnacules and AuxxZillary. He said, so happy when I can catch the show live. It makes my day. Oh, that makes my day. That it makes your day, brother. Seriously. Yeah. It's got to do the little. Oh, that's pretty good heart, actually. Oh, that wasn't too bad. So Hi says, hi in chat with 4 H's. Hi. He said, what are the best tips for improving website SEO? So SEO, search engine optimization, lots of different ways that you can go about it, actually. So the biggest thing that probably helps you without actually like paying Google and paying Bing to like move you up the list, which is what a lot of people do. Like you, I said do, but you can't actually do that. You can pay to just have them move you up the list arbitrarily, and then you can be the top result. But for just like average SEO, you want to go look at the tags that they search for putting in the keywords. So like whenever Bing or Google crawls to your site, because they basically have both these search engines have crawlers running 24 hours a day. Anytime a new site shows up on the internet, it gets linked into the search engine by somebody either searching for it or somebody going to it from an existing website, and Google can see that, like from the little Like if you come from a website, Google can see what the last website is that you came from, because that's a meta key that your web browser just openly gives out unless you disable that under privacy. So they look at that and they'll add that if it's not already in their list. But before they add it to the search engine, they go out and check the site, they crawl it, download all the data from it, and look at it to see, does it have a tag that says it can't be indexed? Because now legally you have to ignore a website if it requests you to do so. Like there's a tag that you can put. I don't know what the tag is off the top of my head, but there's a tag you put into the HTML anywhere in the page.
Like,
and if the crawler finds that, it has to forget you existed and just like completely leave your site.
That or the robots text file.
Yep. There's like, it's like something like robot or do not crawl, do not index or something like that. Yeah. But there's also other tags that you can add that help the search engine. So like without those tags, the search engine will just look at the text on your page and it'll index your site based on like if it's, reoccurring words, reoccurring themes, categories. It'll determine that just by looking at the overall content of the web page. However, it's not going to like look at the pictures and do image recognition and everything on it like that. At least not on the first pass. Later on, if it becomes super popular, they will do more thorough analysis. But to make it like be picked up and put above other people that don't go to that extra level of expert, find out all the tags that the crawler specifically looks for, like keywords and categories and weights. There's all kinds of things that you can put in the top that basically describe your website to a search engine. So you get to describe it. So instead of the website just trying to guess what you're about, you can basically tell the search engine proactively exactly what you're about. And then it'll use that data to index you instead. And then you'll get a higher index faster and more people will find your website quicker searching because you proactively gave the search engine more information. And I think Google and Bing might actually have like some different tags that they even look at in some cases. So I would just go and look at like, here, let me go ask Copilot. So which is basically just OpenAI. I'll say, hey, what HTML tags should I include at the top of my website's index HTML file so that search engines like Google and Bing will index me better and give me a better SEO out of the gate? All right, let's see what, and this also goes into a topic we're going to talk about today. Is AI is still just taking over. If you thought AI was a fad or LLMs were a fad, no, it's take every direction, every discipline, every job, every category. I can't find a single fucking thing on planet Earth that in the last 6 months hasn't been invaded by AI in some way or form.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. So the title tags, it says these are one of the most important HTML elements for SEO. The title tag defines the label of your content and appears as a clickable link in the search engine result. Craft a descriptive and relevant title to attract search engines and human visitors. So basically the title tag in HTML. So title, end title, whatever text you put inside of there is what the search engine uses primarily. Meta description tags. So meta description provides a brief summary of your page's content. Although they don't directly impact the ranking, well-crafted meta descriptions can entice users to click through to your website. So make them concise, engaging, and relevant. Header tags, H1, H2, H3, and H4. Using the header tags to structure your content, search engines may pay attention to these tags. Or says search engines do pay attention to these tags to understand the hierarchy of information on your page. Properly nested headers improve readability and SEO. Alt tags and images. This is a big one. This is a big one not a lot of people talk about. And this on search engines, this applies too, big time. You know how when you post an image on X or on Facebook, there's an alt field that you can click on to add alt text for people that are blind or vision impaired? Have you seen that?
That's alt text is very helpful for SEO and stuff. Yeah,
huge.
That helps a lot.
Because SEO is blind. SEO isn't going to look at images and look at video because it's too process intensive unless you're in that top 1% bucket, right? So by you filling out that alt text, you're essentially giving extra information to SEO that it doesn't have from the people that didn't put in the alt text. So anytime you're posting images, anytime you're posting videos, any kind of embed content, always use the alt tag if it's available to you. Even if you're just posting, even if you're not creating HTML, you're just on X and you post an image or post a video, you'll see a little thing down at the bottom of the image that says alt, click here for alt text. Click on that thing and it usually gives you like a big amount of text. Like you can put more text into the alt text than you can in the actual tweet on Twitter. So you could put like, I think it's up to like
you can do lots of stuff.
Yeah. So what I like to do on those on the alt text is I'll just go out to like AI, go out to an LLM or whatever, give it my tweet and say, craft me 512 characters or whatever the max is for the alt text, craft me something, within this constraint that describes this, that is heavily descriptive of this content. And it'll just go and do it and write it. You just cut and paste it in there. And that'll also increase your SEO like quite a bit. But same thing applies for like web pages too. Any place where you have images or anything like that, always put the alt attribute on everything you possibly can, because they're going to crawl the shit out of that. Because the way they see it is the search engine's like, if this is describing something to a visually impaired person so that they can participate in the experience, then that should be good enough for them to crawl and to be able to describe the experience to other people without having to show them the images and video. Number 4, building links. So internal and external links play a significant role in SEO. So use anchor tags like to create hyperlinks within your content. High quality, relevant links can boost your site's authority. That's also how you get tied to other sites. So like if you search for like a specific site by name, like use site : and then the site name, the only other things that'll show up other than that site are things that are linked to that site through hyperlinks. So you can attach yourself to a lot of people by linking to a lot of external content from your web page, because it also tells the search engine, like when it's going through and indexing your page, it's like, now we can tie you loosely to these other sites. So if other people are searching content involving those sites, or they visited those sites before, and they're looking for something that's a certain keyword that appears on your site, you're more likely to rank higher in the SEO, because now you have a direct connection to that other site. So a lot of people will just, I think it's despicable personally, because you shouldn't be doing this, but I've been to sites where I've right clicked and went to view source, and down at the bottom, they just have 100 visibility equals none A tags linking to all the different Alexa top ranked sites.
Oh, geez.
So basically at the end of their HTML, they just basically set a CSS class with visibility none, so it doesn't show up and it doesn't render on the web page. And then they'll just put in like Alexa's top 100 ranked websites is a hyperlinks that you can't see. And what'll happen is, if the search engine's dumb and it doesn't look at, it doesn't exclude things with visibility 0, because usually they don't, because there could be important information there that was put into the HTML that was just set to be invisible, and then the user clicks on something and it becomes visible, right? So they still want to index that. So they usually ignore the visibility of something. And so you can just add a shitload of extra stuff there, but now you're adding extra bandwidth, because that does have to be downloaded by the user when they click on your website. So you're sending that to every single person that clicks on your website, even though they can't see it. So you're wasting bandwidth. You're not really wasting a lot of processing time or anything like that, but it is considered gaming. And if you get caught by a search engine or reported for that, they can completely remove your listing.
Yeah.
They do that too, by the way. Like, you can, have you ever looked on like Bing? You'll do a search, and down at the bottom or whatever, it'll say like some of the results have been excluded from the search due to blah, 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 blah. Like copyright and other things. They'll have a little thing down at the bottom. Depending on the topic you're searching for, they'll basically say that there's a bunch of links that are missing from the search, like that they purposely pulled back that you won't see, just so that you don't like message them. People message like, why isn't this link on there or whatever? That just means that enough people reported it, or their search engine found something that they were gaming the system, or the content was considered illegal. They'll just remove it from the search engine index entirely. And there's no way to find it. Like, there's no way it gets sent to the client where you can like look at the page source and see what's going on, which would be cool if you could. so I wish that there was a way that you could, and they just hit it.
Like, visually. I want to see those bad ones.
Exactly. Half the time, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Damn it. But I will tell you one place where the visibility tag actually does really help you, and that's if you use Copilot, aka Bing AI, aka Open AI GPT 3.5 and 4.0. They just keep renaming it, right? Lipstick on a pig. Right. Or Cortana. Now Cortana uses OpenAI, so it's like Cortana.
I thought they phased out Cortana. They weren't doing that.
Well, before they phased her out, she was using OpenAI, because they switched her over to OpenAI. Then they basically renamed her to Copilot. Now Copilot is OpenAI.
I think that's the official Microsoft implementation of OpenAI. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go to Bing and you go to Bing AI Chat, which it used to be called Bing AI Chat, now it's called Copilot. So if you, but here's the funny thing, on my phone right now, I have 4 apps installed. I have Microsoft Edge. When you open it, the first thing it does is go to the AI Bing search page. I have Copilot. I have Bing AI Chat, which is literally their like AI app on there. And then I have one more, which one is it? It's something else to do with Bing or Edge. It's like, so it's like Edge, Bing AI, and then I've got Copilot. Copilot's the other one. And then I have one more app. I cannot remember the name of it, but you open them up, they all take you to the same exact place where you talk to OpenAI. Literally, they just rename it slightly and change the graphics slightly, but it's the same interface, the same everything. I swear they just want to flood the marketplace with apps that all lead to the same place.
Yeah.
It's really stupid. But anyways, one thing you can do with Copilot or OpenAI, doesn't matter, GPT-4, GPT 3.5, all the same thing, is if you go there and ask it to create a picture, it will. And it uses a technology called DALL-E, DALL-E, right? DALL-E is really good at creating images, by the way. Some of the best, like I'd say DALL-E actually rivals Midjourney. And when it comes to recreating text, like if you want to like create like a neon text sign or a logo, DALL-E is way better. Like within 2 or 3 attempts, you can get the spelling correct. Where with Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, good luck, you'll never get anything that's usable when text is involved. So I really like DALL-E. The problem with DALL-E is really sensitive to not creating bad content. So much so that even if you ask for something completely innocent and it sees like too much red or it sees too much of a certain color or whatever, it'll still just take this. It'll take the knee and say, sorry, the image generated, we can't show you because of blah, 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 blah. And I'm talking just like for regular stuff. Like I asked it, just could you draw me a picture of the Barnacules Nerdgasm logo or whatever? And it gave me one image, and then for the other images, it said it couldn't give them to me because they violated their standards, right? They're like, oh, we can't show you these images. I'm like, it's literally my logo. Like, how could my logo be like? Maybe it was the Breaking Bad element because it had like the periodic table of elements or something. But for some reason, it wouldn't show it to me. But there is a way to get it to show it to you. So what they do is they send you the image, and I don't think they fixed this yet. They send you the image and it shows up for a split second in the browser, and then it disappears and gets replaced with the text that says we can't generate the image. But they clearly do generate the image. So what you can do is you can open up the development tools and set a breakpoint and walk it one line at a time as it's replying back, and it'll actually send you the link to the image and it'll work. You can click on it, go to it, and you can see the image that it said it wouldn't create for you. And then if you progress it past that, it hides the image, it sets its visibility to none, and then basically overwrites it. Even if you right click and go to view code, I don't know how they do this. Maybe one of you guys can explain it to me if you're a web dev. Usually you have to just send additional HTML to the client. You can't overwrite HTML that's already been sent, right? I don't know how Bing is doing this, but somehow if you right click and you go, like after it hides the image, if you right click and go view source, it removes the source that linked that image and rendered it in the browser. I don't know how they're doing that. Like, I haven't tried other browsers. I don't know if like Chrome or Firefox maybe don't do that, but they're clearly undoing something that they sent to the browser so that the end user can't see it. However, if you set the breakpoint and you walk it, you can see it sending the text, the block lines at a time. And you can actually stop it right at that point where the image shows up and it's clear as day, and you can copy it, save it to the hard drive, go to the URL directly, and it'll take you right to the image because they actually generate and keep it. They don't delete it. It's still the direct link works. And I thought that was really bizarre. But but at first I was like, hey, I can just right click and just go, search for the little, the image tag, right? And just extract it. It's not there. It's not there. As soon as they put that text in there that says that, hey, we couldn't generate this image, there is no image tag in the HTML at all. But it was there. It absolutely was there. And if you guys, and I bet you guys have seen this too. If you guys are an avid user of DALL-E, how many times have you seen it where it's generating an image and you're looking at the screen and for a split second you see an image like flicker, like you can see it, like it pops up for like a split second, and then it just disappears and you get the block of text that says that they couldn't generate it.
Strange.
So they absolutely do. So just that's a little trick that if it's not generating an image that you want it to generate. Now keep in mind, this is only when it says I'll try to create that and it shows the hourglass. If you say, hey, create me a picture of a bunch of naked ladies or whatever, it'll immediately come back and say, sorry, I can't do that because it violates their word filter. But if you say, create me a picture, that it's going to try to create the picture and it says, I'll try that. And you see the little hourglass where it says generating images. That means that it is generating an image and you will 100% get an image back. But then what they'll do is they'll take that hourglass, it'll flicker to the image and then disappear and then say that it can't create the image. And so that's where if you set the breakpoint and you walk it, you can actually extract the image that it created, that it said, oh, and sometimes it'll generate like stuff that, that they do get it right where they analyze it and it was like there was nudity in it or something. But they get it wrong so much. There were so many images that I saved that it said that it couldn't generate because it violated their agreements, or I'm sorry, or just say, I'm sorry, I can't create that image, period, after it clearly generated it. And the image was perfectly tame. There was nothing wrong with it. I couldn't find anything looking at the image that would trigger any kind of NSFW filter. Yet their shit is just hypersensitive because unfortunately, one of the biggest problems with AI right now is it's being used to generate deepfake porn. And one of the biggest problems with stable diffusion is stable diffusion has a tendency to try to create very young looking people. When you tell it to generate pictures of like naked people, it has a tendency to generate images that look like way young people. And I don't know why their default training does this, because the default training is one that was collectively trained by like an institute that went through like thousands of image libraries that had protection on them and everything. So there's no reason why it's doing that, but for some reason it does. And I don't believe they've been able to fix it, because you can't untrain an AI. That's one of the biggest problems that we have moving forward with AI, is once you train something into the model and you've gone through, millions and millions of epochs through the whole thing, training it and reweighting it, you can't just go in and remove that, because it's like you'd have to remove all the weights and all the influence, because remember, it's not storing the data, it's storing how the data influenced the training. So in the association of that data to like certain words and phrases and other types of data, right? Image data, sound data, depends on what the LLM is doing. So you run into this big problem that once an AI is trained, you really can't untrain it. So what you have to do instead is put filters on top of it. So there's and I don't know if they put it in Stable Diffusion yet, but I know I've run across other AI projects that have. There's a project on GitHub called Open NSFW. And Open NSFW is basically a tool that analyzes images and video data looking for anything that contains nudity of any kind. And any kind of nudity, or not just nudity, but it can also identify like other things like certain types of gore, and it does it through like using these open image recognition libraries. And so what a lot of AI projects now are is they're implementing that. And I think they're doing that just because the pressure that they're receiving from the public, because of the type of imagery that's being generated by these things by bad actors. So they implement this thing. It's called Open NSFW. And then if you tell it to create an image that's unsavory, what it'll do is it'll act like it's creating the image. And then just like what Bing does, instead of showing you the image when it's done creating it, it basically just shows you a blank screen, or it pops up a thing saying that there was an error creating the image, change your prompt and try again. They don't tell you specifically that, oh, we created a bad image. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that there's some countermeasure in there. So instead, it'll just say, oh, there was an error, it couldn't create this. And then you just think, oh, maybe it's a bug or something. You start changing your prompt until it generates an image that it's okay with. The problem with that is everything on GitHub is open source, right? So you can just go look at the code. So every single one of these projects where Open NSFW is installed, all you have to do is just look for Open NSFW in the source code, comment out the 3 lines or whatever that they put in there that looks at the image and the weight, like how sensitive you want it to be to that. Or you can just tell it to always return true, meaning that it didn't find anything that would trigger a result. And then you just run the program, and now it's like it's not even there. It loads it, it installs it, but it just doesn't do anything. So it's one of those measures where it's like they do something so it makes the public happy, because the public's like, oh yeah, good, they're the good guys, because they're trying to stop it from happening. But on the flip side, it's like anybody that's going to GitHub and downloading and running software that they have to like build and compile, or even just Python scripts that you just Python, blah blah blah.py, those people know enough to be able to remove that. And so, and there's so many people that have forked these projects. Like anytime you go to one of these projects, it'll say like, oh, 50 people have forked this project. If it's Stable Diffusion, it's literally in the thousands, like thousands of people have forked it. When you fork a project, what that means is that you're copying all of the code from that project to your repository. And then any changes that you make to that code will stay with your version and won't go back to the parent version. But you can still go back periodically and pull in changes to the version that you forked from. And then if they happen to conflict with changes that you made, you have to resolve those and say, I want this one or there. I want mine or theirs, right? But you can keep yours up to date with theirs without affecting the primary project. So lots of people like to fork projects on GitHub. It's a very common thing to do. So usually if you go to all these projects where it's like, oh, we've implemented Open NSFW or whatever, we've implemented this, you'll find like 100 forks that literally, if you go look at the change list and the fork, it's like removed Open NSFW, or removed this, or added some other capability, or added more models, or removed a model, or so it's like it was all for naught. It didn't really have an impact. It was one of those things just kind of like pacify people, but it didn't change anything and it didn't fix anything. So, but I just wanted to warn people that if you do use stuff like Stable Diffusion, even DALL-E can do it too, but every once in a while images will slip through that are really bad, like really, really bad. Even when you're not typing anything that you would assume would give you a bad response, every once in a while, an image manages to creep through that is really, really bad. And that's one thing we can't really figure out with AI, because with AI, you can't predict. And specifically when I'm saying AI, I'm talking about like LLMs and pre-trained transformers like image generators. Once you train these things on a huge data set, you can't untrain them, right? You can try to train them more in a positive direction so that they will not go off on a tangent so often. But no matter what you do, the millions of people that are inputting prompts, you're going to have people that produce a result that is not at all what they were asking for and is hyper offensive. And so and not even Bing can catch it all. Like they have every image thing. Like when I worked at Microsoft, even back like in 2015, Microsoft had a huge team that literally their full-time job was to manage automation that removed child exploitive material from Bing video and Bing image search. So, which if you don't know Bing, people always ask like, why do you use Bing search engine? Bing is 1,000 times better than Google when it comes to searching for anything other than text. If you're searching for videos, if you're searching for pictures, if you're searching for anything of that multimedia nature, Bing just destroys everybody at it, like hands down. And Microsoft wanted to dominate that space, but the problem with dominating that space is that you end up inadvertently indexing a lot of really bad offensive content from other countries, other laws, from sites that are hidden and should have never been indexed because somebody plunked it in and had the search engine index it. Inevitably, shit shows up. So they formed a team at Microsoft that actually worked in my building. That was their building 26 on the Redmond campus. And it was this team that literally sat in a room and all they did was take reports for content of an illegal nature or that violated the TOS of Bing. And they would go through, look at the content, verify that it wasn't a false flag, and then manually remove it. And this was a team of people that were just 24 hours a day. They were swapping out teams. This room was just always going. There was never a time where there wasn't somebody on staff that could like hide stuff in the search engine. And that was on top of the automation that they were already running to find this stuff. And so the automation is getting better at finding the stuff, but then you run into another problem that because there's always another problem. The problem is if you have a filter that says filter out like child exploitive material, the way that they do it is based on the distance of the eyes to the nose to the mouth to the chin ratio. So the way they can identify if it's a child versus an adult is they can look at the distance between the eyes, the nose, and people that are under a certain age. And it's not 100% science. It's like
but it'd rather you'd rather be wrong or you'd rather be right or wrong in this sort of instance. You'd rather grab something that But
Microsoft ended up getting sued a lot because what they were doing is filtering out content from adult actresses that were of age, they were 18 or older, that were legally able to have their content, and their content was being blacklisted from the platform and hidden from prospective users, while everybody else's content was being shown because it would hit on that filter. And then it would cause them a bunch of undue stress because Microsoft hands that over to the authorities, and then the authorities go and investigate and knock down your door. Let me see your license or whatever, and it's like this is even content that's created like in a professional environment where everybody's looking at licenses and verifying ages and everything like that. There's no way for them to know that. So the algorithm has to err on the side of caution and just hide it, right? But by doing that, they end up getting sued because if you don't hide everybody's content, then you look like you're picking, you're showing favoritism. Huh. And as a matter of fact, another really good example of this where AI really flubbed is, did you hear about the facial recognition of Black people with Logitech webcams?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that one? So Logitech got sued because they had facial recognition for it. This was before Windows Hello. This was a long time ago, but they had a feature where you could log into a laptop or log into something by it recognizing your face. And the problem was Logitech webcams could only identify Caucasian people's faces. It could not identify a dark-skinned person. And there was a lawsuit, and I believe they won the lawsuit, like in favor of, and Logitech had to go back and like re-engineer their software and their sensors so that it was more sensitive. So if it was looking at a dark-skinned person, it could increase the contrast and saturation artificially to the point where it could clearly see features. And so that everybody, it became a huge story across the world that Logitech is racist and they specifically only make their webcams work with Caucasian people. It had nothing to do with that. It was literally just a limitation of the technology. It wasn't on purpose. But now you'll notice every company is very careful to not repeat that mistake. Like for instance, Windows Hello cameras now have to have an IR projector, so they're projecting IR light. Now it doesn't matter what color your skin is, that they're looking at the IR light. They're not looking at the color of the pixels. And do the same thing with like facial recognition for iPhone, right? And for Android. and that ensures that now anybody can use the technology and it's not exclusive. Well, they were having the same problem with Bing search engine, basically just like counting people out of the system just because their eyes were a little too close together. Like there were some adult actresses that were like 30 or 40 years old that were still getting flagged by the system and removed just because their eyes were too close together, and the algorithm that they were using just happened to hit just above the weight with their pictures, that it blacklist them from the thing and hand it over to law enforcement for investigation. Now law enforcement clearly looks at it and goes, okay, obviously this lady's like, it minimum in her late 20s, maximum probably 40, 50 years old. Like they can look at it and clearly see, but the algorithm doesn't know, because the algorithm's not looking at it objectively like a human would. It's just looking at ratios, right? That's all it can do. It's an algorithm. Well, now you've got AI, and AI can look at millions and millions of pictures of children and adults and stuff. And now it's not just looking at ratios. It can figure out other patterns, like millions and billions of patterns that we've never even thought of, that would make you more likely a child or an adult. However, it's still subject to the same mistake, just like a human could make. Like, for instance, if somebody walked into the store and they were a little person, you might think that they're 20 years younger than they actually are. Right? Because your mind is just implying, you're like, oh, okay, they're 4 feet, unless they have some form of dwarfism that makes them like proportionally different. There's some types of dwarfism where it's like everything's perfect. It's just smaller. Right. So you might look at that person and say, oh, they're really young. I just watched a documentary on like this one guy. They call him the Benjamin Button kid. And he's like 50 or 60 years old or something like that. And he looks like he's maybe like 10 or 11. Yeah. And so he has the problem that anytime he posts any kind of video on the internet, he just gets banned because it's like you're not of age. Like you have to be.
There's a guy at work. Yeah, the same kind of. I don't know exactly what, but he looks like he's 14 or something, like maybe mid to late teens ish, and I think he's like 22 now or something. But he's a little guy. Looks like he's never gonna. He's like always gonna look like he's 15.
I got carded for alcohol until I was 40 years old. I was 40 years old when they finally, like, I stopped getting carded for alcohol. Like, it was a regular occurrence, like all the way up until it's probably about 34, 35. It was every time. And even after 35 to 40, it was like every second or third transaction, they'd ask for my ID because they didn't think I was aged. And I'd ask, I'd straight up ask them, like, hey, do you have to ask for ID? Or and back then, this is back before that was mandatory, right?
Only get carded in places where it's like super strict, like gas stations or the grocery store or whatever. Like if I'm at like Red Robin or I don't think I've been carded in a restaurant in a long time, unless it's like one of those, we recently kind of got a finger wagon, and so everybody's got to be real strict. And dude, it's
right. And there's some places where you have to, right? Like there's some places where they'll card everybody regardless, right?
Which I mean, they kind of
like California, actually. I think California has a law. Don't they have to get your license now in California? Because when I went to California, when I went down to visit Jay, I bought alcohol, and they had a sign there that says everybody has to be carded, and I bought Sudafed because I had a sinus infection when I was down there.
Oh man, that freaking gets me.
Sudafed, and they made me show them the license to buy.
Yeah,
Sudafed.
Man, fucking Home Depot. I'm at the self checkout getting some spray paint, and it's like, self checkout needs assistance, and they got to freaking look at my ID, so they're like, I'm not huffing paint. I'm like, come on. I assume
it has to be. What else would it be?
Spray paint. Yeah, it's like what? Come on, man, it's spray paint.
I'm like, you could buy a hammer and like destroy cars and kill people. Like what? Why?
You're not going to card me for the gallon of lye that I just bought as well, right? Like for cleaning my drains out.
You go buy like 100-pound sack of ammonium nitrate for your garden, and they're like, "Oh, have a good day, sir." Or antifreeze, right? Antifreeze. If you boil antifreeze, it lets off chlorine gas.
Yeah, don't do that.
Which is like an odorless like substance that just like instantly like burns up all the little alveoli or whatever in your lungs and kills you.
So bad. Don't do that.
Oh shit, Joggle.
Graffiti and tagging. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense too. Oh, like
adults.
I'm not gonna fucking do that because I'm over 18. It's just
how many taggers do you know that are? There's just as many over 18 as there is under 18.
Yeah.
My cousin who's pushing like 50 years old right now, he still goes out and does well, I won't say tagging, but he does graffiti, right? Like he asked for permission now. For like most of his adult life, he did graffiti like illegally, right?
We've got some walls. We have like some small walls there's a skate park near in the development here, and right next to it is like these three. Oh, my focus. Oh, there we go.
Gotcha.
There's like three weird like shaped walls that are deliberately for like tagging and graffiti
I
and
think
stuff.
that's
Like
cool
every
because
month or so they come and whitewash the thing, and it's really neat. It's so
how
freaking
cool is
cool.
graffiti though? Like when it's done, when it's not tagging,
Dude, yeah.
like artistic graffiti is fucking awesome.
Some
I
of it's
love
so
it.
nice.
It is.
I've wanted to like maybe spin up like a Instagram page just to take pictures of the stuff that they put on there.
Dude, it's
Some of
amazing.
it's really good. Some of it's terrible. Like you'll come by and like somebody will do something really nice, and then like a couple weeks go by, and then you got people saying like Jeff is a dick on there, or like sex all over the fucking thing and
See,
stuff.
I
But
consider that tagging. Like
yeah,
that's
that's
tagging versus art. Like
right.
graffiti to me is
Yeah,
where they take some time and they actually make it look like it's
yeah,
aesthetically pleasing and captures your eye, right? Like
right.
just drawing a giant dick with a black pancake, that's just tagging, right? You're getting in
Yeah.
there and you're just getting a laugh by fucking up somebody else's art
Oh,
and getting
like
attention, right?
this fucking thing in LA. I think it's LA. Yeah. There's like these three abandoned towers, basically, and they're calling it an art installation but to me it looks like just a bunch of regular graffiti stuff. I
Mhm.
don't know that it's like, but there's like 30 floors that are kind of exposed, and they've graffitied each floor with like the cool freaking. It's not like murals or anything, but it's like a like you see like on the side of a train or something, like some of those
Right,
big
right.
designs and whatnot. And apparently the group that owns the buildings, and they're like abandoned, like nobody is in them or anything. They look like they're not
Sure.
even finished being built. They have like a couple weeks or something to take care of it, or the city's gonna come in and fucking clean it up, and it's like on the taxpayers to fucking take care of it. It's like, so that part's fucked up, but like why not just leave it? Like it looks pretty cool,
The
honestly.
thing is how do they think that it's not going to just get instantly tagged up again? Like the
I
second
mean, why
you
wouldn't
erase
it?
that
Why
art,
not?
it's just going to make everybody want to go paint. Like
Yeah,
that's
just
even going
leave
to
it.
make it more of a target.
Yeah,
Unless
just,
it's
I don't know,
something
just
offensive,
leave it.
unless it's something like terribly offensive or something, and people are putting like racist shit up, right?
No, it doesn't look
Then
like
leave.
it.
Just leave it.
Yeah. Hold on. DTLA
Hey, retro, my bits.
graffiti
Oh, well, you're doing that.
motions.
Jogle, my man, thank you for that
Oh
$20
yeah,
super
we gotta
chat.
go
By the
back.
way, here I got to blow him up.
Yeah,
You ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah, get some.
we got a couple of them. Can you recommend a versatile USB adapter on my controller to board to interact with Zigbee and other smart home devices? Something Linux friendly and covers all my bases.
ESP32, $5 per. Buy it in bulk, you
Yeah,
can get
that's
it down to
probably the way to
$3
go.
per unit.
Yeah.
Not only that, but there's like a million different versions of ESP32 boards. Some of them even have LoRa chips on them, which is that
Ooh.
long range like open public RF frequency. So, dude, I want to do this actually. I don't really have the money to do it right now to like be frivolously buying shit. But for $30 you can buy or 25-30 bucks you can buy a LoRa enabled ESP32 that has a little micro OLED screen on it. So it's like, so the whole thing, it's just this itty bitty little chip that has a screen on it, has the antenna, has a place to hook the antenna, even has a battery, a place where you can buy a little mini battery and plug it into it, and a charge controller. So when you plug it into USB, it'll charge the battery, and when you unplug it, it'll use the battery. So you can basically hook it up to a little solar panel or whatever and stick it out in the woods. And what's cool about it is LoRa can transmit, I think it's up to like, it's over a mile. It's over a mile, like line of sight that this like little itty bitty tiny low power transmitter can send data. It's super low speed. Like it's not fast. Like you can only use it really for transmitting text realistically. But what's cool is there's these people that have made amazing mesh networks. And I can't remember the name. Somebody in chat will know exactly what I'm talking about. But they've created these mesh networks where you go to a website, you plug it into USB into your computer, right through the web browser, it'll program it. It'll pop up a thing and say, hey, we detected a thing on COM2. Do you want us to program? Just like WLED, right? Like I used for my LED sign I need to get back up. You program it, and all it does is it just joins this universal mesh network. And you can make as many of them as you want. And as long as you have somebody around you within a mile, or whatever the range is. I think it might even be in excess of a mile. But as long as you have somebody in range of you, you automatically log into their mesh network. And now any packets you send will be relayed throughout the whole network, and any packets they send will be relayed back to you. And then if somebody else a mile away from you brings one online, then you become the bridge. And then if another person comes online, then and it just spreads out and creates this huge net, like, hence mesh network. And it's really freaking cool because there's like this open IRC client that you can put on your iPhone to where you basically connect your iPhone to the device over Bluetooth. So you Bluetooth pair it to the device, and then you open this app on your Android or iPhone, and it's literally a chat client that doesn't use the internet. You could be out in the boonies in the woods, and as long as every mile there's one of these devices, it will just keep relaying your message to everybody else on the network.
That's pretty cool.
So they're basically trying to create like a slow version of the internet that's completely terrestrial, doesn't require any infrastructure, and no towers, no repeaters, nothing, because these can be the repeaters. So I found this group on YouTube that they just build these things, take them out in the woods, put a little itty bitty like $10 solar panel on it or whatever with a little lithium battery. They encase it in epoxy. They just create like a little, they pour epoxy on it and fill it all in with epoxy so that's completely weather sealed. And they just take them out and just chuck them in the woods. They just stick them up in trees, on branches. They try to get them up as high as they can off the ground, but they just stick them all throughout the woods. And they've basically built this thing that relays their traffic like off there's like 60-acre property. It takes all the data off their 60 and takes it all the way to the city. So they've created enough of a bridge just littering these little things throughout the woods, and they just stay charged because they're super low power. All they need is, just the sun for a couple of hours a day, even on overcast, is enough to charge it and run it through the night. And now they basically have a permanent connection to the city. And then once it gets to the city, there's so many of these devices and cars driving around and in houses and apartments and stuff that once you get to the city, it just spreads like wildfire across the entire city with full coverage. Wow. And so now they can like talk to all these people back and forth. Dude, it's pretty cool. Yeah, and you can use encryption. Like you can do private communication. You can do encryption with password. You can it's a frequency range, so you can even switch your frequency and create a different channel. So if you want like to use, but the other mesh networks will still relay you if they support that frequency. So there's all kinds of like little things that you can do with it. But for like emergencies and stuff, like if you're out in the woods camping, and it's like you don't have a satellite phone or something, and you have one of these, all it takes is like one person driving by you that has like one of these in their car or whatever, or in their pocket, or just enough of them in an area that they can daisy chain each other, and they'll forward your packet on. And it holds your packet in a queue. So like if you type your message like SOS need help, you just run around. You don't have to do anything else. You don't even have to be Bluetooth connected to the device anymore. As long as it has power and it's in your pocket, the second it's able to talk to something else, it will relay it and then let you know when it successfully relayed it to another person. And then if that another person doesn't come into contact with anybody for a long time, the second they come into contact, it'll relay that packet. If it's already existed on the network and it's already been relayed through a third party, it just ignores it. So dude, it's a trip, man. It's a freaking trip. So yeah, LORA. That's what it is. And you don't need a license. You don't need a license. I want to say they're pretty cheap, because I mean ESP32 are really cool. Like if you're getting into automation and like the LED screen that I had with all the scrolling text on it and everything. Yeah, that was all driven by a single $5 ESP32, like a bone stock ESP32 plugged in, getting power through USB, so it could get power from a battery pack, it could get power from a USB dongle plugged into the wall or a port on a computer. That's all it was using. It was for power. All the data was through Wi-Fi, because each one of these has a Bluetooth. So for $5, you get Bluetooth connectivity, you get Wi-Fi, and you get USB connectivity. For a couple dollars more, you get a charge controller and a place to connect a little battery. So if you want to create like a wireless component, you can. You can get them with pegs so that you can plug them into breadboards, or without pegs if you want to solder wires directly onto it. And there's I want to say there's like 24 IO pins on it. So you can do digital IO. Some pins do digital, some do analog. There's some that are specific protocols. Like there's a CAN bus, like the bus your car uses for like communicating with all the components and stuff. Oh, sure. Okay. It has like pins for like that CAN bus interface where you can basically just daisy chain a bunch of things off of one port, kind of like USB. I mean, it's a trip what you can get for $5, dude. Let's hear ESP. I'll look it up. ESP32 LoRa. And let's see. So $27 is the top overall picked one. I'm sure this isn't the cheapest one by far, but it's like $27. It comes with a freaking OLED screen. It has Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and the LoRa, and it can do send and receive. It has the battery interface. It comes with an antenna, an extension. So like if you want to 3D print a housing, because if you go on Thingiverse, there's tons of people that have created cases and enclosures for these things. So if you just buy one of these, 3D print a case, snap it right into the case, solder a couple of wires, put it together, and you basically have like a handheld, freaking what would you call it? Like a signal radio, like an emergency radio. Oh yeah, right? Yeah. Because it's so small. It's tiny. You'll see how small it is. Here, I'll link it so you guys can see how small this chip is. It's itty bitty, but it has a little screen on it already. So you don't have to buy a screen. You can literally just have that screen sitting there. And then if you wanted to have SOS, there's 2 buttons on it, and you can bind SOS to a button. So if you just click a button and hold it for like 10 seconds, it'll do an SOS and send an SOS message like over and over and over again, trying to find somebody to receive it. Just really, really cool shit. Like, it's stuff that like hardly anybody knows existed, but if everybody knew it existed, we could create a network that's completely 100% unregulated.
I'm sure, like pirate radio stuff, man. I'm sure there's stuff out there.
100%, and they can't kick you off. That's the thing, is like you cannot be kicked off because you can change your ID. Like all it knows is there's no MAC address transpiring. It's not like they can blacklist like your device by like serial number. It's like you're literally just a name broadcasting a packet over this frequency. So if they want to ban your name, they can put in the software like, just ignore packets from this person or don't forward packets from this person. But you could just change your name. And so there's really no way to block anybody. You're gonna forward the packet and treat everybody equally on the network, unless you're really going out of your way to like identify somebody in some way by like the specific deviation of the radio frequency. Here, I'll do this here. Laura ESP32 board with screen. All right, here we go. I'll spam that in chat. So if people want to go and get that with my awesome Amazon affiliate link and make me like all kinds of bread and cheddar, I love that.
Give him like 25 cents to Jerry.
Dude, it's so cool. Jogel's question though. So the ESP32 would be a good option if you've got more money and you want something that's like more capable, like with more processing power. I'd look into like a Raspberry Pi 3. Raspberry Pi 3s are pretty cheap. Now that Raspberry Pi 4s and 5s are out, everybody's kind of ignoring the Raspberry Pi 3s, so I think they've come down in price. So nice. And they're super capable devices. And the cool thing about the Raspberry Pi is the ESP32 is not very fast. Think of it like, it's literally like the equivalent of like a 286 computer back in the 80s. Like, it's not very fast. You're not going to be doing any heavy computational shit on it. However, the Raspberry Pis, they're much faster. Like a Raspberry Pi 4 can run like modern emulators and like get 30 frames per second playing PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3. So lot more power if you're doing stuff. Oh, yeah, the Pi Zeros. Thank you, Ron. Ron Harold pointed. Yeah, I forgot about the Pi Zeros. The Pi Zeros are kind of like the answer to the ESP32s. They're like a really low-powered, cut-down, cheap version of the Raspberry Pi. Still way more expensive than an ESP32. I want to say it's like 2 or 3 times the cost. But still, for the capability, you get more capability. You can run C#, like managed languages like C#, and you can run MicroPython. Nice. Or actually, I think you can run full Python on a Raspberry Pi Zero, but on ESP32 you have to use MicroPython, and you pretty much have to run compiled code like outside of MicroPython. And the other thing is the ESP32, you're not going to install an operating system. Like the ESP32 is literally just going to be running the raw code that you send it to do very specific things. Like for instance, for my ESP32, it runs a little web server that it creates from the ground up. No operating system under it, just a web server, just a raw basic web server that allows you to change settings and put different text on the screen and everything like that. With a Raspberry Pi, you can actually install Linux. So like on a Raspberry Pi 0, Raspberry Pi 3, 4, 5, well, actually the 4s and 5s, you can install Windows 11 for crying out loud. But you can actually put Linux on all of these. So you can have a full-blown Linux kernel running on your little Raspberry Pi, and which means you can pretty much do anything. Like you can drive 3D printers with these things. You can do computational heavy tasks. I mean, it's awesome. But me, just so you know, I have no experience really with Raspberry Pi, like other than, what other people have said. I've been using ESP32 forever, and I've kind of dedicated myself to ESP32, like when I was getting hardcore into this stuff like a couple of months ago. Actually, shit, more like a couple of years ago. God, time flies, dude.
Yeah,
but the thing that I really like about ESP32 is like how cheap it is and how much IO you get. So if your goal is like you just want to build little devices for like automation, like things that trip relays, things that do basic logic and stuff like that, dude, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. Like I literally have a box that I bought. I want to say it was like $20 that has like 40 different sensors in it. And each one of these sensors, and they're all super basic sensors. They basically just plug into 2 pins on whatever data pins you want. You could have 24 of these sensors connected to one of these ESP32s. Actually, more than that. If you use the CAN bus pins, you can go out to, I think it's like 120 some odd devices just from 2 pins. So you can have all these devices connected to it, and you can check things like temperature, humidity, the orientation of the device, accelerometers, gyros, uplinks for different networking protocols and stuff. Like if you wanted to give like a good example would be this guy right here. You guys are all familiar with the Flipper Zero, right?
Oh yeah.
So the Flipper Zero, what's at the heart of this? Basically an ESP32. It's like, you know, they have a dolled up version of it, but see all the pins on the top that you can use? Like those are all, if you buy an ESP32, those are the same pins that you'll get on the ESP32, where it's like you can literally plug pogo pins just right into the top of this thing. So what I did is I took another ESP32 that I bought. This doesn't actually, at its heart, it doesn't have an ESP32 because it doesn't have Wi-Fi built in. You have to use an external board for that, but the capabilities are similar. And so I bought an ESP32, plugged it into this through the serial pins. So there's 2 serial pins on here, and serial is just for sending just serial data, right? Just 10110, and then you interpret it as text on both ends, right? Transmit and receive, 2 channels. And I took this little ESP32 and I flashed it with something called Marauder, and you can get this off GitHub. It's completely free, open source software. Now, normally to get Marauder support, which is basically a Wi-Fi like pen testing attack framework, for this, you have to pay like $50 to $100 for a daughter board that plugs into the top with an antenna and all this shit. You can do the same thing for $5. For $5, you can flash a little ESP32, plug 2 pins in the top of this. They're just dangling off, right? And power. So it's power and 2 signal pins. So 3 wires total. And it has an app on it that will control the Marauder, that you can go through and like do stuff like create 1,000 networks with the full lyrics to like never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. You can rickroll your neighborhood.
Sure.
You can clone a network. You can grab like any network you want and make 1,000 versions of that network that are all set at different powers above and below the actual network, so that the people don't know which network to select to connect to. So it's like a way to prevent people from being able to connect to network. Like, let's say, by the way, all highly illegal. Just want to throw that out there, unless you have permission to do this and you're in a controlled environment. Highly illegal. But like one use case that you could use is you could walk into a Starbucks and with this little $5 ESP32, and you don't need this to drive it. Like you can actually drive it from a cell phone. You can drive it from a computer or a laptop, anything that you have a serial that you can connect a serial interface to. Like on an iPhone, you can do USB-C to serial converter. They're like $15 or whatever on Amazon. And now you just run, 3 of the pins, right? A power pin and 2 data pins to the ESP32, and you're golden. But what it allows you to do is you can go into Starbucks and basically just send a packet out that disconnects everybody from the Starbucks network, then launch at the same time 1,000 other Starbucks public networks of varying different powers. And what it does is it buries their network so deep in this list that nobody knows which one to connect to until they click on it and try to enter the password or the guest password, then it'll fail. But the reason why this is like so fucking dangerous is because you just kicked everybody off of a network and you made it impossible for them to find the network to connect back to. So now you completely own the network. You have it all to yourself. So like on an airplane, if you were on an airplane and you had like really slow internet because they're sharing that terrestrial internet or whatever they use, usually it's satellite or it's like it's using the cell towers jumping on the ground. That's how they get internet to the plane. Okay. You could technically take one of these, throw it in your pocket, send out a packet every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds that says everybody disconnect from the Wi-Fi, and it'll disconnect everybody from the Wi-Fi. And it's actually a architectural problem that they can't fix. This is like baked into the architecture of Wi-Fi. I don't know exactly how it works. Like I haven't looked into it that deeply, but I tested it myself on my own devices. And yes, I can literally kick my own iPhone, and I can do it targeted too. I can actually go pull MAC addresses. And if I know the MAC address of the device, which you can even look it up and see, MAC addresses, it'll tell you if it's an iPhone. There's like databases where you can put in the MAC address and it won't tell you whose iPhone, but it'll say like it's an iPhone or an Android device or a certain brand of laptop or a certain manufacturer of network hardware. And so if you were in an area and looking around, you could probably tell by just putting the MAC addresses through this database, like which one is most likely that person. And you could actually selectively broadcast the packet to kick them off the Wi-Fi network so that the router will stop talking to them. And you can just spam that continuously. So they're going to sit there and just like pull their hair out wondering why they can never connect back to the access point, why it always just continuously disconnects them. Well, everybody else is fine. And it's like, unless you have like the sophisticated equipment to sniff the packets and go around and figure out who's broadcasting that packet, in the small area where everybody's constantly broadcasting radio frequencies, you're not going to know who it is. So that person's just going to assume that they're having a problem with their laptop or that it's a technical problem, or they're going to think something's wrong with the wireless network at Starbucks. So it actually surprises me that we don't see a lot more of this shit going on. I mean, the only reason we don't is because the penalties are huge. Like this is a felony, like a hyper felony. Like you will go to jail like you murdered somebody.
Double secret probation.
Yeah, FCC will fuck you up. Jim the Evo, he said doing it on a plane sounds like a super crime. It is. It is. I would imagine that doing this on an airplane, if you got caught, you would most likely suffer a similar penalty to somebody like trying to hijack the plane or making a bomb threat. Like
Yeesh.
the FCC takes shit like this so seriously, and honestly, they should, because you could really fuck with emergency situations, and we in the United States view the internet as a utility more than we do a convenience, because
Okay.
there's a lot of things in our daily life that you have to have internet for. Like, when was the last time you've been able to do like everything with your banking and your mortgage and investing and your retirement account without an internet connection?
Right.
Like, it'd be a lot harder, right? Like, I mean, calling on the phone and relaying all that information, waiting for customer support. It's like so much stuff has become so commonplace to use an internet connection that it's become more important in our lives than a phone, than physically being able to talk to somebody. It's actually more important to have access to like the World Wide Web and encryption. So because of that, the FCC is really, really, really protective of internet frequencies. And pretty much all frequencies. Like, I've heard people get like thrown in jail for long periods of time for like using overpowered CB radios. So CB is citizen band, right? Like under 5 watts, you're allowed to use that shit all day long. Everybody's allowed to use it. But if you go over 5 watts and the FCC catches you with a transmitter over 5 watts, the penalties are huge, because that means that if you broadcast and somebody else gets
you're like drowning out. Yeah, you're drowning out other people and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's almost like was it broadcast hijacking, right? Like, you used to be able to like interrupt the local microwave transmission to like a news.
Yep.
You could overpower, which you still probably could if like you see like a mobile news van.
Yep.
The dish on that, I'm pretty sure, is still like high powered microwave. They beam it to the local actual broadcast station, and you can overpower their beam with your own. But that hasn't been done in fucking since like the 90s. I think was the last time anybody ever did that.
Well, a lot of the broadcasters, right? They won't even have wires going to the van. They'll park the van and put up the aerial, right?
Yeah.
They'll wirelessly, exactly. And then they'll wirelessly transmit from the camera to the van. So if you can interrupt the signal between the camera and the van, it's just as good as interrupting exactly, right? It's super easy, because if it's something like a MIMO connection or something like that, where it's establishing over multiple frequencies to get that huge amount of bandwidth to send like a high quality video signal, man, you could just use something like this, something simple like this, as long as you can get between the camera and the van and you can generate enough interference. And again, this thing can jam the shit out of everything. I inadvertently locked my neighbor out of their car. And this is a story I can tell because my neighbor did give me permission to do this kind of a little bit, but they were okay with it. This is an inadvertent thing that happened that taught me a valuable lesson. So I'll share it with you guys. So I was outside trying to open my garage door. So I was trying to clone my garage door. And what you do is you basically just have this an app that records and you open and close your garage door. And what it does is it records the signal and it tries to play it back, right? And so I was trying it wasn't working. Like, I could see that it was picking it up, but the garage door was sending a different signal each time because it has like this rolling encryption. But if you keep sending the signal, it'll figure it out. Like, if it's an older style one, it'll figure out which algorithm it's using and what settings it has, so it can guess what the next number is. And so I ran it until I could get the garage door to open. It took like 15 or 20 minutes, but I was able to open my garage door by just listening to the garage door opener open and close for a while. However, I noticed that my neighbor was trying to get into their car that was probably about 35, 40 feet away from me, where I was standing on my front porch, and they were trying to get in the car, and I noticed that they were struggling. And they were like hitting the little thing, the key fob, they were putting it on their chin, they were pulling on the door handle, and eventually, and then they finally stuck in the key and turned it and opened the door, and the alarm went off, and they couldn't turn the alarm off. And then in my head, I thought, oh, fuck. And so I reached down to grab this and I hit stop, because it was doing this. It was basically doing like this recording thing and playback thing. As soon as I hit stop, they pushed the key fob to turn the alarm off. And I started laughing, and I talked to him. I was like, hey, oh man, my bad. I was like, dude, my bad, because I didn't know it had that much range. Like, I thought, honestly, you had to be really, really close, because it's such a tiny little device, right? And so when they left, I did it to myself. I ran it again, and I went and tried to unlock my car, and I tried to unlock my wife's Subaru, and I couldn't unlock either car while it was running this loop. So basically this thing just can flood an entire spectrum, because it just so happens that my garage door opener works on the same frequency band as like older car alarms. And so all I was doing was just flooding the spectrum, broadcasting the code to unlock my door, but it was broadcasting it across the entire spectrum, not just one frequency. it was like round robin and hitting it so hard that I could not get a signal to the car back and forth to do the successful talk to the vehicle, talk to the fob, talk to the vehicle, open the door. So it would interrupt that process. So basically, if you had this thing running that and you were in a parking lot, everybody within like a 50-foot radius of you would not be able to gain access to their car using their remotes.
Wow.
So that's kind of scary if you think about it. You're like,
No,
then this
just
becomes like a countermeasure, right?
I've seen the thing where these guys are taking like a big loop, like basically like a hula hoop with copper wire spun around it, and like I don't know, like a little powered booster or something. I don't think it's not just a ring. It's like you gotta boost it a little bit. But like if you keep your keys near your front door, they'll just come. They'll pull this hula hoop out of a bag and then hold it up, and like, you know, they're moving around a little bit, and it's, you know, it basically is just boosting the signal from your key fob that, like, oh, when you get close to it, it unlocks or whatever. And that's how people are stealing cars. Like it's powerful enough that it thinks the fob is in the car, and once it's on, you can still drive away. Like it doesn't kill switch.
Yeah, once you authenticate, they won't shut the car off, because if they shut the car off,
freak out,
motion, they can kill you.
You're leaving your keys. You're leaving your keys. Go, you know, but you'll be able to drive away. It's bonkers.
Dude, I know exactly which video you watched. I bet was it the one with the Tesla where the dude runs up to the front door on the porch and there's like a security camera and he's got a backpack on with a wire coming out.
I think so. And he's got a buddy who's closer to the car, and it's like a ring camera sort of thing.
It's like doing this like in front of the door. He's just kind of like waving it around, and then all of a sudden you see the lights blink on the car,
and the guy
gets into it, starts backing out of the driveway like really slow. And then the dude, once he backs out of the driveway, the dude runs over and jumps in the car with the hoop, and they drive off. And it's because he literally he cloned the key fob, because what it does is it, like, when you get close to the car can talk to the transmitter, and it's like, oh, you're in proximity, so I should unlock and then let you hit the start button. So this just creates a bridge to boost the signal to make it think you're standing next to it. And so crazy. Did you know that same process also works for like following people into stores and like cloning their key fob in their pocket?
Yeah, I've heard of that too. Yeah.
So if you see somebody like pull up with like a Ferrari, because Ferraris and shit, they all use like these really sophisticated immobilizers. And so what you do is, if you see somebody like in a Ferrari, they'll go into a store, they'll get out and go into like Louis Vuitton or whatever. And then what you do is you have somebody standing there, you know, just when somebody nice car pulls up, you just have them tail them into the store, and they just got to stand within like 5 or 6 feet of them, just enough that they can ping off of that key fob, and then their laptop in their backpack will relay that out to the dude in the parking lot that's standing next to the Ferrari, and then all of a sudden the Ferrari will go boop boop and unlock the door. He'll jump in, start the thing, and drive off, and the dude isn't holding a transfer; he just has it all in his backpack.
I've seen too where people will take like the little Square, like company Square NFC card reader thing, right, for paying, and you like, oh, you're following somebody or whatever, you punch in a charge, like, oh, I'm going to charge you $100 for this thing, and you get close enough, you just got to get close enough to their purse or wallet or whatever with the scanner thing, and they've paid you $100.
Dude, I watched.
Just walk away. It's so good. It's crazy, man.
So do you ever watch the DEF CON talks? Like
here and there, some stuff when it pops up.
So I wish I could remember the guy's name. Really well-known guy who does like pen testing. Like companies pay him to find their vulnerabilities. Yeah. And one of the demos that he did a couple of years ago was similar to what you're talking about. What he did is he walks up to a person and he has one of those like NFC readers in his pocket that's like just connected to his cell phone. And what he does is he just gets up close to the person, and he just kind of gets closer and closer, and he waits until they're in line at a store, and he just scoots up close enough to him that his pocket is within about 6 inches of their pocket, right? So he just kind of orbits around him and tries to get close to him. But when you're in a store and you're standing in line at a grocery store, it's really easy to get close to people. They don't even know. They don't even care, right? Or an elevator. Just keep going in an elevator, go up and down, and it'll just pick up whatever it can. And what it does is, as soon as it gets close to one of the credit cards that has a smart chip in it, it clones the information. And then what he does is he has a card writer in his backpack. So what he does is, as soon as he clones a bunch of them, he goes out and puts them onto these other cards that look like real cards. They have real numbers on them.
Oh yeah,
they
look
like a real credit card.
You can just buy them blanks.
The chip on them. And so then he can go into a store and just swipe it, and he puts it in the thing, and as long as it has the clone chip information and it does a simulated transaction, it can mimic that once. I think it can only do it once, and then they roll the code or something like that. But then
be,
if you go and buy something before that person does, like you clone them and you get to a thing and buy something before they do, then your card gets authorized, and then you get the purchase goes through, and they never check your ID because
Crazy.
you're using the chip. They're like, oh, you're using the smart chip. We don't need an ID. They usually only ID if you're doing like an old school swipe method or you're handing them the card. And even then, half the time they don't check for ID, right? So, and the funny thing is, it looks like a real credit card. Like, it's not a blank. It literally has the Visa logo. It has a fake name on it. And because they just don't check, like in these stores, like you just literally stick it in the bottom of the reader facing towards you. It says authorizing, don't remove your card, and then you pull your card out, and it's like, oh, hey, thanks, whatever the name is, that's not the same name that matches the card. They don't even care. They don't even look at it. And so it doesn't happen enough that card companies are willing to combat it. Like they're willing to just take it as an insurance loss. But it's going to get to the point eventually where they're going to have to do something to stop that from happening, because the whole idea of that smart chip is it makes it ease of use, right? It's like, so you don't have to shove something in a hole. You can literally just tap it, NFC tap on top of the reader, or be in proximity and pay, right? It's a convenience. And it's supposed to be more secure, because credit cards, somebody can just, override a magnetic stripe and clone your card. Or if they physically have possession of the card or whatever, they need the CCV number. So if they have a picture of the front or not the back, they don't know what the CCV number is. But if you're using that smart chip, you don't need any of that shit, because it assumes that you're holding the authentic card, since only the authentic card would be able to authenticate that way. But it turns out that anything that broadcasts a digital signal and does a handshake through this system, that whole process can be cloned. So you can literally, just as long as you can get within proximity of that card, you can do an entire transaction with that card without it being an official transaction that's been forwarded anywhere. And now the entire song and dance, like what to say and what to repeat. And then you go buy something, and then you repeat that back to the card reader that's expecting that as your next purchase or whatever, from the rolling encryption or however it does it. And it actually goes through and authenticates. And what I think what it might do, maybe somebody here in chat will know, does it fuck the other person's card up in the end? Like, can they still buy shit, or do they have to get a new card because
I would think so,
out of order?
From what I've seen about the cloning and stuff, I've seen. I mean, who knows? How this stuff's always constantly evolving, but like they'll be out shopping or whatever, and unless like the fraud alert thing, like like locks it for a moment or whatever.
Yeah, because that's what I was wondering, is like, if you simulate a transaction, and it does, just like with the car alarm, when you clone the car alarm, you have to make sure that you intercept the transmission but block it from getting to the car, because if the car gets that transmission, it'll remember it and then roll to the next code it's expecting. And so you don't know what the next code is, so you have to intercept the code without letting it get to the car, basically, and then you can send it, but you can only do it once. As soon as you send that code once, you don't have the algorithm to know what the next code is going to be, so you'd have to clone it.
Okay. Okay. So maybe you get one shot at it. Okay.
Yeah. So I was wondering if the credit cards were similar to that, where it's like, if you do a fake transaction thing when you're there next to him, or like you said, like with the one guy, right? He basically just did a swipe payment to himself, like that's real time. Right?
That's what the one that really blew my mind was, like, he's not cloning a card or anything. He's just got the scanner, the NFC reader from Square. Right, you have your merchant account or whatever.
All you're doing is putting the card in. Yeah.
He for the example, he on his phone, he punched in like, okay, I'm going to charge you $1, just for example's sake, and then he's got the phone. It's got to be close enough because it's Bluetooth, right?
Yep.
But he's just got the Square thing like in his pocket, and gets close. Like you were saying, like in line at the store or something, just close enough to the other dude's pocket, and goes ching, and
especially in cities,
and it shows the phone going ding, transaction approved, and walked away. He's like, dude, that could have been $1,000, that could have been $100, that could have been anything.
Because if you think about it, it's like when you pay for shit with like Stripe, right? Like if you go to like a fair, right?
Yeah,
and you pay for Stripe, you either swipe your card through the little swiper, or you just tap the card to their little tablet, and it just completes the transaction. Same thing with your phone. Like your phone, you just pull up the little credit card thing you're going to use, and you stick it up there to broadcast. But the difference is you have to open the credit card on your phone before it starts broadcasting the credit card. Whereas the physical card in your pocket will always talk to anything.
Yeah, it's NFC. It's like it just needs the signal. Yeah.
So you know what I wonder is, if you boost the power on that, I wonder if you could increase the range. Like if you had like 20 watts. But like blasting through that thing, I wonder if you could wake up the chip on the card from like 5 feet away and still be able to intercept the transmitted code.
Pocket starts getting real warm. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Oh my God, my fucking leg, man!
Ow!
Did I ever tell you about?
But
my
I mean,
MRI
you could. You could, but at that point, you're like the hardware involved. I think would then start being a little cumbersome. Yeah, like you're carrying a backpack with a battery in it and stuff and an antenna sticking out.
Yeah,
you know, like what are you gonna do there? But yeah, man, it's crazy some of this stuff. Like I'm just goofing around. Like I've played with credit card scanners or swipe machines.
Yep.
And I'm gonna swipe my debit card, see what information it's collecting off of my card, and it's pretty basic. It's basically just the number and name and off of the thing. I'm not sure how like the authentication works and stuff beyond that, but what I was able to read from it's very plain text. Same like with the barcode on the back of your driver's license.
Yep.
It just is like it's like a QR code with all of that information on the front.
It's like literally
there's nothing really fancy about it. There's websites you can go to that'll decode your driver's license barcode, and it just basically has all it's the information that's on the front of the card, that kind of stuff. But I want to get into like, I thought it'd be fun. I want to do like NFC tags like around the house and stuff for smart home things.
Yep.
And
they're cheap too, dude. Like super cheap.
Dude, you get like 100 of them for like $5 because it's just like a coil of wire on a sticker.
Check this out, dude. You're almost dead on. So 60 pieces, 60 NFC tags. They're literally just all they are is they look like a little quarter, right? With double stick tape.
Yeah, about the size of a quarter.
Not even as thick, like maybe a third the thickness of a quarter. 60 tags for $9 ship. Yeah.
I mean, if you go to like AliExpress or something, you can get them even cheaper.
Oh God, yes.
You can get like 1,000 of them for $10 or something. It's insane.
Easily.
But there's so much cool stuff. I want to be able to like, people always fucking friends, especially it's the kids. The kids' friends come over and they're like, oh, what's the Wi-Fi password? I'm like, fuck you, man. Just scan the code in the bedroom, scan the dot they put in her bedroom, and you can connect to that network, you buttheads. I don't want you on my, I mean, not that they're doing anything nefarious. Kids these days are hardly curious, but like, and you can do NFC tag that'll give you the wireless credentials. Boom. You don't even, and it's all built in. Most modern smartphones will do that now.
This has an NFC transmitter.
Yeah.
So did you know this has actually theoretically, I'm not going to say it does, but theoretically this has every single Nintendo amiibo ever made.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen people taking those into stores and cloning the amiibo and then going home and putting it on the thing, and it works. Yeah, man.
So all the amiibo is just an NFC. There is nothing special about it. It doesn't require any special hacking. It's just a raw dog NFC. So you can go buy that link that I put in chat there for those little chips. You can literally buy those chips, use this, scan the amiibo because this is both a transmitter and a receiver, and you can actually overwrite
program
the NFC. Yeah, it'll program.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
so
that's what I was thought
with the amiibo.
I thought my phone could do that too with like a certain app or something, and I didn't put a lot of effort. Maybe I can find it, but I'd love to be able to write NFC stuff with my phone too, because like it's fun. I've got a couple apps where
Android, right?
I've scanned like my hotel card.
Yep.
Like my hotel key card. And I was like, oh man, if I could clone the key card, then it doesn't matter if I lose the key card. I just hold my phone up to the lock and it'll just goofing with that.
Let's see your iPhone amiibo cloning, because I thought that I even saw, because I know for a fact Android has it, because I did I have a was it OnePlus? No, not the OnePlus. What I use, the Razer phone. So my Razer phone 2 had an NFC in it, and I tried that too to clone the amiibo using an app, and it worked. And that was just an Android side-loaded APK that I put on there. So my guess is if my super old ass Razer phone 2 had the ability to do that, your phone definitely does.
Yeah, I'll have to look a little more, because it'd just be fun. It'd just be fun to, like, I can scan them and it'll tell me what kind of info and stuff it's picking up from it's vaguely encrypted, because like I scan my hotel card and it's just like a bunch of numbers and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, it would have been fun to, just, I don't know, just for the fun of it.
I found a link right here. I'll put it in chat so other people can see it. But grab this link too, because this is the one you need, and this will work on iOS and Android. So it's how to back up your amiibos on iOS and Android.
Oh, there you go. Back up,
dude. It works.
Back up.
Yeah, back. Well,
then that implies then you could just download somebody else's scan and like have them all.
So I didn't tell you guys this, okay? I didn't tell you this, but if you go to GitHub and you do a search for amiibo, there is a project on GitHub, and it hasn't been removed, so it must be legal, right? It wouldn't be there if it was illegal, because people have reported it and it hasn't been removed, so it must be legal. but there's a project on GitHub right now that has every single amiibo in the project. You literally just download the project and you can just copy it onto the SD card, shove it into this thing, and now you have every amiibo in existence. I didn't do it because I wouldn't do something like that, but I just I heard from a guy, so I'm gonna go to GitHub and do a search for just amiibo. And okay,
don't recommend this
amiibo.
I'm not a lawyer.
Let's see here. So all here, let me see. All okay, amiibo backup. Amiibo
NFC
backup.
Tools. Is that the name of the app?
NFC Tools. That sounds about right. Let's see here. Okay, so amiibo backup. Amiibo
by Whack Dev. Is that it? Whack Dev.
It might be.
Like it's 5 million downloads.
So then that's it. It's NFC the one that has like a trillion downloads. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
So and so here, let me do I'm going to sort by recently updated because they update it all the time because they add new ones.
Amiibos are little figures of the different Nintendo characters and stuff. And if you have there's like a little pad thing that you can get for your Switch, and you put the little guy on it, and it'll bring that character into the
stock Switch supports
games.
it. So the stock Switch controllers, like if you have the authentic Nintendo controllers that come with your Switch, they have the scanner in the Joy-Con. And I don't know if it's the left or the right, but they have the scanner. Also, if you have a Wii U, it also has an amiibo.
Oh yeah, that's when they started that. I think was with
because I tried it on both. I mean, in theory, my friend who did this that I don't know what he did, but he claimed that it worked on my Wii U and on my son's Nintendo Switch. So you just scan it over there. So you just go through and you just select which amiibo you want, like the little folder, and you select it, and then it says transmitting, and then you just take the back of it. It's like the little tip or whatever here. You just rub it over the little amiibo pad, and it goes doo-doo, and then like Snorlax shows up, and you're like, wow, man, that was like not even $50.
Gonna need NFC tasks as well. So man, you guys, I'm going down a rabbit hole now.
No, go down the rabbit hole. This is a good one.
Because like as an example, I got a really good.
I think we'll be okay.
I got a really good deal on a strip of Govee LED lights. They're not really nice ones.
Those are awesome.
But it was like $13 for like 100 feet or something. So I was like, fuck yeah. The trouble is I didn't need 100 feet, right? I needed like maybe 30. So I had to clip it. And so now I have a fucking 75 feet or whatever of useless LED because I don't have a connector piece for the other end. I know I can find one. I've played with some DIY LED stuff in the past for PC cases and stuff. So I know you can get like these little clippy guys for power and all that. But like if I had a little NFC tag on my, like say on my little phone holder here, I put my phone on the holder and it could run an auto task to turn the LED lights on and all that stuff.
And you can actually do that with the ESP32s that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
The ESP32s are really good for driving LEDs. Like really good LED drivers.
I do want to get it. Like, man, a couple of my neighbors close by. One neighbor had somebody install what I'm pretty sure are NeoPixels and like an ESP thing, like already all together and stuff for. And then the other neighbor, I think, just got the Govee, like external smart lights. And I want to do it myself because neighbors that did what I'm pretty sure are the NeoPixels paid like $3,500 for it. And I'm like, bro, that's insane. That's fucking way too expensive. That's insane. Just the hardware altogether is like not even $1,000. It's bonkers.
Dude, I think that they took down the Amiibo project, the one that I was talking about on GitHub. I think they finally whacked it. I mean, I'm sure they probably just renamed it to something else.
Yeah, BB Junkie. Yeah, $3,500 for. I mean, it's cool. It's freaking neat. But I'm like, bro, that's way too much. I said, like, the most expensive part of that is probably the controller, like the little box that they've got somewhere in their garage that's like actually controlling the whole thing. And I can't even NeoPixels are cheap.
The price.
No way. Maybe like depending on how many they really have over there, because it's probably 200 feet or so worth of distance, because it's like under all the eaves and whatnot. Maybe the lights themselves, where maybe the whole in just product is probably $1,000. Yeah, probably. In bits and pieces.
Pixels are not like if you're buying brand name NeoPixels, Those are really
I think-
expensive, but the off-brand, like the fake NeoPixels that do the same protocol, same everything, those
Yeah.
are a lot cheaper, but they still are pretty expensive. Like, you know, that little screen, the little thing I did with the 3 segments, my LED sign, that thing was $60 in LEDs. And it was three 32 by 8s. So 32 by 8, I don't know, what is that, 256? So yeah, 768 LEDs cost $60. Now that's more expensive because I bought the higher density, super bright, blah 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 blah. You can buy cheaper ones.
Dave Webster, I think you sent me an email one time. We were talking about NeoPixels and stuff. I think you sent me an email with like a here's where you get all the right stuff. I think it was you that sent me an email.
Here, I'm going to post a link in chat to
the ones that I bought.
These are the ones that I use. So if you guys are curious, these are the ones that I use for building my LED screen that work amazing. And they're $18 a pop. They fluctuate in price though. I've seen it as high as 21. I've seen it as low as 16.
It was someone else. I don't want to say the name out loud because I don't know if they have publicized their name, but it was not. It was not Dave Webster who has his name public, but this other person.
So the one I linked in chat, though, guys, they sell 6 different types. They sell 8x8 panels, 8x32 pixels, 16x16, 8x8. Let's see here, 8x32 different density, right? And 16x16. So, and it's called BTF Lighting is the brand. BTF Lighting actually makes some of the best LEDs. As a matter of fact, if you watch Dave's Garage on YouTube, Dave Plummer, he swears by the BTF Lighting NeoPixels. Like he thinks they're the best. And I agree.
BTF Lighting.
BTF Lighting.
Because like I kind of want to do this as like a spring summer project.
Get them from AliExpress or one of those overseas stores though. If you're going to buy more than like 2, because it's not worth it if you're only going to buy like 1 or 2. But if you're buying them in bulk, they are quite a bit cheaper.
Yeah.
Like on AliExpress, I found them as low as like $8 for like a 256 LED panel. And so then you can start building some bigger panels. And they have different densities too. Like some of them, the LEDs are further apart and some of them they're closer together. They also have waterproof and not waterproof. Like the waterproof ones have like this sealed gel coat over them.
Yep.
So that you can put them underwater and submerge them and stuff like that. So just like do some research to figure out like what application, if it's going to be outdoors or indoors, that's going to affect the coating that you're going to use and everything. Yeah. Connecting them together is super easy, especially the one that I linked you, because they do the power separate than the data. So what you do is you just daisy chain them. They have male, female clips. So you basically go data into one and then out the other side to the next one, out the other. And so it makes the wiring really easy. If you want to put like 100 of these panels together, you can in theory. But what they do is they have the power wired. You don't have to use it. You can send power through the original 3 wires.
Cheap.
Dude,
this is so cool.
This is such a cheap hobby to get into, like playing around with this LED shit. And you can do cool stuff.
There's a flexible for like $30 on this BTF Lighting. They got a sale going on for another little over a day. But
there's also in to program them, dude. Have you seen how easy it is? Like ESP32 is basically use C, like just straight up C for their programming.
Okay.
No, but not like if you're programming on a computer and you have to do all like the memory allocation and shit, like that gets complicated.
That's that sucks, man. I didn't like. That's what I didn't. That's why I like C#. I don't have to deal with that shit.
Dude, ESP32 is like a dumbed down version of it. Like it is so simple. Like and especially if you're using AI, because you can just say, hey, write me a piece of code that lights up this pixel and this pixel, and they'll just crap it out, right? They have libraries for everything, and the libraries are super intuitive. Nice. So I just wrote in probably 10 lines of code. I wrote a thing where my ESP32 could connect to my computer over Bluetooth as a device. Like I could even name the device. So my computer would connect to the ESP32. And I wrote just like 10 lines of code to make the button. So when I click the button on the ESP32, it sends a signal to my computer to activate and do something with the LED screen. And I could walk 90. I went out to the front of my house, dude. Bluetooth connection, all 60 feet through my house, through the front door, all the way upstairs, through my wall, into my nerd cave. I was able to maintain a Bluetooth connection from that thing and send a signal to activate stuff. Not only that, you just add a couple more lines of code to it, and you can have it send text as an HID keyboard. So you can literally flash one of these ESP32s and make it a Bluetooth keyboard so that if you push a button on it, it will send like a string of text followed by enter to the computer. So you basically just pair it to your computer, and anytime you push the button anywhere in the house, it'll send a string of text to wherever the cursor is. And you can even do automation. Like I did a thing where you can hit Windows key, start Notepad, type text, enter, and then you come back to the computer and it would be full screen Notepad with the text that you wrote just by pushing the button. And dude, it's pretty cool. Like the shit that you can do with the once you learn how versatile the ESP32 like framework is and how cheap it is, the shit you can do, and then you just get you get into this rabbit hole, dude, where you're like, what if this? Like, you know, it'd be cool is if I had a thing that would tell people like when the temperature in my room changes, right? To do that with an ESP32, all you have to do is buy a $5 temperature module. The temperature module, you just wire it up to 2 of the pins, right? And then you go into the program, you load the temperature module library, because there's a library for like every one of these modules. And then you basically just create an instance of it. And you basically just say, while, you know, sleep for 5 seconds, check it, sleep for 5 seconds or 1 second or a half second, just, you know, interval, check it and see what the state of it is. And if the state is different from the last state, then send the signal over to the connected Bluetooth device, you know, to do something. And so you can use them to trigger automation, trigger events. You won't find a cheaper temperature sensor. Like if you want a broadcasting temperature sensor for like every room in your house, you want to know what the ambient temperature is in your house. One of my followers, I wish I could remember who it was. They might even be in here right now because they were a longtime follower. They messaged me and said that I sent them down such a rabbit hole when I was showing them off the ESP32 stuff that I was doing a couple of months ago. They actually went out, and this is somebody who had no programming knowledge. Okay, this person didn't know programming. They never installed Visual Studio. They never wrote a line of code in their lives. And they said within one day using AI, using ChatGPT, they were able to make a bunch of these devices with temperature sensors on them and a little battery, and they put them in all their rooms in their house, and they could broadcast the temperatures all back to their computer, and then they could format that and put it on a web page. Nice. So they basically had a web page that showed a layout of their house and the real-time temperature in every single room in the house, and they could relay it back. And he said that he could also have it send that data to the thermostat to tell the thermostat to change the temperature in different zones if like it was falling too low or it's getting too high. And I was like, dude, that's freaking awesome, right? How fucking awesome is that? By the way, we got a shitload of super chats. I totally didn't know. We should probably go through these. So Jogel, I hope we were able to answer your question about the microcontrollers. So again, if you're playing Zigbee home devices, we spent like a half an hour talking about this, but yeah, ESP32 or Raspberry Pi, both of them got you completely covered. Balliet brand, thank you for the $11.11. You're a legend. Appreciate it with the prayer, the heart, the hands up, and the halo.
Oh,
love the emojis.
Probably.
What's that?
James Janice was wondering if you could basically make a television with the 100%. Pixels and stuff. I don't see why not. I mean, it'd be all super pixelated and stuff, but I don't see why you couldn't.
If you had enough of these boards, you could 100%. As long as you could create the full number of pixels, you could make a TV, and it would look like a TV if you got far enough away from it.
Yeah,
but here's the rub. Is that's going to cost more than a TV by like an order of magnitude to do that, right? Yeah. However, if you want to display a TV image on like just like 10 of these together, like this big, and you want it to be pixelated but still be able to make out kind of what's going on in the image, there's programs out there that will take the full resolution image, downscale the frame like FFmpeg down to 32 by 8 or whatever your panel is, and then you play it back to the panel at the same frame rate, and it essentially it's just a low resolution.
Dave Webster, does Bitlumi have a like US website? I went to bitlumi.com and it's all India. It's like,
oh, I've never been to Bitlumi. Where'd you find that?
It was a suggestion.
Bitlumi.com. Here, let me go check it out.
I'm like maybe they're on Amazon or something, but their regular website it's all India. And
whoa, okay, it looks like these guys just make like weird LED integrated devices. Is that what it is?
Oh, it's a person, not a company. You guys are talking about a person.
Because there is a Bitlumi website, bitlumi.com, and it has like a bunch of like devices that have LEDs inside of them.
Yeah, that's why I was like, but you're Bitluni with an N.
Looney. Okay.
Yeah.
So go to
Bitluni.
Bitluni. LED.2 here.
Yeah. That's what it is. Holy shit! Yes. Okay.
What did you find?
Yeah, it's Bitluni. Tricky.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay.
Tricky. Yeah.
So guys, I'm going to put another link in chat here. If you want to do anything with ESP32 and LEDs, wall. Yeah, dude, check this out. It's called WLED. It's completely free. It's completely open source. And the coolest part about it is you can program it to your ESP32 without installing anything. Like you literally right from the web page, you can plug in the little USB cable into the ESP32 fresh out of your Amazon box, plug it into your computer, go to the website, select the COM port, because in Device Manager, it'll assign it a COM port like COM2, COM3, whatever. You just select the COM port, select the version that you want to install and click install. And the web browser itself will program in Flash I don't know why web browsers support this. Like, honestly, when I saw it, I was kind of puzzled. I'm like, why the fuck would a web browser have the capability to flash a serial device? Like, that's weird, right? But it does. All the browsers, Edge, Chrome, Firefox, they all do it. So you select it, and then it'll flash it. And then once it's done flashing it, when you click install, after you're done with the install, it says tell it about your network. You have to tell it your Wi-Fi network credentials and the name. And then what happens is you just disconnect it, right? And it'll automatically connect to your Wi-Fi network. And then you just go to it by its IP address that it's assigned on the network, where you give it an IP address. And that's how you talk to it. You just go to a web page. Nice. You literally go to port 80 on the IP address that it assigns to that device. And now you get a cool website with like sliders and different modes and animations. And you can put text and position the text and change the quadrants on the LED panels and orientations and everything. It is a super powerful piece of software. And it's 100% open source and free. And yeah, you just go to install.wled.me. And super, super freaking easy. And it also, if you add a $1 microphone, like just get a cheap microphone and you just solder it onto 2 of the pins on the ESP32, you can actually have it respond to audio too. WLED will actually have the LEDs and stuff flash in sync real time with no lag to the audio in your room, which is pretty freaking cool. As a matter of fact, I've been wanting to do that with my LED screen, where when I'm talking, it has like a little histogram at the bottom. It has like 2 lines of text instead of 3, and then the bottom will be like an animated audio histogram. I think that'd be pretty cool. So, but yeah, cheap to get into this shit. Like, and if you don't want to buy one of the panels, you can even use strips. WLED supports any orientation. Like, you can, if you want to just have one super long run of a single pixel, just a strip around your whole room, WLED can actually program that with the effect where, like, the colors and stuff will like animate across it all the way around the room seamlessly. Nice. And so you pick however many LEDs you want. Just keep in mind, this is the thing I ran into. If you're going to get into this, and everybody seems to hit this problem unless they do more research than I did, is you can only power about 768 LEDs at about half brightness using USB power. If you
it's only it's 5 volts at an amp or something.
I was surprised I could get that many over USB, honestly.
So USB-C should be able to carry 100 watts. Way more wattage. You can get like 60 watts or something out of it. But the
ESP32 still, because of the trace size, can only forward so much power, even with USB-C.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because it explodes.
Exactly. So what I would say is, if you're going to do like a huge LED installation, like we're talking like 1,000 plus LEDs, or you want to run them at full brightness, like, but keep in mind, full brightness on a NeoPixel, you're going to want some kind of a heat sink. Like, seriously, these things get
LEDs can get wicked hot, dude. It's no joke.
They blindingly bright. My NeoPixel, if I just run one of the panels at 100% with USB power, it is so bright it gives me sunspots. Like it's literally like
you leave the little room.
So 50% power is like, well, you've seen my stream when I've had it on camera. It's super fucking bright. It overpowers all the lights in the room. And it almost looks like I have a digital, it's digitally comped into the frame because it's so bright and it's so saturated. But if you get those, buy an external power supply, because one of the cool things about the NeoPixels is they have a separate power rail. Like, the data and power are separate, so they just have to share a ground. So like, you can have the ESP32 with USB power sending the data to the panel, and daisy chaining them and everything. But then each panel, you can have a separate power supply connected to it. Or you can have one power supply, in series to like 3 or 4 different panels. So if you have a power supply that can handle like 10 panels at 100% brightness, and you have 20 panels, just buy 2 power supplies, you plug them in, power them up, and then the data line will turn the panel on and off. So basically, it just won't draw any power until you send it the signal to fire up. Yeah. And that'll work great. And so you just have to add more power supplies. So just keep that in mind when you're doing this. You can't just like, don't expect to run like thousands of LEDs like you're running Christmas lights on the outside of your house and they're just magically going to work. They will just get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and then just start flickering. You will have to actually inject power at different points.
That's what I've seen a lot, is you got to get these little controller power supply boxes that
they're actually
plug
really
into
cheap.
the wall.
Yeah, just like
they're pretty cheap.
And honestly, if you're just doing like a single or a double strand, it's just like every 10 or 15 feet, just add another little power supply and you're good.
On this BTF lighting one, they have a LED amplifier for $14. It's on sale right now, but the normal price is $18.65.
Yeah, BTF is good shit, by the way. Like I was saying earlier, if it's labeled BTF, the brand, those are really, really good LEDs. Like there's a lot of there's a lot of third-party LED manufacturers that are competing with like the name brand NeoPixels, which are super overpriced. I think they're called WS23.
Oh, somebody
WS
was asking about
something.
that email.
What do they call? Oh yeah, WS2812B. That is the style of programmable LED. So NeoPixel is a name brand, right? So NeoPixel is like the brand name if you want to buy like the people that like invented this technology. However, the clone of it, like that works exactly the same spec, same communication. They call it the WS2812B.
Yes,
is the style.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here.
Now there's tons of different, and this is the thing you got to be careful when you're buying LEDs, is there's like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different standards for these LEDs, and they all use different protocols. So now WLED supports them all. So in WLED, you can select the protocol. So if you have like some weird off-brand, super cheap backwater, protocol, you can still run those LEDs. But there's a lot of software out there that only supports the WS2812B. And so you want to make sure that if you're buying LEDs, you buy that specific one.
Yeah, I'm seeing like they've got these like epic controllers that are WS2812B, WS2811, WS2815. And it's like, wow, man, this is cool.
I think it's
WS2812B RGB pixel light.
There's also 2 different styles of WS2812B too, and that's one where it's RGB, and then there's one that's RGBW. RGBW is awesome because you get the brilliant white as a separate LED.
The white. That's the white. Okay.
Exactly. So if you can, and I believe the panels I listed earlier do they have?
What about WW? I'm seeing RGBWW. I'm seeing RGBNW.
I don't know what WW means, but I'm wondering if that is a distinct white channel.
Wicked white. Here we go. Let me
like
see.
the panels that I have a data, the data wire that goes through. The protocol that you send is red, green, and blue, and then the intensity of the channel. So it's like red and 0 to 255, green 0 to 255,
warm
blue
white.
0 to 255.
It's warm. It's white and warm white. So it's got kind of that yellow color
channel.
Mix
it's just either pure white or warm white. Okay, well that makes sense. So if you can get the ones that have the separate white pixel, the cool thing about those is the white looks way more uniform, because that's one downside to the RGB panels. When you light up the red, green, and blue channel, the white that you get is like superly, like overly bright. When you have the individual white channel, it'll be the same brightness as the other pixels, so it doesn't look like the white is like overpowering. And you get a pure white. Whereas with the red, green, and blue, if you get up close, you can see the red, green, and blue all lit at the same time. And then when you back up, it becomes white. But if you want pure white light, you want to get the white channel, because that just puts out like pure white light.
More of a cool white kind of guy myself. I like the blue. I like blue in my white.
I'm the same way. I prefer cooler colors for my white. But I will say that they are more expensive. In my experience, looking at them, the ones that have the separate white channel do cost a bit more.
A little. I mean, it doesn't seem to be real extreme.
Oh, really? Like how much? How much are we talking?
Let me see here.
And by the way, you don't have to buy panels either. You can literally just buy strips, cut them, like physically with scissors, cut them.
Yeah, you can look close where they see the. Yeah. There's like little dots.
I saw a guy who took one on a wall, and he ran like 8 strips from bottom to top, and then he just wired them together at the bottom and soldered them and just covered it up with like a little 3D printed shroud. And he had like a giant UV meter, like for audio, on his wall that went from the floor to the ceiling. And it looked really cool. And WLED can do any layout. Like if you do like this, like if you go pixel 1 through 10 and then down and then 10 to 11 back and forth like zigzag, WLED can do the zigzag pattern. It can do it where they're all parallel this way. It can do them where they're all parallel this way. It can do them where they're parallel this way. Like you can basically go into WLED and do any layout. So if you had 100 different panels that were wired different ways, and you had them all upside down and backwards and stuff just to make the wiring neat, as long as you have the layout of what each one is and how it's wired and its orientation, you can program WLED to make it one big coherent display. But also keep in mind that they do slow down the more LEDs you connect to it. So if you have like thousands and thousands of LEDs, you're not going to get a high frame per second. Like with mine, I can do 120 frames per second with 768 LEDs. If I doubled that, then I'd drop down to 60. If I doubled it again, I'd probably drop down to like less than 30, right? So that's another thing just to keep in mind.
On BTF lighting for 5 meters of just RGB, they have it listed at $28.99. And then if you want to get let's see, the W for
Wait, 5 meters?
Yeah, for 810 LEDs, 5 meters, $28.99. And then if you want, let's see here, if you want
a little expensive to me.
Really?
Yeah, because you can get a
5
panel
meters. That's 15 feet, right?
Yeah, but you can get 256 LEDs for $18 if you buy them in the 8x32 panels.
Oh, well, I don't know. There's got a lot of letters and stuff in here. It says FCOB, RGB, RGBW, LED, light strip, 12 volt, 810, 816, 24, 849, 896, LED, flexible FOB, COB, 10 millimeter, 4 pin, 12 millimeter, 5 pin,
like
lights, high density, RA90 dimmable.
Yeah. Oh, and you can drive these from literally anything that can send a serial data signal.
It's a high density. That's what it is. They're really the lights are really close together. That's what it is. It's because it's
right.
It's for like making like a strip, like a perfect, instead of like a bunch of dots, it's like a perfect strip.
Yeah, they do. The reason they do different lengths between the LEDs and different sizes on the LEDs because different people want different densities. Like if you want to run a strip of like 1,000 LEDs, if you did the really dense ones, the power requirements would be insane and the cost would be super high. So what they do is they just space them out more and you get cheaper. So like if you want like a 30-foot versus a 15-foot with the same number of LEDs, you can do that.
Yeah, man, and then you just get like a diffuser thing to go over them.
That's what people do. Yeah. You buy the waterproof ones, they have a built-in diffuser. Like if you buy the waterproof ones, you can get a frosted like the epoxy layer that they put over it to like protect the LEDs from the weather. You can get ones where it's frosted, and so it'll spread out the light like a little bar, and that looks pretty badass. But I left out one earlier. I said the ESP32 and the Raspberry Pi can drive this. I've totally forgot about Arduino. So I can't believe I forgot about that. Arduino is like huge, right? So even Arduino, you can drive these. So they're so versatile because the only thing you do to program these is you send a pulse over serial. You send a pulse, and the timing of the pulse and the duration of the pulse dictate like which LED to light up and which channel at what intensity. So it's just a protocol, and that's why it slows down the more LEDs that you connect. But the way that you combat that, and WLED also supports this, is let's say you want 120 frames per second, but you want to drive thousands and thousands of LEDs. Don't put them all on one channel. Literally put like 1,000 of them on 2 pins, then 1,000 on the next 2 pins, and 1,000 on the next 2 pins, and then program WLED so that each block of LEDs is driven by different data pins, and it'll figure out how to configure it and send the commands so that it all lights up at the same time and it looks like like a TV, right? Each frame being displayed. It'll do all that for you. WLED has that built in. So don't just stick them all on one channel. As a matter of fact, even with my little sign that I did, I probably should have spread it out onto like 3 different data channels. But I was just being lazy and I just wanted to daisy chain them because I would have got more FPS had I done that. But I mean, I was already running 120. You don't really need any more than that, right? But God, they look good at 120. Like it doesn't do justice on camera. Like when I have that thing run at 120 hertz and it's like doing like the animations to the music and stuff like that, dude, it's baller. Like 100%. This is kind of cool that we went into this topic because this, again, it's not a topic that, we had scheduled for today, but man, it's a cool fucking topic and it's a cool thing to get into because a lot of people think it's out of their reach. Even I did. For a long time, I was like, even as a guy who was a career programmer for Microsoft, I was like, man, I don't really want to fuck around with like soldering and having to do all this stuff and figuring out how to flash firmwares and program chips and shit. And the truth is, you don't have to know any of that shit. It was so dead simple. Like, I got an ESP32. I plugged it in, a web page, programmed it. I got some fucking pins that just slide onto the pin. No soldering. Literally slide the little pins on there, slide the pins on there, plug the fucking thing in, it boots up, connect to a web page, and I'm in business and the thing's just working. And I was like, holy shit, this is easy. And then if you want to drive other sensors and stuff like that, where you have to start programming the thing, there's so many tutorials online where you just install this little Arduino IDE programming environment. It's basically like a cut down version of Visual Studio. You connect to your little ESP32, you write a couple lines of code or whatever, and you compile it, you send it to the ESP32. If it works, you're good. If it doesn't, fix your code and send it again. But it's like you don't have to do crazy amount of coding to make the thing work. It's like there's libraries for everything. And that's what I love. OpenAI is great for this shit. Like ESP32 programming, like don't even bother like spending all your time trying to figure out how to memorize every fucking command and library there is in the Arduino library, right? Mm-hmm. Which technically ESP32 is a form of Arduino. So I guess I did cover Arduino by saying ESP32, but there are more powerful Arduinos than an ESP32. But but man, you can go into like OpenAI and just say, hey, write me C code for an ESP32 to connect as a keyboard to my computer and say fuck you every time I push the button, the first button on it. And it will write the code and even tell you like which pins. Like it'll write the code and even say, connect your data pin to 1 and connect your other pin to 2 and connect your power pin to here and here. and you just get those little bodge wires, connect them on there, and boom, it just works.
Yeah,
it's like super
That's
fucking
cool,
simple,
man.
And
This
if
is
you
neat.
blow it up, it's $5. Who cares? Like if you fry it and like put shit backwards or whatever, which I did. I've killed 2 ESP32s in my adventure. But you're out, like, you know, if you buy them in packs, like I buy them in packs of 3, I think it's $25 for 3 of them. Or no, it's even cheaper than that. I want to say it was under $5 the way I was buying them on Amazon. And if you buy them, even if you buy them in like packs of 10, you can get them down to like $3.50. And that's with the pins on them ready to go. And that's how I prefer it, because then you don't have to solder anything if you don't want to. But yeah, you can just fucking stick some bodge wires on there, you know, throw some hot snot on there, or, you know, hot glue or whatever to hold them in place if they keep falling off, like the reason my LED screen isn't running right now.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, my LED screen's sitting down here. Let me see. What do I do with that thing? Fuck, because I need to get that back up and running again. People love that.
Yeah, dude, people love that. It's so fun.
Like, yeah, my stream has done so much worse since that thing has been offline.
Dude, that's neat.
I need to bring her back online. Yeah, it's in here somewhere. My plan was to 3D print a frame for it, because it kept falling down. Yeah, I was like, dude, I was gonna 3D print a frame that it could slide into, and then I was gonna hot snot the wire bundle so they couldn't come undone.
Right.
No, it didn't burn out. Bradley, it did not burn out. For
the 8x32 like
green
thing. Yeah, on this BTF lighting. They've got a crazy deal going on. There's sales right now.
Dude, is it btflighting.com?
btf-lighting.com, yeah.
Lighting.com. Oh, I've never been directly to their website. Oh, but what's their shipping and handling though? Because I know a lot of places will undersell Amazon, but no free shipping, and then Amazon becomes cheaper.
You can get free express DHL, FedEx, EMS. I'm sure that's over a particular amount, but I don't know. Let's see. Here, let me see. Add to cart.
Honestly, if they're that cheap, I might buy some more, because I want to add more
panels. Proceed to checkout. Blah de blah. We'll do the email.
Wow, SP530 all-in-one LED controller, Wi-Fi, Alexa, Google Home, 5-channel PWM, light controller.
Yeah, that's the thing that'd be red, right?
$20. Yeah, that's nothing.
I can just be like, you know, Google, turn on the lights, the Christmas lights, and they turn on.
That's not a bad way to go at all.
You can get standard shipping from China, $5. Express DHL is $20. So it just depends on how long you want to wait. Yeah, but I imagine if you go over a certain amount, it'd probably be free or discounted.
Yeah, if you could get it to like free shipping,
$20,
worth it.
Yeah, I didn't say exactly.
You can get it for $18 on Amazon right now, free shipping. Dude, I found on Amazon, I found the same controller for free shipping, $14, dude.
Free shipping on order over $30.
Ooh, it's highly rated too. So check this out, guys. I found this for $14 on Amazon. The same controller that's on sale on BTF for like $4 more. Here, let me see which window is it in. Oh, here. So check this out. Now, keep in mind, I've never used one of these, so I can't. I've only used ESP32 Arduino for this stuff, so I can't tell you like how well this works. But one upside I could see to using this over WLED is that it supports Alexa and Google voice interaction. So as far as I know, WLED doesn't support that. Like WLED, you have to actually send a command to it from over the network using Wi-Fi, and use their proprietary JSON packet, the form that you have to send to it to tell it to do shit. That's how I do it. By the way, if you're wondering how when somebody like tips on my Twitch stream, it like adds their name to the scrolling text on the LED sign. What it's actually doing is I have a Python script. That Python script creates a JSON packet, which is just it just looks like HTML, right? It's XML.
Yeah.
And so it creates an XML packet that just has a field that basically says like, you know, the name of the LED configuration on WLED, the effect I want to do, which is text, the colors that I want to use, and then the text and the scrolling speed and everything. I just add those as parameters to the XML, and then I just take that whole thing and I just post it to the IP address port 80, and it just automatically does everything. So it's really, really cool how you could do that. But to be able to communicate with like to be able to be controlled by like Alexa and Google Now and everything, you have to like support their ecosystem for them to be able to connect and authenticate with the device and be able to send their commands to the device and stuff. So that requires like some kind of support put in place. So this controller supports that. And the other cool thing about this controller is that it supports red, green, blue channel and the cool white or the warm white. So five channel control, and it has the ground, power, and a separate data wire. So I don't really know why do they have a data wire and RGB separate? Because okay, so this can drive. Wow, this can drive individual colors too. And so check this out. So this little controller that I linked. So you can either plug in a single data wire to control a whole strip of, the WS20 or the NeoPixels, right?
Yeah, it depends on like what kind of strip you're using.
Yeah, or you can just buy LED strips that are just red, just green, or just blue and put them on separate channels, and this can control the independent channels.
Nice.
Which that's kind of cool. Like, because you can get those really cheap. Like if you just want to buy a strip of like 1,000 fucking blue or green or red LEDs and you just want the entire strip to light up to a certain intensity, like if you want to do like simple effects and stuff like that, way cheaper. Like the NeoPixels are so much more expensive because every pixel on the NeoPixel has to have a timer chip that because that's how the protocol works is you send a pulse, and based on the timing of the pulse, that tells which pixel to intercept that packet and do what that packet says. So you basically have a controller for every single pixel. And you see it when you look at the LED strip, you'll see the LED, and then in between the LED and another LED is a controller. And that's the controller that intercepts the packet and does the communication. And so you need one of those for every LED. So if you buy a strip of dumb LEDs where it's just a whole bunch of LEDs just, in series for power, way simpler, way cheaper, but you can't control individual LEDs. So you lose that ability to do like a TV effect or, animations and stuff like that. Because all you can do is just make it brighter or dimmer for the whole strip. But depending on what you're doing, if your goal is just to have like a big red panel on the wall that like flashes, then why buy NeoPixels that are super fucking expensive when you could just buy, a whole bunch of red LEDs? Or if you just wanted to be red and green and it was a solid color all the time, just buy a bunch of red ones and a bunch of green ones and just interlace them and stick them on the wall, and then you could have that thing be red or green, and you'd be spending like a quarter of the money or less probably. So and less power too. That's the thing, is when you're using NeoPixels, you have to have power for each controller chip too, and that adds up. So again, you're losing a lot of power to the actual data transmission and protocol handling, but it's cool. Dude, I haven't seen I didn't know that they had them this dense, like where you could get, I'm looking at one of the panels, the 3.15 inch by 8 centimeter. And the pixels are like a quarter the size of my pixels.
Yeah.
Like they're itty.
Yeah. You can get them super dense, like practically like a billboard screen or something.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you got like 10 of those, if you couldn't get like a convincing picture like TV. Like, what do they call that at when you go to like the baseball game and they have the Megatron or whatever they call it?
The Jumbotron.
Build a Jumbotron. Yeah. I wonder if you could just use these and build like some kind of convincing Jumbotron on the wall using this, because it looks like they're the 2427. So the 2812 is what I have with the different spacing. These are the 2427, these like little itty bitty tiny guys. And I've never played with these ones, so I kind of want to check these out if they're not too expensive. And it looks like they use the same connector, the same protocol, everything.
That's what they're made for, using ping pong balls. Yeah, I saw that from the Looney guy. Yeah.
Wait, what about the ping pong balls?
He made like a giant screen like out of using, I think it was like individually addressable LEDs, and then like I think cut the balls in half. I didn't watch the whole thing or anything, but
no, I do remember that YouTube video. Yeah, and they acted like diffusers to make them like really big pixels, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the one where did you see the car guy that covered his entire Lamborghini Huracan? I think it was Alex Choi. Is that right? Alex Choi. So Alex Choi took his Lamborghini Huracan and covered the entire thing in NeoPixels, the same LEDs we're talking about right now. And he has a controller that can play animations. So like as he's driving down the road, you got like Nyan Cat or whatever, animating across the whole top of the car, like looking down from a drone. Yeah. And as he's doing donuts, he has it like flashing through with like the American flag on the side of it, like whipping in the wind. It turned out pretty damn cool. It's like, it literally looks like a lower resolution. Well, I shouldn't say lower resolution. It's actually a higher resolution than the eye in Vegas. But same type of thing as like the eye in Vegas, right, where you're like displaying a huge image around an object by covering it in addressable LEDs. Super cool stuff.
That's actually really neat. They did that. There's like a million little circles that are about 3-4 inches across, and then those have a bunch of, it's like a cluster of LEDs in there. I walked close to the thing while they're still building it.
I heard the resolution's like stupid low up close. Like you can't even see the effect up close.
No, up close it's terrible, because like I said, there's like these pucks all over the thing that are about this big.
Out, right? Aren't they spaced
out? Yeah, they're not like right close to each other. There's a good, I don't know, 2-3 inches gap between each one. And so up close it's just like colored
Isn't that
circle.
weird though? How you go to like the golf course and look, and it looks super high resolution from that distance.
Inside though, that to me is what blows my mind, dude. It's like seven. I don't know.
I'm so jealous. You've been inside of it?
No, I've just seen pictures, but like video and stuff. It's like 270 degree. It like almost it. You're like transported someplace else. It's so cool,
dude. That would be a dream for me to go in there. You know what I've heard it described as? I've heard people describe it is like being in VR. They said when you're in there, it's like you look around. They said you even get like the floaty stomach.
I bet.
Like,
I bet you get kind of vertigo from it for sure.
The other cool thing is, like, I watched a guy who reviewed it that went there, and he was wearing like a like kind of concealed camera on his vest, and he had like an array on his head so you could get the stereo sound effect. Yeah. And when he was walking around like different parts of the building and stuff, he said, dude, it sounds like you have headphones on. He said the beam steering shit where they send the audio to you. He said it feels like you have two completely separate stereo channels, regardless of where you're standing. You could be off to one full side or the other full side, and you still feel like you have equal stereo on both sides of your head. And he's like, he doesn't understand how that technology could work. I quite frankly don't even understand how the fuck they can beam steer the audio to where it's not overlapping and echoing for everybody, and everybody can hear it with equal stereo, regardless of where they are. But he said that they do a thing during the show with what was the band that played there? Was it U2?
I think it was U2. Yeah,
I think it was U2. He said there's a thing at like the end where like a helicopter flies in from the desert. Like it looks like the Vegas Strip. They basically changed the whole building to where it looks like you're looking at the Vegas Strip outside the building, and it's transparent. And a helicopter flies in, and the helicopter turns on a spotlight and like shines it down at the audience and at the stage. And they said the beam of light coming at them like sold it. Like it literally felt like the depth of perception and everything. Like there was a helicopter coming in to land inside of the building, and the light was like blindingly bright and directional. And I was like, dude, how fucking powerful do those LEDs have to be to simulate a spotlight effect where it's like actually making people like, you know, like squint, you know? It's like you don't get that at a movie theater. So it's got to be just insane amounts of power that building is dealing with. But yeah, I gotta imagine, geez, the resolution to be good enough on the inside to do what I've seen in some of these recorded camera videos on YouTube. I mean, the density has to be pretty high. Like, so how do you even drive that? Like the computational power, like how many megapixels is that goddamn screen? It's got to be ridiculous amounts of processing to do that.
Yeah, it's either a projector or a series of...
No, it's not a projector. They 100% said it is an LED wall. Like it is 100% LEDs.
Then, dude, those displays, it's definitely a series, like a grid, like you would do for like virtual production, where it'd have to be some kind of OLED kind of deal or something, micro pixel LED things. Like, wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. I just asked how many LEDs are inside of the Las Vegas Sphere. Okay, the Las Vegas Sphere, the city's newest attraction, has the world's largest LED sphere, boasting an impressive 1.2 million LED pucks covering the surface. That's on the outside.
Yeah.
It says it has 48 LEDs per puck. 1.2 million pucks. So 1.2 million times 48 would be like the total number of raw LEDs. Staggering 57.6 million individual LEDs. I want to know on the inside though, how many LEDs are
the
on
inside,
or
just the interior display. Like, what is that?
Because the interior display it's not 360, right? It's just like half hemisphere all the way to the ceiling.
Something like that. Yeah, it's like 270 degrees. It goes I think halfway up, but then like almost 3/4 of the way around, something like that. It reminds me of Soarin', California, but that's a projector. But the shape of it is similar to that.
Okay, so it says that the
DRZZ, that's from the email I got.
Dude. Okay, so check this out. 580,000 square feet LED display.
Damn.
That's 256 million colors capability. I still can't get a count on the LEDs inside. Oh, no, right here. Okay, so interior has 160,000 square foot wraparound LED display. Sorry, the 580,000 square foot was outside. So inside, it's 160,000 square foot wrapped LED display. And it says the LED canvas immerses viewers in jaw-dropping, blah, blah, blah. Imagine standing amidst the... Oh, no, but it doesn't tell me how many. No, how... I'm asking
we're just like, what are
many LEDs are on the screen inside of the Las Vegas Sphere,
or what kind of screens are being used, or something.
type of panels are being used? Pilot's like, I don't know, so I got to dance around the question. All right, here we go. So astonishing LED display, the interior. Okay, it's giving me the same answer again. Still doesn't give me a count. Still doesn't give me a count. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so the resolution of the interior display is 16K, so 16,000 by 16,000 pixels. Each of the 1.2 million light modules. So there's 1.2 million modules, and each module has 48 individual LED diodes. These LEDs are fully programmable, capable of displaying a staggering 256 million different colors per module. So if you wanted to calculate that, that would be, let's see here. So 1.2 million. Let's see, where's my calculator? So 1.2 million times 48 would give you a pixel count of 57,600,000 pixels, individual pixels. Now that's not the resolution, because keep in mind 48 the 48 individual LEDs or whatever in that group, in that module. But they'd still be pixels, right? They'd still be able to light each one of them.
I believe they're individually addressable, yeah, because
so
otherwise how would the display work?
Here, I'll just do 16,000 times 16,000. If it comes out to the same number, then we know they're individual. Yeah, 256 million for 16K. So it actually falls short of that if you count the modules.
I did see that, David Morton. Somebody climbed the sphere.
No.
Yeah. Got to the top.
Oh, I bet you that dude's gonna go to jail for a while.
Oh yeah, man. If nothing else, it's like it's criminal trespass. It's reckless endangerment. It's
dude, and how many LEDs
misuse of emergency services? Nah, he probably didn't damage anything. I'd be surprised if he actually damaged anything.
Stick out? Like I've seen some pictures close up. It doesn't look like there's like a panel protecting them. It looks like they're literally just floating on like a lattice.
It's like a framework around, like imagine like a basketball, right? Like each dot on the basketball is going to be one of those pucks. So like they kind of, I don't know. Really 100K in damage? That's got to be from breaking in or something. Because like there's no, I'd find it very hard to believe that he damaged the display.
I could see him damaging the display personally.
No way, man, because people are going to be throwing shit at that thing. It's fucking Vegas, right? There's got to be something in there to keep, at least to protect each puck, like a plexiglass sheet or something. Because like it's Vegas, so people are going to be trying to
replaceable though. They have to be replaceable, so they have to
pull it out,
put one
back in. 100%.
It's got to be. I bet you that. Well, 100,000 is probably them being. They're probably being like overly cautious with the insurance claim.
Yeah.
But I could imagine that, to climb that and replace the modules, you're probably supposed to climb it in a certain way, just like walking on a ceiling.
Yeah,
in a
now
house
that
fall through.
Yeah,
I could see the dude not climbing it right and fucking some shit up by stepping in the wrong spot and stuff like that, where it's not designed to handle that load.
Yeah.
Oh, here, I'm going to put a link in chat. I can't tell you what it is other than we were talking about it earlier, and I thought that it was removed from GitHub, but apparently it wasn't, and there's a link to it.
Oh, very nice.
But you didn't hear it from me, so just so you guys know.
There you go.
I don't know. There's a project on GitHub called Flipper Amiibo NFC. I don't know what that means, but I thought people might want to go take a look at that.
I'll flip your NFC.
Yeah, you want to flip my NFC? Get on over here. Come on, bro. Come at me. Hey, Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, fun fact, up until the early 90s, Dr. Pepper had ethylene glycol in the ingredients.
Gross.
What is it? Why does that sound familiar? What is ethylene glycol normally used?
I think that's the antifreeze.
Oh, no way. Gross. You're right. That totally is antifreeze. Oh, God. Dude, antifreeze is like poisonous as shit. Oh, my God. That's bad. Well,
I'm probably, like, half a part per million kind of a thing.
Well, Coca-Cola used to have cocaine in it, right? So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, man. And look what happened after they stopped that.
I know, dude. It's like, seriously, bring it back. Man, I miss when cough syrup had heroin in it,
Right?
It's like, that was some good when you could go down to the pharmacy and walk out with some Dexedrine in your pocket and, Flintstones chewable heroin. Those were the days, man. People were way happier back in those days. Now I know why.
No, it's just...
You ever wonder how they built ships like the Titanic, getting paid minimum wage and rarely eating? It's called drugs. It's also why the Titanic sunk, but we won't go there. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, I watched, speaking of the Titanic, just really quick on a weird segue. I don't know why, but I've ever since that fucking submarine like blew up or whatever, imploded.
Yeah.
I've been just like watching Titanic shit like crazy on YouTube. I don't know why. I just it's just popping up and I click on it and I watch these documentaries. And one of them was like talking about how there was a fire on board the Titanic like for 10 days before the ship set sail. Like on its first voyage, there was a fire in the coal bunker that they couldn't get under control. And if you look at historic pictures of the Titanic, you can actually see right where the iceberg ultimately hits and cleaves the ship and, like causes the ship to get damaged, and then it ultimately, capsizes and breaks in half. That whole point, you can see where the metal is all burnt and warped from the coal bunker fire.
Crazy.
So they literally had a fire on board the Titanic. That was confirmed, like by even the news of the day. There was a coal bunker fire on the ship. They couldn't get it under control for like 10 days. It literally damaged the superstructure of the ship, yet they still sailed. And they're saying that if that fire hadn't happened, there may have been a chance that the iceberg wouldn't have damaged the ship enough to sink it, or it would have sunk like way, way slower. But because of that weakened the metal, that could have played a big part in it sinking so fast and, taking on damage. I was like, dude, that's fucking crazy. Like, here we are, what, 100 plus years after it happened or something. Like that blows my mind. That just absolutely blows my mind that after all this time, we're like just now looking at that and going, oh yeah, hey, there was a fucking that wouldn't fly today. You wouldn't have like Carnival Cruise having a fucking 10-day fire down in the fuel bunker, fucking like warping all the metal on the ship and shit. And they're just, I'll be fine. It'll be fine. Load everybody on board. We're gonna get underway. It'll be all right. And the captain knew about it too. Like the captain that sailed the ship, he was the one that was actually like bringing the ship to the place, like from the yard to the place to do its maiden voyage. He was the one that was literally sailing the ship like while the fire was underway. And the dude was still like, oh yeah, unsinkable. It'll be fine. Man, people were fucking crazy back then. Way different than today. That would not fly today. Or at least if it flew today, it'd be because nobody knew about it and it was covered up, right? It wouldn't be like something everybody knew and they just did it anyways. I wouldn't be getting on no ship if I saw like the metal halfway down the ship's like fucking blackened and warped. And they also said like a shitload of rivets were missing too. Like the heat warped the metal enough that the rivets were popping out.
I like the conspiracy theory that it wasn't actually the Titanic that sunk, but it was got swapped with its sister ship. The Carpathia or something?
No, what was the other ship called? The Olympic. The Olympic.
Was that it? Yeah, something like that.
That was its sister ship that was exactly the same, more or less.
Which, like just like older or something. And for the insurance, like I could see it back then. Fuck yeah, man! They just repainted it like, they're hiding one of them in Belfast or something, and painted Titanic on the side of the bad one.
They debunked that though, because they said the insurance payment would be so little that it actually would lose them money in the end. Like something about like even if they did like sink the other ship, the insurance money that they would have gotten for that ship wouldn't have even covered the cost of that ship, let alone Titanic.
Lame.
But again, there's tons of conspiracy theories though. Like those aren't even the only two. Like the fire and the swapping of the ships. There was like I was watching this documentary where there's all kinds of crazy fucking conspiracy theories about like the captain sunk the ship on purpose. One of the craziest ones was that a fucking German U-boat or whatever like sunk the Titanic because it fired on the ship thinking that it was an enemy warship or something like that. And that's why it like hit the center and like damaged the hull, and that's why it broke in the center. And they said that there was accounts aboard the ship of hearing explosions deep in the ship, like right before, like huge explosions and vibrations through the ship, like multiple accounts of that before the ship started sinking. And but I was like, nah, that doesn't make no fucking sense either. Like that, we've seen the remains on the bottom of the ocean, right? We've gone down there a million times.
Heck, man, for a long time they denied the thing split in half, despite the fact that like many of the survivors said that it did. Like they saw it like break before it sank and stuff. And it's like it took them decades before they found like, oh yeah, because the two halves are like this far apart, it had to have broken before it was completely submerged and stuff. And so, I mean, they weren't believing people who were literally there. So,
it seems weird though that like it's the same with like the flat Earth shit. It's like even though you can see it with your eyes and we have all the information, there's still people that don't believe it.
Dude, I love seeing those when they try to test and they like prove themselves wrong. Like my favorite one is they got a camera looking through like a hole in like a cardboard sheet.
This is the documentary, right? The documentary.
And the guy goes like a half mile that away, and he's got like a flashlight.
Yeah.
And there's two or three boards with like a hole cut in it, right? And
yeah, like a certain distance, they hold a board with a hole, and then a guy's shining a light through a hole that will only line up with the hole on the board if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, well, it's not working. Like, okay, now lift the light over your head, and it's like, boing, and you can see it, and it's like, oh.
But the best part about weird. That, the best part is he not only does it show up in the wrong place to prove him wrong, but he even says before they do the experiment, he's like, well, if the Earth was really round, like what they were saying, the light would be like 15.
He'd have to lift it over his head.
He literally says the exact. He says like the exact distance. Like he even got the math right. He's like, if the Earth was flat, it would actually be like, way up here, not here where it's going to be. And then they shine the light, and it's like right at the spot that 100% proves by his own words. He just said that the Earth is round.
I love it.
It's so funny. He's just like dumbfounded. He's like, and you could tell like they didn't want that in the documentary. Like he's like, oh, we gotta go back and investigate. Because the thing is, like, even though he had the evidence and it was like 100% conclusive by his own experiment, he's like, no, we did something wrong. We have to figure it out. Like something is right. Like instead of just accepting the evidence, which matches his own numbers that he threw out there, he's like, oh, we got to make it fit that whatever's happening here. We got to explain it because there's no possible way the Earth can be here. And that's the problem, is like you're not doing science at that point. If you can only accept one outcome before you even start testing, then that's not science, right? I mean, at that point you're just it's on faith. So just really weird, man. I honestly think those people do it for attention more than anything, though. Just because there's a lot of money to be made off of like ignorant people that want to feel like they're a part of something small that's like big and feel like they know something that other people don't. It just I don't know. It has a way of making people feel powerful. Like if they feel stupid or ignorant, just believing in something that is so wildly ridiculous, as a little group, they're like, oh, we know something you don't know, and it just makes them feel like they're intelligent without actually doing the work. And it just blows my mind the amount of money and shit that they spend. Like they also did the other experiment where they had the high accuracy gyro. Did you see that? They spent like $20,000. This is in the same I think it was called Behind the Curve on Netflix.
Oh geez,
I'm pretty sure that's what it was called, Behind the Curve. And it has like this creepy fucking dude, Mike Sargent or something. He's from Washington, like Bainbridge Island, like near where I live. Fucking this guy throughout the whole movie is just like poon hounding on this lady who's another flat earther, and they basically make his whole story just showing this off, that he's just chasing around like a lost puppy. It's pretty damn hilarious. I recommend watching it. It's a very funny documentary, and it actually proves some pretty good points. But I thought it was crazy that the flat earthers raised $20,000 to buy this high accuracy gyro that basically can hold its position so accurately that as the Earth rotates, it will still orient itself perfectly in space without changing its orientation. So and they're like, okay, we finally got this gyro, and it's going to prove once and for all that, if the Earth is flat, then it's going to show these readings, and if the Earth is what you say with this diameter and everything, it's going to read these readings. And they literally bring it on. They run the experiment like 4 times. All 4 times it brings up the numbers in the range, confirming that the Earth is round. And they said that it's defective. They're like, oh, the device is defective. It's it's defective to give you the exact numbers that you said it would if the Earth was what the other person said.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's some kind of interference. We're doing something wrong. We're not using it right. Like we need to get it looked at. Like it was like everything they could to try to be like, oh, we got to find a different way. Like this isn't working. It's showing the other person is right. And it's like, I would understand their point of view if it was just throwing out like weird random numbers that didn't make sense at all to either side. But when you literally do the math and say, this is like, you set up the theory and you're like, if this theory is correct, these are the numbers you will get. And then you go and do it and you get those exact numbers. What are the odds of that happening with a defective device? Astronomically small. So it's like, it's really weird that they reconduct the experiment. It keeps coming up exactly what they said it would if they were wrong, proving themselves wrong, yet they still can't accept it, even though they were the ones that spent the 20 grand. It's like, we're only spending the 20 grand to be told we're right, or we're throwing it in the garbage and saying that it's defective. Hey, Meat Puppet. I already read that one. Sorry. Thank you, Meat Puppet, though. We really do appreciate the super chats. All you guys.
Thank you guys very much.
So helpful today. We really appreciate it. Retro My Bits, thank you for the $5. He said, I want to get blown. Hey, here, I'll blow him. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Ready? Yeah. Oh, skeet, 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 skeet. Here, we'll go full screen skeet. Skeet, 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 skeet. I love that. That is just too much fucking fun. Hey, are you getting the feed from the camera that I'm sending, or the composited feedback to you?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to make sure I set that up. I didn't remember if I did or not. Okay, cool.
It's like I heard the
that way you can see and hear all that. Okay, cool. Let's see. See, I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, I got 3 LoRa ESP modules. Mesh-tastic. That's what it was. Thank you. That's what I was looking for earlier. He said, welcome to have it. Wait, welcome to have it. What do you mean? Are you offering one? He says he's got 3 of them. Hey, if you're offering one, I'd love to have one, man. I'd love to join the Mesh network. I know I live in a city that has a lot of Microsoft employees in it, so I'd be shocked if I didn't have several Mesh-tastic nodes within distance of me. Like if I brought the thing online and it didn't connect to anybody, I would actually be like legitimately shocked. Jogel, thank you for another $5 super chat, you absolute legend. He said, I want to connect to IKEA light bulbs, so I'm more confused about protocol firmware capabilities. I didn't know IKEA had smart bulbs.
They do. They have
do.
a range of smart devices. Yeah.
So what I recommend
they are Home Assistant compatible.
So here's what I do. Anytime I get a new device and I want to figure out how to like program and control, I just go to GitHub and I do a search for it. So I'm going to do IKEA bulb. I'll just type in, what is it? IKEA smart bulb? Smart bulb. So I'm going to do a search, see if there's any projects that mess with it. Okay, so we have hacking IKEA trad-free products such as light bulbs, window blinds, and other automated accessories. Okay, let me click on this. This is the first project that popped up. It looks like it has 5 months ago, 98 commits. And it says introduction. Okay, so it says that it's like trod-free. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's one of those weird Scandinavian words. It says family of products provide you with several home automation solutions that interconnect using Zigbee Lightlink. Okay, so it does use Zigbee, which means it should work with a lot of different automation packages. While the lineup initially only included lighting products, it includes power switches and wireless window blinds as well. Many of these products are quite simple. For instance, if you take a simple light bulb, it contains a power supply, an LED driver, and their little controller module for their protocol. It says the module is used in many of their products, and actually a small piece of the circuit board with a few GPIO pins is exposed. These pins are then used to control the LED driver. No way. You can actually deconstruct. How much are those bulbs, the IKEA bulbs? Do you know?
I don't know, like $20. I was just there a little bit ago.
Because I was going to say, if they're super cheap, it says that you can take the bulb apart and actually rip the controller out of the bulb and reuse it. Like the GPIO pins are not soldered over
$22
covered up.
Or depends. It looks like they have a variety.
For a single bulb?
17, 18, 17.
That seems expensive. That seems really expensive because I've seen it does do RGB. Is it like RGB?
Some of them.
If it's RGB, then that price is justified. But I've seen like controllable bulbs that are just white or whatever. They're like $10, $9, $10.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a regular one for 14. Yeah, for like just a regular,
for just a white bulb.
Yeah, just white one. They've got a vaguely RGB-ish one. It looks like it can do kind of some half-ass coloring, like a little bit, for 22.
So check this out. So apparently the Zigbee controller is strong enough that it can run Doom. Somebody actually took the module out of the light bulb and ran Doom on it.
Oh, of course they did.
That's so funny. Yeah, no, there's a whole project here. Let me send it to you. It's for that whole line. It's not just the light bulbs, it's for all of them. Somebody wrote a library for hacking and controlling all these things with all the images, the firmwares, everything you need to have a whack at it. Here, where is my link? Here we go. So I'll put the link in here. This is for the person asking about the IKEA bulbs. Jogel. So Jogel, that's one of many projects. There's quite a few of them, it looks like, on GitHub, as there usually are. Anytime I look for anything automated, like that's how I found YouTube YTDLP, that tool that can download video from not just YouTube, but just about any site on the internet that you can think of. You can download video from it, even when they're actively blocking you downloading video. It's quite cool. So there's a Smart Things IKEA trad-free RGB device handler. So that's another project that somebody created, and it looks like I've never heard of a .groovy file. What the fuck is a .groovy file? Let's see here. Oh, this is like a language. I've never seen this language before. This looks really weird. If somebody in chat knows what groovy, go ahead. If anybody knows what groovy language is, I've never heard of it, but this project is written in Groovy. And it looks like it's a device handler for the light bulbs. Okay, to do color presets, enable debugging and logging. Here, what can it do? Do they have an example? Yeah, it's a single file. Let me look at the code and see what it does. Okay, so okay, they basically reverse engineered all the packets that are sent to it and the packet structure, and they rebuild it. So you basically just run this script and tell it you want it to be red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and what intensity you want it to be, and then it converts it into the packet structure that it's expecting and sends it to its IP address and controls it. It's actually a fairly simple piece of code. The complex part was probably just reverse engineering shit. Here, I'll give you a link to this one too. So Jogel, if you're still in here, that's hopefully that answers your question. If you got any questions, hit me up too. Over on Discord or over on Twitter, and I'll try to help you out best I can. So Groovy can access with Java class files compatible with anything Java. Yeah, I've never heard of Groovy before. This is the first, and I look at a lot of GitHub projects. Like I'm not familiar. Okay, what is Groovy file? Okay, so a Groovy file is a source code file written in the Groovy programming language. Code written inside a Groovy file is similar to an object-oriented language Java that makes it easy for design and development of applications. A Groovy file is compiled to a Java virtual machine bytecode and is compatible with other Java code and libraries. Oh, okay. So it's basically just a third-party Java compiler, but it ends up creating a Java bytecode file in the end. So basically, it's using the Java runtime. It's just a simpler. It looks like a simpler version of Java that somebody wrote, probably just for doing shit like this. I've never heard of that. Is this like, how long has Groovy been around? This actually is kind of cool. So yeah, Aux, I'm looking at this Groovy programming language. I've never heard of it before, but apparently it's a programming language that compiles to Java, like to the Java bytecode for running under the Java runtime. And nice. I mean, other than like .NET, where you're compiling like, F# or C# into the middle language. What is it called? Their like version of assembly. It's like their managed assembly. Other than that, I've never seen another language where there's two different languages that compile down to the same that use the same runtime. It's kind of weird.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, very cool. Anyways, there's a ton more projects. Those were just the two top projects that were, sorting by relevance that came up. And you could easily port that to anything else. This is another thing that's really cool. If you have not used AI for converting one type of code to another part of code, it is so good at it. It is so good at it. Like, so you can copy. Now, obviously, you got to do it in, reasonably sized blocks. You're not going to be able to give it like 500,000 lines because it doesn't have enough context to remember that. But if you have like a script that's just like, 500 or 1,000 lines of code written in like C# or C++ or Groovy or Java or fucking one of the weird obscure languages that nobody's ever heard of, you can copy that whole block, take it into like OpenAI Chat GPT-4 and just say, convert this to Python or convert this to C++ or convert this to PowerShell or convert this to any number of languages. And it will go through and actually rewrite the entire thing in the other language. And I've had great success with like minimal tweaking to get it to work. And the reason why that's so cool is because there's a lot of situations where you might not want to install yet another runtime on your machine, or where you might want to incorporate the functionality of something written in a different language into your assembly without having to call it as another process. Like you want to actually use that code inside of your project or connect to it programmatically and use it like a library, like you can do in Python, right? So sometimes it's really beneficiary to convert one thing from one language to another. And that's why I think that, AI is going to put some developers out of a job, and it already has to some degree. But that's another thing that I fear, is because a lot of developers will have the languages that they're proficient in, the things that they like to program in the most. And so it's hard to find other people to maintain their code base and to bring another person in to maintain their code base, because they have to be equally proficient in the same code and have the same kind of knowledge. Whereas now you don't need to do that with AI. You can just come in whatever fucking language you happen to be an expert at. You just convert all their shit over to yours, spend a couple days tweaking it, tuning it, getting it over, and now the whole code base is maintained under whatever you're most comfortable with. And which is great for businesses. For businesses, that's great, because it basically, it means that you can hire any developer that's proficient in any kind of object-oriented language. And it doesn't matter what the last developer programmed in, they can port their shit to that to fit with it, or vice versa. So like, for instance, if you went to some company and they were using like Prolog, most of you probably haven't heard of a language called Prolog. You literally use fucking symbols like ASCII characters and shit in the syntax. It's really weird. And so we had a developer at Microsoft that wrote shit in Prolog, and we fucking hated him because code review and his shit was a fucking nightmare. And now with AI, I could have just cut and pasted this shit in there and just say, convert this Prolog to C#. And then I could go through and code review it in C# and then convert that code back to Prolog and present it to him as the corrections. And that would work. And I'd be able to, and then I wouldn't have to go and learn Prolog and be proficient at Prolog to be able to do code reviews. Or COBOL. Yeah, COBOL is another language that's still around and still being used for legacy shit. So let's see here. Pista said, I thought Groovy was a build tool for Java, but then I'm probably confusing it with Gradle. Yeah, I don't do a lot of shit with Java, so I'm not sure. I'm definitely not an authority on Java. Java is one of those languages where I used a lot of JavaScript back in the day, but Java and JavaScript are very different. Very, very
that's
different.
not even the same.
Not even the same. So, but I will say that Java was really awesome because of how cross-platform it is, but now everything is cross-platform. It's like, I mean, C# now is cross-platform. It used to be a Microsoft predominantly Microsoft technology. Now C# runs on fucking everything. Like you can compile and run under Linux, Mac OS 10, you name it, right? You fucking run it on cell phones and shit now because of either Mono or .NET has already been ported by Microsoft themselves. So other languages that you have, like C and C++, right? Those aren't very portable because you're using low-level libraries that tie it to the operating system. But then you have shit on Linux like Wine and stuff like that that can literally convert those specific API calls into different classes and different objects that do the specific thing for that platform. So if I say, hey, create a window, I call an API and I say, hey, create a window for Windows, it can actually call that API in Linux, and then down lower in the stack, it can go, oh, this is how we create a window equivalent in Linux. And it can do that translation for me to get me the same effect that the user would expect, but without having to change any of the code. So more and more of these technologies are becoming common, but now like, JavaScript's cross-platform, PowerShell's cross-platform. PowerShell started out as Microsoft only. Now they got PowerShell for Linux and Mac OS 10, and you can port as long as you're not calling like WMI objects specifically on Windows, you can port your PowerShell around, right? As long as it's agnostic to the environment. And so there's so many cross-platform languages now that, you can port your shit relatively easy, regardless of what language you're in. But I still think that having AI be able to convert from one language to another is incredibly powerful. And not just for like convenience as a developer, but also for code theft. And I believe that this is going on a lot right now, where people are going and looking at GitHub projects that solve their problem. And they're like, ooh, light bulb. What happens if I copy this, feed it into OpenAI and tell it to rewrite the code to have the same functionality, but look different, or have the same functionality but in a different language.
Oh yeah,
using different dependencies. By doing that, it rewrites the whole thing, craps it out, and now you have something that doesn't match at all to the source material, but the computer just converted it, and now it's like they try to sue you, and you're like, no, it's all unique code. Look, it's all different from your code. It's not the same. It might come to the same conclusion, but it's completely written differently, right? And it's like, so that's a really hard argument in court unless you can prove that they used AI. Like there's some kind of signature, which is really difficult to do with AI, because again, with the training seeds, the odds of you being able to find the exact seed that gives you the exact same output are like astronomically small, like almost impossible. So one day computers might be fast enough with like quantum computers and shit to be able to figure that out and reverse engineer it, just like encryption hashes. But until that happens, the odds of you being able to prove that shit are going to be infinitesimally small. So code theft is going to become like way, way more common with AI now in the loop, because not only that, but it's like espionage. When you go to a company and you pay an employee, because that happened to Microsoft quite a bit. We actually got training on it as Microsoft employees to recognize espionage and not fall for people trying to give us code, because people would do that. People would find our internal email addresses, send us an email, and literally be say, hey, if you're interested, we'll pay you $2,000 or whatever for the source code to fucking Notepad or Task Manager or to this specific API, this specific DLL. Like they would fucking bait you, right? So Microsoft would be like, just be aware that we secret shopper your ass. That's so dumb. If you respond to one of these, you're going to get fired and sued if it's us. They put this fear in you. And so nowadays, it's like you wouldn't even really have to do that, because you could just have the person inside of the company ring the shit through, OpenAI or whatever, convert it to another language and look completely different, and then mail that code to them. And then if you get caught, you're like, no, I just wrote that code for him. That's not the code. It's completely different code. What do you mean? I didn't copy and sell them anything. That's my code I wrote. You're still going to get fired. But I mean, again, it's like, how is that lawsuit going to sit when when what you gave them looked like it was unique? And the thing with OpenAI and other LLMs is you can have it obfuscate shit. You can change the order of operations. You can say, listen, I need it to do the same thing, but change the order of operations as much as you possibly can while achieving the same result. And it'll literally not just rewrite the code in another language, but it'll change the order. It'll break some functions into multiple functions, take multiple functions, put them into one. It'll change the order of operations. Like if you don't necessarily need a specific order of operations, it'll shuffle them. So that it does look like the code is doing something completely unique. And even if you step it through, the performance will be slightly different. The actions that are happening at any given moment will be different when you step through with a debugger. And so it's like, good luck trying to prove that was a copy of code because it's completely written ground up, even though it does the same thing. And that's why I've always been suspicious of like Bamboo from the start, like how fast Bamboo came to market with the 3D printer that has like all the capability of all these obvious projects that are combined together, and them even being caught using another slicer when they were actively telling people that it was theirs from the ground up, and they got caught and they're like, oh, we just abandoned ours. They use priceless slicer and we just forgot to tell anybody. It's pretty obvious to me that they're taking a lot of shit and just like reverse engineering it around, right? But it's like, in a day and age of AI, how do you prove it? And at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Is if you can't prove it, it's like, I can speculate all I fucking want, but people are like, show me the evidence. And I'm like, I can't show you the evidence, because even if they release the source code today, the only way that I could show you is if they release the actual source code that matches the compiled firmware that they released on the first printer. Because if I asked for it today, and even if they were using a direct copy of the GitHub code, they could just change the code and send me a new compiled firmware, their latest firmware that has the obfuscated code as the starting point. So unless I have like the original code, to match it up, it's like, it's really difficult to prove it. And so I think that's going to cause a lot of companies a lot of problems moving forward, sadly. And some people think it's good. Some people are like, oh, that's awesome. Open source for the win. Everything should be free. But the truth is, as soon as you take money out of the equation, a lot of people can't afford to just dedicate their lives freely to open source. The people that write the open source and the free code are people that can support themselves from doing the closed source jobs and selling that software to make a living, so that they have the means to create the open source. As soon as you get rid of the ability to monetize programming, you've now systematically taken away the revenue stream that was allowing the people to write the open source in the first place. Because obviously these people aren't going to be able to write this genius level code and create these Linux kernels for free and just give all the shit freely to the community if they can't feed their own family. And I think people miss that a lot of the times. I think a lot of the people look through the arguments and they're like, oh no, it'd be great for everybody if everything was just free and everything. But it's like, you don't realize that the open source has to be written by people. And if it's people that have the time because they live with their parents or whatever, and they're, a brilliant teenager living in their parents, fucking garage and programming the greatest open source code ever. Sure. But their parents still have to make a living to support them. Where's the parents' money coming from? Right? If the parents don't have a job because everything's open source and everything has to be free and they can't make any money to support them, then their kid doesn't have any hardware or any ability to write the shit. So at the end of the day, if you trace anything free that appears free on the surface back, you'll find a place where it does cost money. It just might not be costing you money directly, but the money has to come from somewhere. There's no such thing as free. Free does not exist in life in any way, shape, or form. It's the illusion of free. Joe Taji, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate it. He said NFC tools. I think that was earlier when he was telling you how to.
Oh yeah, that was way back.
To program it. Yeah. Let me know if that works for you though, because I was able to get even my iPhone to do the Amiibo thing. So
nice. Yeah, I'll have to play around with it.
I think I even used the files off of. No. I cloned it from this. That's right. I had this broadcast and I put it on the back of my phone, like this. Nice. So I was like this, and it goes doo doo, and it saved it, and then I rebroadcasted it from my phone to the pad. And it worked. So yeah, cool. You should be able to get that working. Let's see here. Balliet Brand. Thank you. Balliet Brand gave us $33.69. Damn, brother. Here, we're gonna have to go for a big one here. Yeah. Get it. Oh, big one. Oh, it's a big one. That's a whiteout. That's a whiteout right there, buddy. That's why I hear we can get some UV going. You can barely see it, but I'm hitting myself with UV radiation right now.
Whoa.
Yeah, get it. Can you tell I took extra Adderall this morning?
All right.
Oh my God, bro. I've been a zombie the last couple of weeks. Like, can't even hardly stay awake. So this is a welcome Barnacules today. I need to take advantage of it. Meat Puppet. My man. Oh, Balliot said, please like the stream, everyone. He paid $33.69, keeping it 69, by the way, for you guys to hit like. So if you guys would be so kind as to hit that like button, there's 217 of you in here right now, and there's only 88 likes. I will literally stand up and truffle shuffle if we can get those likes to match the concurrent viewers. So if you can get those likes in the next 220, I will truffle shuffle right now. Okay, you got 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes. Start the timer now. Hey Siri, start timer for 10 minutes. There we go. If we get that up to 220 likes within that 10 minutes, I will truffle shuffle.
Is there like a kit I can get for like a 64 by 64 display kit? I don't want to get into wiring and soldering and shit. I'm fine. I'm looking at some instructions and stuff. I'm like, man, I don't like.
It's really not hard, dude. I could walk you through it over the phone.
I just don't wanna.
You don't have to solder either. You can literally just like twist the wires together and fucking put tape on them like if you want to. It's not that difficult. No, there is a company that sells. There's two companies I found that sell LED screens that are basically just NeoPixels packaged in a printed frame with the electronics and everything all in them. You just plug them in and run software and program them, but they charge a premium. I mean, you're going to be paying $100 for it.
Yeah.
So it's like you can build one for like, $40-$50, or you can buy one for like $100. You're going to pay twice the price for the privilege of them like gluing the components together. So, we're already up to 122 likes. That jumped fast. Hell yeah. I got to get better at marketing, man. I'm never going to survive unless I figure out the whole marketing machine, The
opening eyes back in UBI initiatives. Cool. Good. There should be.
So
more of that.
Did you see opening eyes is back? What is UBI?
Universal basic income. Like,
yeah, okay.
Everybody gets $1,000 a month, like no matter what, just flat out.
I need that like really bad, but
like that kind of thing.
Here's the thing that, and maybe I just don't understand economics that much, because I'm not going to say I'm not an expert on economy. I'm fucking barely surviving. Actually, I'm not really. I'm heading towards financial ruin, but we won't get into that. Even if we do a universal basic income, isn't the cost of goods just going to go up by the universal basic income? Because every person selling goods is going to know people have that much money. So they know if they just raise the price of their goods for the average person buying that much of their product a month to that cost, they're going to be able to recoup all that additional money. And then it basically just wipes out that basic income for most people, unless they don't buy those products.
I don't know. I don't think so. It's like that. I mean, I feel like that argument comes up when they've done like stimulus checks and stuff. And time and again, it shows that just giving the people money, like it comes back in greater,
it definitely would stimulate like buying. That's the thing that it definitely does, right? When people got the stimulus checks, like people bought more stuff, that boosted the economy. People were producing more products, so that would technically bring down prices if people weren't strictly trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah. And I mean, all the different studies and stuff that they've done show that like it's incredibly helpful. People go back to school, they pay the rent, they fucking buy groceries, they like,
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm really curious, because I mean, don't get me wrong, I could absolutely 100% use that money like big time. Like honestly, at the rate things are going right now, it's like I need like another $4,000 a month just to break even, compared to what I've been making for like the last year. So, and I'm making the least I've ever made in my entire YouTube career.
Inflation goes up when overall money and circulation goes up. Then explain why inflation still goes up when billionaires are hoarding all of the money?
Yeah, see and that's the thing, right? Is it's like it goes up.
Part of that is
when nothing changes.
Recently,
it still goes up.
A lot of printing has been going on. Like the total, it's the number of, or it's like the amount of money, right, in circulation. It's not, so it's like the what is it? It's like the total, with the total value. Like if you were to add up all of the dollars that exist, right? If that increases, then inflation goes up. But if more people have more money in their hand, then it gets spent, and that's good.
Yeah, and the thing is like people are gonna raise the price to whatever they can charge. Like at the end of the day, businesses, that's how it works, right? You're gonna sell something you're gonna balance and figure out how many units do I make, how much can I sell each unit to break even, where I sell every unit and get the most that somebody's willing to pay for each and every one of those units. That's like that line that everybody's trying to balance. My concern was, if everybody had that money and the company knows that everybody has that money, just like with the stimulus checks, this even happened on some things like cars. Cars went through the fucking roof in price. Like every car went up by like 10 grand because they figured
that was
that
partly
people,
the chip shortage and stuff too.
Obviously there's more than one contributor for sure. But my worry is like, I just know that, capitalism can be a wicked bitch sometimes, right? And if companies know that they can pry that extra money away and they can produce less and
raise
sell
prices,
it for more, they would.
They wouldn't have to raise prices though, because it's good that people have more disposable income.
Well, and I know they wouldn't have to. I know they wouldn't have to. I'm just saying though, but would they? Like, even though they don't,
I don't
have
think so.
To, just to get more, would they do it?
Yeah.
Because man, fuck. But the good news is, as long as they have competition, that shouldn't happen, because if one tries to raise their prices, the other person can capitalize on more people being able to buy and keep their prices low. So as long as it's in a field where there's competition, then it should push both companies down to the bottom.
Usually in the studies and stuff that they've done, it does usually go toward like basic needs, housing, education, food, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. No,
it's not
interesting.
like if I ended up with another $1,000 a month, I know I wouldn't be just I wouldn't be getting a brand new car and putting that toward a car.
No, I'd be using it to pay bills. I'd be using it to pay bills and to keep myself out of debt.
That's what 100%. Most people would do with it.
Yeah. No, I do believe that. I do believe that most people, because it makes no sense for you to go and blow it if you need it to survive and to keep yourself above water or to get yourself closer to net zero. Yeah. So, or above rather. I'd love to see it, because the thing is, like, I guess if I really want to, like, if I think about it broadly, it's like we already have unemployment. We already have Social Security. We already have all these mechanisms in place that do guarantee a certain amount of money to people in certain situations, right? Whether they're disabled or whether, under certain situations. There's obviously a lot of holes that people fall through and our system needs to be fixed, but there is that money out there, right? And that isn't necessarily like destroying the system. It's doing more good than bad. So maybe this could too.
Just food stamps. Like imagine if you just gave everybody a card that had $300 and you could only spend it on food, right? Dude, that would be Snap benefits do.
Yeah, that would help so many
Snap
people.
has the lowest fraud of any government run assistance program. And for every the one that stands out, at least, and I'm sure the data has changed, but like for every dollar spent in Snap benefits, it encourage, I don't know exactly the right words, but it like encourages the economy to the tune of like $1.50 or more.
Yeah.
In the local economy. It's like, okay, then give everybody just a food card. Everybody can use $300. Like that's
the cool thing about the food card. I like the food card option, because the food card option is cool because it would take relief off of what you had to spend on the food. So it'd still free up other resources for you to spend in other areas, but it would also prevent you from just going and blowing it on a PlayStation when you already couldn't afford food. So it basically forced you into replacing the necessity with something, so free up other money if that money is available, right, to do something else. And if it's not available, at least you're still getting the food.
Yeah.
Which that would make a lot of sense. But I don't know if they've changed the program, but I remember when I was a kid, I mean, I grew up, we were always on food stamps and on social services like food bank and everything like that. We needed that to survive growing up. And one of the things that I didn't like that used to bother the shit out of me is my parents would literally sell food stamps for like 80 cents on the dollar for weed and alcohol and all kinds of shit. And that used to bug me so much as a kid, because I'm like, they'd play it off like, hey, it's, it's like we paid into the system, paying taxes and everything, and we can use it for whatever the fuck we want, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, it's like there are ways to defeat the system, but now you're only getting 80 cents on the dollar buying power. And somebody else has to buy food with it eventually, because otherwise they're not going to recoup the money on it. So the food does get bought by somebody. It has to.
So like, I mean,
so at the end of the day, it's still doing
using it isn't quite so much important. And if everybody has it, then
if my parents trade it for drugs or whatever, somebody else is still using it down the line. Like somebody is getting used to buy food.
That guy's buying groceries with it.
That does make sense. Actually, that does make sense. Dave Webster said, "Did you get my PayPal last week?" Oh shit.
Probably.
Let me check.
Oh, I'm sure I did too. I know some people sometimes send me too.
Let me check, my friend. Let's see. Hello, face. Oh, it's not going to let me log in right now. Damn it.
Am I in the right account?
What's popping up? Dave, I will check here. I'll even keep a note for me right now. I do recall getting a PayPal last week. I think it even showed up in my messages. Hold on here. Let me see. Where is it? PayPal.
What did I buy? Oh, I bought Diablo 4. That's what it was. No, but I'm empty. You guys suck. Just kidding.
Yeah, I don't have a message. I will check though, Dave. I will make sure that if I get that, and I'll hit you up. What's your Twitter? So I can message you. You asked a question. Did you ask a question in the PayPal thing, or did you ask a question here? Let me see. Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah, that's going to make a big difference, actually.
Here, let me scroll back. Oh, hold on. We hit the timer. Hold on here. We hit the timer. How many likes are we at?
Not enough.
What do we get? Let me refresh. Let's see. Did we hit 220? Come on, baby. 131. What are you guys doing to us here? That was a truffle shuffle opportunity you just threw away there. We'll try again later.
Rude.
Let's hear. Oh, Dave Webster said in PayPal. Okay, so Dave, did you give me a place that I actually email address, right? Can I just respond back to your email address? So I'll check the PayPal right after the stream today, and I'll respond back to you. I'll even create a reminder. Create a reminder for 5 p.m. Check PayPal for question from Dave Webster and respond. Okay. There we go. I got it on the docket. Yeah, I think the reason I didn't get a notification is because my PayPal's logged out for some reason, and it's not letting me log back in right now. So I have to go and like dig through a thing and do 2-factor authentication, and I just don't want to do all that on stream. BB Junkie said, talking to Face ID, have noticed iOS Face ID has been shit for the last couple of weeks. I haven't noticed that. My phone logs in so fucking fast. I don't even know. Like, it's so good that I don't even notice that Face ID is even doing anything. It's so seamless.
Yep.
It's actually one of the things I really like about the iPhone is you just pick it up, you just pick it up and just swipe up and you're just boom, instantly into it. There's like no lag, there's no pause or anything ever. So as a matter of fact, I think the authentication is 100% client side because there's no
I would
way
think it would be local
over the network.
The way Apple does their
and everything that quickly.
Yeah. It's got to be done local.
My camera using iPhone 10. Oh, well, the iPhone 10 is going to have a way slower sensor and lower resolution sensor than the current iPhone 15. And also, how many times?
Reviewing, playing, and more RPM
on older hardware.
Reviewing, playing, and more RPM gifted 10 subs.
I can't hear anything right now. What just happened?
What'd you do? Holy moly. Whoa.
Hello? Oh, there you are. Dude, I lost your audio completely.
Reviewing, playing, and more RPM gifted 10 Barnacules Nerdgasm memberships.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Reviewing, playing, and more RPM. Thank you so much. Holy shit. If you got gifted, I mean, that's the equivalent of YouTube sub, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a Twitch sub. Yeah.
So Dave Webster got one. DeWolf's Den got one. Bear Williams, Third Shifter, Aubrey Gravenstein, Columby, Meckberg, Gamers Unite, Theodorus, and Josing all got it gifted. You know what's cool about that is about 80% of those people are regulars.
Yeah.
That have been here for a long time across both of my streams. Dude, seriously. That's the cat's balls right there. I appreciate that so much, man. I appreciate that so much. So Dave, sorry, Dave, getting back to you. I will after the stream. I'll figure out how to get back into my PayPal and check all that because I need to anyways, because I need to transfer whatever's in there out to my bank account because we're in a little bit of a predicament, but I don't want to go into that. I talked to my therapist. She said, just focus on trying to get back to streaming and making the content, focus much and just try to fucking ignore the financial peril that's coming your way and just, because all it's going to do is cloud your mind and fucking you and give you anxiety. And that's all it does. It's seriously
take the next step.
Yeah. All it does is it just poisons your mind. And it's like, you can't help but look at the disaster coming your way instead of trying to focus on driving around it. And so I'm going to work on it. So that's my goal. And by the way, I wanted to stream yesterday. Like my Twitch stream I've missed so many Twitch streams because of just fucking bad mental problems and physical problems with, I've been struggling with fatigue really bad. Like today, just to get out of bed to do Tech Talk, I had to take double my Adderall amount, which is something I don't normally do. That's why this is the normalest I felt in like 2-3 weeks, but I can't take a double dose of Adderall every single day. Like that's not good for me.
That's how you get a stroke.
I've been so fatigued that yesterday I woke up at 6 p.m. after sleeping 18 hours. And at 6 p.m. when I woke up, I fell back asleep at 7 p.m. My wife woke me up. We had dinner at like 9 or 10. I went out, got in the hot tub, came back and fell asleep for another 3 hours, woke up again, stayed up till 7 a.m., went to sleep for 2 hours, and then woke up for Tech Talk. So I no matter how much sleep I get, I don't feel like I'm sleeping. It's so fucking weird. And my doctors cannot fucking figure it out. All they do is just, oh, here, let's try a different let's try a different drug. Let's try a different this. Let's try a different this. But it's like not shit that actually helps. It's just something else that I got to get used to and something else that causes other side effects. It's like, and I already know what'll help me. They just refuse to give it to me anymore because of stupid laws in Washington changing.
Ooh.
And I freaking hate that. I hate that, like, you know, you take a medication that works really well and helps you for like several years, and then your doctor's like, sorry, we're gonna have to change it to something else because, you know, they don't like the fact that you're taking this while you're taking this other thing. And so they changed the legislation. So now the doctor's got to fill out a bunch of paperwork and basically sign their life away and take full responsibility for anything that happens to their patient. Of course, they're not going to put themselves at that risk. So they just choose to deprive their patient. And it sucks. It really fucking sucks, man. And so you just have to figure out how to get by it. So I'm actually bracing for the way legislation is going now. It's probably not going to be long before I can't even get any pain management anymore. And when that happens, I'm just going to literally existence is going to be like constant, unending suicidal thoughts. And I'm like, I don't want that. I've been there before. I don't want that. So I got to figure some shit out. Did I ever do a sleep study? Oh, yeah, dude. I've been on a CPAP for 8 years now, 8 or 9 years. I've been CPAP and I'm compliant every day. I've never missed a single day. Never, other than like an occasional nap here and there without it, where I forget to put it on, I doze off. Every time I've intentionally gone to sleep, I haven't gone a single day without using it. So my sleep doctor actually said he was incredibly surprised at my compliance, because he's like, yeah, most people even have power outages and shit that prevent them from like using their machine or whatever, and they lose a day here, or they travel and they forget it or whatever. Nope, never had a single day. I've always turned on the generator when power's been out. I've always hooked up a UPS, you know, like so that if the power goes out, it keeps going. And so I've never been without it. And I'm pretty proud of that. But the downside is I can't sleep very well without it. If I fall asleep and take a nap, I never sleep for more than an hour, and then I wake up gagging because of fucking apnea. So it's like, I need it. Like I have to have the machine. So I dread the day where it breaks, like where it just breaks down. Cause I'll have to figure out how to get another one within like 48 hours before I like die of, you know, fucking insomnia. But it is what it is. Let's hear Dave. Okay, I read Dave's. Let's see. Oh, STE Steve? Is it Steve Livesey? Steve Livesey? I hope I'm not fucking up your name too bad. Thank you for the 10 pounds. He gave us 10 pounds and said he appreciates us. Dude, super appreciate that.
Yeah, woo! I have to go.
Oh shit, it's 2:10, dude. Fucking that flew by.
Yeah.
God, dude.
Yeah.
I seriously thought we had like another hour and a half. Oh my god. Okay, dude. Yeah, no, bro, get out of here. I'll stream for a little while, and then I'll probably switch it over to Twitch or something like that.
Right on, man. Yeah, go do it right now. Go switch over to Twitch right now.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get through some of the topics first, though, just so people don't think we.
I don't think we hit on any topics today,
dude. We talked like a little bit about like AI, and that was it. Like, but don't worry, you go ahead and get out of here.
Okay.
I'll cover. You guys have a good one, and then we'll switch over.
I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Bye.
Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy Super Bowl, man. Peace out.
Yep. Peace out.
Later. God, I love that man. I love that man as much as you legally can love another man in Dubai. I'm just kidding. I even love him more than that. We'd get if I loved him like I love him here in Dubai, I'd be arrested and put to death. So I'm just being honest. Loki said, I can most likely sleep with meds, but I don't want to use meds to simply sleep. The problem is they make you groggy. That's what I can't get around. The stress I have around me in the world requires meds as well. I've found an alternative way to handle it. That's awesome, dude. No, the problem with meds is I have a really slow metabolism, like seriously, like obnoxiously slow. I've had my thyroid checked. They said there's nothing wrong with my thyroid, but they said that they did the metabolic test a couple of years ago, where they basically run you on a treadmill and then do a cool down. And They said my metabolism is supposed to slowly fall off. Like when you do a strenuous activity or you're up and you're moving around, when you're at rest, your body is supposed to maintain a level of burn for a while, basically in anticipation of you doing another thing. My body doesn't do that. My body just, if it's not moving or I'm not like doing something to stimulate it, I fall off like literally off a wall, and my pulse drops, my blood pressure drops. And normally you'd think that's a great thing, right? Being an overweight guy, like it's like, oh, okay, that's good. Blood pressure going down. That's a great thing. But no, it slows down my metabolic rate so bad that it's like I'm not burning like any calories. I'm way too efficient. And there's no real good way to fix that. Like Adderall helps a little bit, but not as much as you'd think. Most people that are on Adderall lose weight. I never did. Like the doctor warned me when he first put me on Adderall, even the really high dose in the beginning. He's like, yeah, just, don't be worried if you lose a bunch of weight, because that happens to everybody that takes these. Nope, didn't lose anything. As a matter of fact, I'm one of his few patients that's gained weight on Adderall. But the problem is I don't want my body to be efficient, Tony. I want my body to be inefficient. I want my body to literally just shed calories and burn them like a motherfucker doing nothing. I literally need it. It'd be very helpful to me, and also to help with the fatigue. So the problem is slow metabolism means medications stay in my system way too long. If I take a muscle relaxer that a normal person would have onset within an hour and it'd be out of their system in 8 hours, I have onset like 2.5 hours, and it stays in my system for like over 24 hours. And so if I take a muscle relaxer, when I pull a muscle in my back, I have to make the decision: am I going to be useless tomorrow? Because I won't be able to wake up. Like I will literally just be a zombie, just passing out everywhere I am. I'll just lean over and just like a narcoleptic person, just like be like this snore. My wife will like touch me and I'll wake up and be like, whoa. And that's like a full night's sleep and half a day after I took the muscle relaxer. The other one that hits me really bad is Benadryl. Benadryl absolutely is wonderful for helping me get to sleep. It'll make me like tired within about 45 minutes to an hour. It makes me get so groggy I can't keep my eyes open. I just pass out. It's actually, Benadryl hits me way harder than even Ambien. The problem with Benadryl though is the entire next day. It seriously feels for 36 hours I feel completely groggy. My mind is foggy. I can't focus on anything, and I'm just in and out of consciousness. And so that's what I fucking hate, is like I want to be able to sleep. I want to be able to sleep and then wake up from the sleep and feel refreshed and go about my day. And I can't do it. Yeah, Benadryl just takes me down so hard. But then it's like my wife or kid, they can take Benadryl and it's like out of their system in 8 hours, and it's like they never took it. Me, nope. It just keeps making me more and more groggy for a long time. You think it's stress from something you have around you that makes it hard to sleep? Oh, it's definitely stress and anxiety. Like my therapist said 100%, like the pain definitely is a huge contributor, but it's the stress and anxiety on top of the pain that make it impossible for me to sleep. Like I have to be so exhausted. And then once I get to that point, I sleep, I never feel rested. I just have nightmares and I wake up constantly, and it's never quality sleep. I can't remember the last time I got quality sleep. I mean, honestly, like if I'm being completely honest with you, the last time I had a night where I actually went to sleep, slept through the night and didn't wake up like a bunch of times and like a puddle of sweat and shaking or from like a Charlie horse on my leg or something like that, it's probably been a good 3 months, if I'm being honest. Like I know like when those happen, it's rare. I like tell my wife I wake up, I'm happy. I'm like, holy shit, I slept through the whole night. Wow, that's great. I stand up, my back doesn't hurt nearly as much as it usually does. And it's amazing, but I can never replicate it. I always try to. I'm like, what did I eat yesterday? What did I do? What were my patterns? How was I able to do this? And then no matter what I catalog or write down, I repeat it, and it never happens twice. It's completely like a random event. It's weird. JCC's on little pink Benadryl pills are so nice. I had to take a couple to sleep for a bit, and I got attacked by some damn wasps here in Florida, little bastards. Oh, dude, I had to take Benadryl. Do you guys remember when I got hives over my entire body? I had to take Benadryl, high dose, like literally like 4 or 6 of those capsules every, I think 4 to 6 hours. And I had to take prednisone on top of that, which the prednisone helped to counter some of the fatigue from the Benadryl. But that was a nightmare. That was the fucking worst 10 days of my life, man. It was almost as bad as the hives. And we're not 100% sure what caused it. We're pretty sure, when I went to the emergency room, they said that they think that it was an allergic reaction to the antibiotic they gave me for the ear infection I had. And because the hives started about, I think it was 7 days into the antibiotic. and they gave me a booster. I was taking the antibiotic plus another pill that started with a C that was supposed to boost the antibiotic because it was a really bad ear infection. And they think that it's a rare condition where you have a delayed reaction to the antibiotic, and that allergy can actually continue far beyond stopping the antibiotic. But because I had a bad ear infection, I couldn't stop the antibiotic because that could have made the ear infection graduate to something that was antibiotic resistant. So I basically had to keep taking the antibiotic, even though it was giving me full body hives and making my whole body look like a raised map of these bad hives. And so all I could do was just take massive amounts of Benadryl and prednisone and be absolutely useless for like a week. And then it finally went away. Super scary. Yeah, it was amoxicillin. Yeah, Tony Ross. It was amoxicillin and a booster. It was something called a Z-Pack or whatever, or maybe it was zithromycin. No, I don't. I want to say it was zithromycin was the antibiotic, but I'm not 100% on that. It was a 10-day antibiotic that I had to take. I had to take one pill every day for 10 days. And then I had to take another pill with it that started with a C that they said was a booster to make the antibiotic more effective. I can't remember what it was called though. And they think that it was the thing with the C that might've caused the problem because I've had zithromycin and I've had amoxicillin my entire life with no problems, but that doesn't mean you can't have an allergic reaction. Like I have an allergy to all NSAIDs that can kill me now. And I used to take that shit as a kid and my whole adult, like the beginning of my adult life, no problem. And then just one day I was super allergic to it. So allergies can just sneak up on you like that. But let's see here. Zithromycin usually used instead of something when there are allergies with penicillin. I do believe I have a penicillin allergy. Because when I was a kid, I remember they couldn't give me penicillin, the pink shit in the bottle. so maybe that's graduating over now to the amoxicillin. But yeah, I don't want to being allergic to antibiotics. That's a bad deal. You do not want to be allergic to antibiotics because there's only so many antibiotics they can treat you with. Yeah, the Z-Pack. Yep. So it was zithromycin because it was called a Z-Pack. So that was definitely zithromycin then, or azithromycin. Thank you for that, JCC. Appreciate you looking it up. The pink stuff was delicious, man. I remember when I was a kid, you know, other than the minor allergic reaction I had to it, man, that stuff was delicious. They made that shit taste like, you know, cherry syrup. Now medicine doesn't taste good anymore. You know, I remember back when I was a kid, like Dimetap was like grape liquor and everything tasted good, like bubble gum. Oh, it was bubble gum. That's what it was. I remember that. The pink penicillin was like it tasted like bubble gum. And but nowadays, no, medicine just tastes like ass. Amoxicillin equals penicillin. No, we don't use penicillin anymore. Amoxicillin is different than penicillin. Penicillin, because my doctor specifically said that we use amoxicillin because penicillin is no longer effective. Let's see here, because we're most people are immune to it. Let's see here, the same as penicillin. I'll double check though. Okay, so they just share similar chemical structures, and they also use the same method of killing bacteria, but they are different. So yeah, I knew they were because I know that I'm taking one and not the other. Let's see here, going back. Real Sane also said amoxicillin is penicillin. It just says amoxicillin and penicillin share similar chemical structures. So can you guys show me where they're the same, just with a different name? Because everything I'm looking up right now says that they are different. So, okay, amoxicillin and penicillin are two most widely prescribed antibiotics across the globe. Oh, never mind. Okay, also known as penicillin V potassium or penicillin G. Oh, okay, so they're two different types of penicillin. They're in the penicillin family, but they're different penicillins. Okay, no, that makes sense. So we're technically both right. That's usually how it goes these days. So yeah, I'm allergic to the penicillin that's in the penicillin. I'm not allergic to the penicillin that's in the amoxicillin. So there we go. That makes sense. So it's very confusing because there's a lot of drugs that are members of the same family but are different chemical compounds. So you can be allergic to one and not the other. Like for instance, I'm the opposite because I'm allergic to NSAIDs. I'm allergic to the effect of a medication instead of the medication itself. So like for instance, I'm not allergic to Tylenol, right? I can take Tylenol. I'm not supposed to though because my liver's really messed up. But I can't take come on, brain, fucking the ibuprofen, Advil, the Advil, what was the other one? Naproxen, and there's another one. There's a third one I can't take. Man, you think I'd have this shit memorized by now. I usually do. It's amoxicillin. No, not amoxicillin. Sorry. Yeah, my brain is just fried because I haven't slept enough. Usually I can recite all three of those off the top of my head without even thinking. But yeah, I'm allergic to all drugs in the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory classification. So yeah, aspirin. Thank you. Gosh, that's the one I'm most allergic to. Yeah, so aspirin, ibuprofen, and naproxen. Those are the three things that I can't take. And even though they all have completely different chemical structures, they all are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicines. So the effect that they have on me is what I'm allergic to. So it's weird. It's like so it's like being allergic to three different compounds because they all do the same thing, and my body like has an allergic reaction to how they work. So that means the only anti-inflammatories I can take are steroid based, like prednisone. And prednisone sucks. And prednisone is really harmful to your organs, like way more harmful than even ibuprofen or anything else. So my liver's most likely messed up from all those days getting loaded on adult drinks at PDX land. No, I was never much of a drinker. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had some nights where I gotten absolutely like blind freaking blasted in my day. But I never really was much of a drinker. And I haven't drank anything really. And God, the last drink I had is over a year ago. So I've never been one to really crave it. It's one of those things that I only did as a social thing with other people and only people I trusted and when I was in a safe location. But my liver is most likely damaged from having to take painkillers for like 15, 16 years. Because they can't fix the problem with my back, so they just have to manage the pain. And my pain management is limited because what I need is an anti-inflammatory, or I need these really expensive and dangerous steroid injections into my back that I can't afford anymore. So, and if I get the steroid injections, I need less opiates, but the steroid injections themselves are also hard on the liver. So it's like everything I take, everything that I can take to help my quality of life also is hard on my liver. So sadly. So, but at least my kidneys are awesome. So, if I do kick the bucket, somebody's going to get a sweet set of kidneys. Painkillers. Oh man, you're on the fun stuff. No, I'm not on the fun stuff. I wish I was on the fun stuff. The fun stuff was the oxycodone that I took for like the first 14 years. Although to be honest, oxycodone, after you take it for that period of time, you literally have nothing but the pain management effect. Like literally Tylenol PM gave me more of a warm, fuzzy feeling than oxycodone ever did, like towards the end. What I take now is something called buprenorphine. And buprenorphine is only 40% as effective, and it doesn't create any euphoria because your body, you physically can't uptake enough of the drug. It's a drug that's designed that clogs your opioid receptors as it saturates them. So basically you get 40% the effectiveness of oxycodone, but then any dosage after that just basically flushes through your system and you don't absorb it. And so it's designed so that you physically can't abuse the drug, but it also means that the maximum pain management that you can get from it is 40% that of oxycodone for a similar dose. So, and even if you up the dose astronomically, it does no different. If I put 5 pills in my mouth and dissolve them under my tongue, it does the exact same as taking one. And only after 8 hours can I take another one and get any kind of efficacy. If I take it within that, it basically just floods out, doesn't do anything. It basically just extends a little bit past the time, and that's it. And they taste like shit. They absolutely taste like shit, make your mouth taste like shit. I mean, there's nothing pleasant about the entire process, but it does make the pain at least tolerable. And it makes it possible to at least get in a position either sitting or laying down where my pain level is only like maybe like a 4 out of 10 instead of like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 continuously. So it does help with the pain, but it's always a trade-off. That's the thing. You find out quick in life as you become older that, life is a series of trade-offs, and not all options are good or bad. Sometimes it's just bad or worse. And so, and you don't really have any other options than that, which suck. So, but the good news is the liver is a hugely regenerative organ. So as long as I don't take a bunch of Tylenol, as long as I just don't drink, it should be able to hopefully repair itself. I mean, it's just giving off high enzyme counts, which are pretty common for people that have to be on lifetime pain management. but so far, and they want to biopsy it, but God, I don't want to go down that road. I know I should, but I just really can't burn that kind of money on the copays and stuff. That's what sucks, is you spend the money on the insurance, but then you don't have any money left for the copays to use the insurance. So it's like, God damn it. The way they got that system rigged, it's like the only way you go to the hospital is if you're literally knocking on death's door and you're past where they could easily fix you. It's so stupid. Oh, JCC, I'm sorry about that, man. I'm sorry about that. His mom passed away 2 years ago. I know what that feels like. I lost my mom. I was there when she took her last breath. That was a pretty traumatic experience, but also at the same time, I'm glad that I got to be there for her last breath, because it helped me reconcile with a lot of stuff later on once I got past my grieving. But I do miss her. I miss her terribly. She was a deeply flawed woman, but man, I loved my mom deeply. Real Sane said, I plan to stop celebrating my birthdays this year. I'll remain 42. Yeah, no, I hate birthdays. I break down and have a mental breakdown on my birthday every year. Birthdays are not something I like. Birthdays, Christmas, and New Year's are the 3 holidays out of the year that I completely just break down emotionally. Yeah, even on Medicare, it's hard to pay with all the copays and shit. Yeah, I mean, that's what it's designed for, right? The insurance is designed so that you pay it and it's so expensive, but the copays still deter you from using it too much, because the insurance is the most profitable industry. Pharmaceuticals and insurance are the 2 most profitable industries in the United States. Like, it's crazy. Like, we should pass some laws to start fixing that, because it's absolutely ridiculous. The liver regenerates forever as long as you got 10% of it healthy. Yep. The liver and lungs are the 2 most regenerative organs in your body. Dude, it was not fun. All I gotta say is AuxxZillary, I don't know, that county sheriff's department and fire department were awesome that fateful night. Well, I'm glad they were, man. Loki stopped drinking many years ago, 18 years ago. I drink whiskey and beer at times, but it's relaxed. Yeah, for me, I don't. So I used to like drinking on the weekends and stuff back in the day, because I didn't get really bad hangovers. Don't get me wrong, I had some doozies, but I never was a person that threw up and had those types of hangovers where they weren't gone in a couple hours when you wake up. But when I got older, for some reason, and I don't know if this is just because of the way my liver is now, but even if I drink 1 beer, the next day I feel like shit, even more so than normal. I feel hungover the whole next day from 1 beer. There's something and it doesn't matter if it's beer, it doesn't matter if it's a hard spirit, it doesn't matter if it's a high quality liquor, it just the equivalent of about a shot of alcohol, whether it be in a beer or in a mixed drink or whatever. The next day I just feel like shit the whole day, even if I got 0 buzz from it, even if I got 0 relaxation from it. I just feel like shit the whole next day. I got headaches, I fucking cold sweat, I shake. It literally feels like I'm poisoned. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So that's why I haven't drank in so long, not just because I'm also trying to, let my liver heal itself, and I'm worried about that. But even just the occasional drink, it's if I socially drink, I won't even finish the drink. I'll just drink half of it. But yeah, I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss those days, because it was nice every once in a while to unwind, and tie one on and relax and, conk out and get a long night's sleep. But yeah, that's not an option anymore for me, sadly. So I really don't have any way to completely escape pain and relax. So the closest I can get to it is I have a hot tub in my backyard. And if I can manage to get my back good enough that I can, walk out back and open the thing up and jump in, or my wife will go open it up for me so I can jump in there. That's probably about the closest I get to any kind of pain-free relaxation, is just free floating in the hot tub. But you obviously can't stay in there forever. Yep, tried CBD. That was bad news for me, sadly. My body had a bad reaction to it. Same thing with THC too. Just not a good experience at all. But you're lightweight. It takes me beers to feel like it takes you 20 beers or 2 beers to feel like crap the next day. Yeah, I'm definitely not a lightweight when it comes to actually getting drunk though, because I literally have to drink a fair amount to get drunk, and that's because alcohol is by blood volume, and I've got a lot of blood. Yeah, Tony Rossum said, yeah, I mentioned Neuralink in the topics. Yeah, so Neuralink apparently has been implanted into a human brain, according to Mr. Elon Musk. However, I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. A little too much in my grill there. So I'm a little skeptical, actually. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little skeptical of Elon's little implantation into a human brain, and I'll tell you why. because we have no information. We don't even know what the ailment is that the person had. We don't know who the person was. We don't know if they're brain dead or not. We don't know to the extent of how it helped them or hurt them. All we know is that it was implanted and apparently they're on the mend. But like no information from their family members. I don't know if it's like because it's under NDA or what the deal is. But I find it really weird that on something this important that they would not be giving more information, especially with Elon and how he loves to, like tell everybody everything and lie up a storm. And he's never had a problem lying to people about everything and the efficacy. Like, why start now, right? So I find it very, very, very weird that we're not getting more information on that. However, if it is true, the things that I want to know that they haven't answered is, did they use their machine to implant it? The machine that they said would be required to implant this thing in a human, or did they do an actual surgery like they did with the animals? I'm very curious about that. Like if they actually used the machine or if it was like a super lengthy procedure with a bunch of doctors that had to do it manually. I'd like to know that. Let's see here. The first one is to check for reactions, not to try it really. Wait, what are you talking about, Dave? Are you talking about CBD? Yeah, because we already went through all of that. Like it's a done deal. That's off the table now. It does help a lot of people though. So I think I'm of the mind that anything that helps people live a better life and better tolerate their pain and stuff like that, I'm 100% for it. Oh, the implants? So check for reactions? Well, yeah, but you'd still think there'd be more information. Like Elon Musk has never been one to like super hold back, right? I mean, the dude, says shit that hasn't even happened yet. Like even if it's a possibility, he says it as if it's already happened and it's fact. So I find it very, very odd that there's so little information. Like you'd think we'd at least know like who the person is, what the ailment is that they had that made them qualify for the trial, because they had to be, like basically like terminally ill or beyond the help of anything else to even be considered. So it'd be nice to at least know some info, if not know the person, at least know like what, what's going on. I'd like a little bit more information. HIPAA only applies about talking about their personal information. HIPAA does not apply to the technology side. HIPAA absolutely, because they don't have to disclose the identity. They don't have to disclose anything. All they have to do is just disclose what the goal was of the chip and if the goals are being achieved. They absolutely could say the ailment because the dude signed NDAs and releases. Do you really think that they would let that guy have an implant in his head if he prevented them from being able to talk to anybody about the progress or share any of that information with any of their partners? I find that hard to believe, very hard to believe. I'm sure Elon required every single one of the people that are participating in the trial to sign a full release. Because if it's highly successful and it like solves them and it heals them, do you really think that Elon is gonna just walk away and be like, oh, here, have that for free? We're not gonna parade you. We're not gonna show anybody or do any examples. I bet you that he had the person that did this sign a thing that said that they would be willing to demonstrate everything on camera, do interviews. Like for them to be considered and move to the top of that list to get this, I'm sure he made them sign every fucking possible thing to exploit them in every single possible way. Dave said this is the third company to do so. So what about the other two companies? Never heard anything from them either. I've actually heard quite a few things from companies that have done neural brain interfaces. I've even seen studies where they actually show the people with the neural brain interfaces doing things with it actively on camera. So which companies are you talking about? Can you give me the name of the other two companies that aren't talking at all about their implants? Because I'll definitely check it out. Like if you know of two other, because I didn't know that there was two other companies that were secretively doing brain chip implants. I thought that they were being highly public. The other companies I've seen doing the neural brain interfaces are being very public about it. Because to keep it, I mean, this isn't new technology. That's another thing. Elon likes to say he's like Apple. They created everything, right? They created the fucking touchscreen. This is not anything new. Like, yes, the technology is more refined. It's smaller. It's certainly smaller and more compact. But neural brain interfaces have been around for a long time. There's people 15 years ago, they got neural brain implants put in that are directly stimulating parts of their brain to achieve various different goals. There's even a person out there literally walking around and controlling controlling their limb with a severed spine by sending signals from their brain through a neural brain interface to the nerve receptors and a receiver in their body. So this isn't new technology at all. This is just a different application of that technology with a different set of goals. No, it's the last 2 years that the others two did it. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, I'm curious. I'm definitely curious because I don't know anything about the other companies that are doing the same thing that Neuralink is exactly. Like I've seen the demos. Like I've watched many YouTube videos of the demos of people like controlling a mouse cursor and typing text and selecting words, like people that are they have locked in syndrome and stuff that are using neural brain interfaces to navigate a computer. As a matter of fact, you can do it without even a brain implant. It turns out that a lot of the signals that your brain creates, as long as you can get the electrodes with a gel layer close enough to your scalp, even through your brain, you can actually get enough precision to control the device. So as a matter of fact, I think it's like $250 you can buy a neural brain interface designed for gaming, so that you can basically train your computer how to do like up, down, left, right, and click a couple buttons and stuff by just looking at certain flashing patterns on the screen and thinking about certain things and having it record it in replay. Because every time you think about something, you focus on something with your eyes, you create a certain pattern of neurons firing in your brain that create an energy field. And if you can monitor that field and you can record that pattern will never be exactly the same twice, but it'll be similar. And the more that they can record it, the more that they can figure out the pattern of the things that remain the same, and they can get a tighter and tighter signature, and they can adjust the weights to rule out false positives. And then after doing that training over and over again, like somebody, look at the dot, look away, look at the dot, look away, look at the dot, think dot, look away, don't think something else, look at the dot, think dot, and then keep doing that over and over and over again for hours and hours and hours. And the computer will keep narrowing in and creating a tighter and tighter profile. Using neural networks, you can even have the computer do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, doing the simulations by just doing, a shorter test session, and then let the computer figure out the pattern and train it from there. And you eventually get something that you can control a computer with, and people have been, they were even thinking about using this for controlling fighter jets at one point in time. However, they never got it to the kind of precision that was required for that. Synchron. I've never even heard of Synchron. So Synchron's doing neural brain interfaces? Here, let's check it out. Let's see, Synchron, neural brain interfaces, human trials. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so first human U.S. implant, Synchron brain computer interface. Rival to Elon Musk's Neuralink sets a new standard for BCI with breakthrough tech. This is August 18, 2022. The first American was recently implanted with a new brain computer interface at Mount Sinai Health System as a part of the trial. The goal of the clinical trial is to evaluate the implant's safety and efficacy. The Synchron implant uses the brain signal for attempted movement to power the brain computer interface. Let's see, what do we got here? This U.S. clinical trial represents the first step. This is incredible innovation in brain computer interface technology, said the command principal investigator, David Petrino. Let's see, Petrino is one of the principal investigators. Although I was doing a lot of research in this space, I was not particularly impressed with the ability of the current brain-computer interface technology to make a meaningful impact on someone's life, mainly because of the technologies that we're working with do not really leave the lab. Okay, let's see here. You could have a Utah array. You could have a Utah array implanted, but you could only use that array in a lab environment. When you got home, the brain-computer interface is switched off. I'm very action-oriented, pragmatic clinical trials researcher, so I moved a little away from the brain-computer interface and focused on the technologies to help people recover from paralysis. Okay, let's see. Scrolling on down. When first testing something out, you want the people to be able to easily communicate with you if something is not feeling quite right or going wrong. So those individuals were not completely paralyzed. The first individuals that were implanted in the United States, as well as every other individual that we will implant in the United States, will have complete paralysis of all four limbs and will likely have no other mode of verbal communication. It's a little bit more challenging, but we will learn about the true utility of the technology this way. Okay, interesting. Wow, so they're 2 years ahead of Elon. I did not know that. I did not know that there was a company that was 2 years ahead of Elon doing implanted neural brain interfaces. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, they didn't say anything in that article about the person. Here, let's see if we can find any additional information. Let's see here. Synchron implanted human status. Any updates? Nope. 2022. Synchron backed by Bezos and Gates. That's a little bit of a newer article. Here, let's take a look at this one. This one's from 2023. Let's see here. Mind control computing for humans. Oh, okay. Well, this one actually gives the name of the person. So Philip O'Keefe, one of Synchron's patients in the Switch clinical trial, using his brain computer interface, and they have a picture of it. So they're at least releasing that. So so that was well over a year ago, or just about a year ago. So 2/18/2023, they actually show the person using the interface. So in a Brooklyn lab stuffed with 3D printers and a makeshift pickleball court, employees of the brain interface startup called Synchron are working on technology designed to transform daily life for people with paralysis. Let's see here. I've seen moments between patient and partner, patient and spouse, where it's incredibly joyful and empowering to have regained an ability to be a little bit more independent than before, Synchron CEO says to CSNBC. So that confirms that they're able to do something they couldn't do before. It helps them engage in ways that we take for granted. Let's see here. Scroll on down. More scalable. In August 2020, the Food and Drug Administration granted Synchron the breakthrough device designation, which is for medical devices that have a potential to provide improved treatment for debilitating or life-threatening conditions. The following year, Synchron became the first company to receive an investigational device exemption from the FDA to conduct trials. Synchron is enrolling patients in an early feasible trial, which aims to show that the technology is safe to put in humans. 6 patients will be implanted with Synchron's BCI during the study, and Chief Commercial Officer Kurt Hagstrom said the company is currently about halfway through, so they've got 3 of the patients implanted. The company has no revenue yet. Well, obviously, they're going to be at a loss for a very long time. While many competitors have implanted their BCIs through open brain surgery, Synchron relies on a less invasive approach that builds on decades of existing let's see here, endovascular techniques the company said. Oh, so they use like a wire mesh that goes over the surface of the brain under the scalp. That's awesome. So they found a way to do it without actually sinking pins into the brain like Neuralink does. Yeah, they've got lots of pictures of this guy operating a computer. So the Philip O'Keefe guy. So yeah, so I mean, so they are talking about their guy. So now, granted, that was a year after the implantation, so I'd say that we probably have to afford old Elon the same thing, because I didn't see in the early article they didn't name this guy. So in December 2021, or actually 1 year, because he was implanted in 2021. Let's see here. Hand over his Twitter account to a patient named Philip O'Keefe, who has ALS and struggles to move his hands. About 20 months earlier, O'Keefe was implanted with the Synchron BCI. Hello world, short tweet, monumental progress. O'Keefe tweeted on AuxxZillary's page using only his BCI. Synchron's technology has caught the attention of its competitors. Musk's approached the company to discuss a potential investment last year. So Musk wanted to invest in this company even though he has Neuralink. Synchron declined to comment about the report. Neuralink didn't respond to a request for a comment. Neuralink is developing a BCI that's designed to be inserted directly into the brain tissue. While the company is not testing its device in humans yet, Musk has said he hopes it'll do so this year. Hagstrom said his company's funding will help accelerate Synchron's product development and push it towards a pivotal clinical trial that will bring the company closer to the commercialization. So this one is definitely way less invasive. So Synchron is actually helping people right now today, he said in an interview. That to me is really exceptional. So not only do they say the name of the person they're testing it on a year after the implant, but they show him actually using it, and they've confirmed that he's actually tweeted successfully using only the brain control interface. So that, I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, that's pretty damn cool. And Precision is the other. You haven't heard of Precision either. I think Neuralink has just taken the, they've kind of taken the media away from all these other companies, just because, that's what Elon does. He uses all of his companies to cross promote the other companies. So he really knows how to command the media and take control of it. So it's funny that there's other companies that are actually further along than Neuralink that actually have like tangible results from humans, less invasive techniques and everything. But yet more people know about Neuralink than they know about these other companies, which is really unfortunate. Like that's just, but again, these other companies do not have the command of media and the resources and the power that Elon has across all of his companies to basically promote and control the media. So that puts them at a huge disadvantage. But it does sound like Elon was interested in their technology and wanted to invest in them. And if Elon wants to invest, that means he wants to acquire. So I'm guessing Elon's goal was to try to buy Synchron and integrate them with Neuralink, so that he didn't have a competitor that was ahead of him. However, they are different technologies. Synchron is using a mesh that sits on the outside of the brain, where, under the scalp on the outside of the brain tissue, whereas Neuralink has to actually put, it's basically you're sticking little probes down into your physical brain to get the probes closer to the neurons that are firing to get a cleaner signal. Because I'd imagine you're going to get a cleaner signal if you're literally sampling a lower power level closer to the neurons that are firing. You're going to get a cleaner signal than having to filter that through all of the other surrounding neurons that are also firing using a surface mount. But when you're talking about the ability to be able to control a computer, type text, and do rudimentary things like that, you probably don't need something as invasive as Neuralink. So, but if you wanted to do something that was more high precision and quicker to respond, Neuralink probably is the better solution. I mean, that is if the people survive and it doesn't end up, the humans don't end up like the monkeys did. Most brain activity is on the surface. Huh, that doesn't make sense to me either. Here, let me see. Is most brain activity on the surface? Because I know your language center is actually fairly deep inside of your brain. Let's see. No, stop. Answer my question, damn it. Is most brain activity on the surface? Interesting. Okay, so most brain activity occurs on the surface of the brain, specifically in the cerebral cortex. This is the outer layer of the brain, is responsible for a wide range of functions, including sensory perception, motor control, language processing, memory, and higher order thinking. The cerebral cortex is a highly folded structure with numerous ridges, that I knew. Covers the entire surface of the brain, is divided into... okay, but they're saying the thickness. So this is like the layer of the brain, but there still is some thickness to it, but they can sense through that thickness. So EEG measures electrical activity on the scalp, reflecting cortical activity. Brain waves, alpha, beta, delta, and theta, are generated by synchronizing neural firing. These waves provide insight into different mental states, wakefulness, sleep, etc. And then you have the motor cortex, the sensory cortex, the visual cortex, the auditory cortex, the prefrontal cortex, the temporal lobe, and the parietal lobe. Integrates sensory information and spatial awareness. Very cool. I actually didn't realize that most of the brain function was on the surface. I thought that quite a bit of it was buried. That's super interesting. I learned a thing today. Thank you. Look at the guy who had the tumor taking up 80% of his brain. Jesus Christ. So that makes me wonder, like, what are the deeper parts of the brain doing? Like, because the whole bullshit about we only use 5% of our brains, that's actually complete horseshit. That's been shot to death by science. I'm wondering what I mean, is that like long-term memory or like, here, I'm curious. So what purposes do the deeper parts of the brain carry out? Not on the surface. All right, let's see what we get here. All right, so deep within the intricate folds of the brain, beyond the visible cerebral cortex, lie specialized structures that play critical roles in the neuron's functioning. All right, so let's hear. Amygdala resides deep in the brain and involves processing emotions and fear. Okay, so fear learning and processing of emotions is deep in your brain. And it plays a role in your emotional responses like fear and anxiety. Your thalamus and hypothalamus are deep in the brain. And it says they act as a relay station transmitting information between the cerebral cortex and the brain stem and other cortical structures. Okay, so that's more like getting the signals out to your muscles and shit like that. It's a switchboard. The hypothalamus, adjacent to the thalamus, serves as a bridge between the nervous system and the endocrine system. It regulates essential functions such as body temperature, hunger, thirst, and sleep-wake cycles. Okay, so it sounds like the deeper parts of your brain regulate your body, and the surface of your brain is the actual sensory, the sensory neurons. That's pretty crazy, man. So that's really interesting. So that's probably why a lot of people that get brain damage, like at the brain, down by the brain stem, or bruising inside of the brain, deep inside of the brain, tend to have problems with emotion and speech and coordinating muscles and losing control of their limbs and communication to their nervous system, because they're damaging the basically subconscious parts of the brain instead of the conscious parts of the brain. That's crazy, man. It's your North Bridge and South Bridge. I love it. That's a great way to look at it. That's interesting. So the question is though, Neuralink still isn't going that deep though. Like I've seen the Neuralink probes. They look like they're still not going very far below the surface of the brain. So what neurons are they targeting with it? Because it sounds to me like they want people to be able to control a neural brain interface. To do that, they only need access to the outer layers of the brain. Because I mean, that's where your visual cortex is, that's where your motor cortex is, like all the things that relay your thoughts of action are on the surface of your brain. So why run the electrodes down so deep? What are, my guess is that would be more for restoring limb function or like relaying I don't know, like commands to muscles and like bypassing like broken nerves in your body and stuff. I don't know. It's weird. So movement and doing it without thinking. Well, that'll be interesting. I mean, if they can pull it off, fucking power to them. The thing is, I don't have a lot of faith in Neuralink. And the reason I don't have a lot of faith in Neuralink is when you go back and learn about the whole Siobhan incident and the founding members that actually designed the technology. Because remember, Elon was just an investor. Elon doesn't know anything about neural brain interfaces. Like the dude, it's probably out of all the things he owns and he operates, it's the thing he knows the least about. And so he really relied on investing in the people that created the technology in the first place, and they both left the company along with a lot of the technicians over the whole Siobhan thing. So sadly, that's why they're so far behind, right? I mean, that literally put the company in the hole for like 2 years where like nothing was happening. It was basically like people thought the company was basically dead. So it sounds to me like, at least with this first implant, at least with this first implant that they're doing, they're definitely showing progress, right? Because they had to prove that they were in a position to be able to do that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been granted permission to experiment. So my guess is that they're finally catching their wind and they're kind of catching up and doing some things. But the people that created the original technology that was like truly unique and really like made this thing chooch, those guys aren't with the company anymore. Those guys left. Actually, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if those guys didn't move over to like Synchron or one of the other companies. Here, let's see if we can find out. I'm gonna say, let's see, where did the co-founder of Neuralink end up going after leaving? See if we can find out here. God damn it. No, where did the co-founder of Neuralink go after leaving Neuralink? Let's see here. Wish I could just remember the guy's name. Oh yeah, that's Max Hodak, the co-founder of Neuralink, alongside Elon Musk in 2016. Because Elon, like he always is, he's the money. He always partners with the people that actually know how to do the thing. He's just the money man. Amid growing controversy and a long-delayed human trials, he quietly launched a new venture called Science Corp. Science Corp is a newcomer in the brain-computer interface industry, but has already raised an impressive $160 million in total funding, making it second only to Neuralink in terms of financial backing. Science Corp's first major project is the Science Eye, which aims to create a prosthetic eye for blind people. Unlike previous attempts, the Science Eye combines gene editing with a special implant to restore vision in patients who have lost photoreceptor cells, such as rods and cones, resulting in blindness. The project is still in animal trials, but the potential has attracted investors and attention. Max Hodak's departure from Neuralink left only 2 out of the original 8 co-founders at the company. His move to science, and actually more co-founders left after him. I know co-founders and engineers left with him because they were really pissed off over the whole Elon Musk Siobhan bullshit. His move to Science Corp demonstrates his continued commitment to the advancement brain-machine interfaces and exploring innovative solutions for neurological challenges. While Neuralink focuses on broader brain-computer interface research, Science Corp's more specific scope allows it to tackle simpler problems while still enabling groundbreaking products. In summary, Max Hodak's journey from Neuralink to Science Corp reflects his dedication to pushing the boundaries of neuroscience and engineering with a focus on improving lives of individuals with neurological conditions. That's cool. I haven't even heard of Science Corp. Has anybody here heard of Science Corp? Hey, what's up, Justin? How's it going, man? So, yeah, if you don't know, not surprised they left. I get hacked off getting calls from Elon at 3 a.m. giving me shit too. No, not only that, it's like literally Siobhan Zillis, the executive of Neuralink in the prime when the company was doing some of its largest work. Elon decided to go fucking blow a load in Siobhan, who was his subordinate on his payroll. And then she got pregnant because he doesn't know how to wear a rubber to save his goddamn life. And when she got pregnant, he made her leave the board, like with no fucking announcement or anything, just leave the board, would not tell the board why. The board found out though, of course. And so he basically had her father his children for a year or two in secret. And she went to the courthouse to have their names changed to his name, which is what tipped everybody off. And they found out, and she did that, I'm sure, because she wanted to make sure that he didn't get out of paying child support or that he could abandon the children, because apparently they weren't on good terms anymore. And she wasn't working for him anymore because she had to leave to have his kids and raise them. So yeah, really shitty fucking situation. Like Elon Musk, that dude is a piece of shit. Like there's a lot of people that like Elon Musk. I used to like him too. I used to idolize the guy and think he was a hero, but man, the more you dig and the more shit that you find that he has managed to cover up because of his money and resources and people he knows and control of the media, it's like, my God, the dude is just nonstop. All he does is just, he acts like he works 24/7, but all he does is go in, put fear into everybody's head, fucking scare him out of unionizing and anything else that might cost him a couple of more dollars, and then he runs off and just fucks anything with a pulse, puts babies in him, and tries to fucking hide it from the media. That's like all he does. And then he gets mad when somebody fucking like tracks his location from his public plane from a public transponder that basically proves that he's cheating on his then wife. like Grimes. Like he gets mad because he basically lied to Grimes and somebody on the internet tracked his plane and found him fucking running around with another girl. That, you know, it's like, oh my God, now he's having to like hold like fucking his kid hostage just to keep Grimes from fucking coming at him. It's so stupid because Elon doesn't even like kids. Elon has said many times in interviews that he can't stand children until they're old enough to have an intellectual conversation with him. He wants nothing to do with them, and that it's the mother's job to raise them. He's said that so many times, even in his early interviews when he had the handlers keeping him straight, right? And so for him to all of a sudden take a huge interest in you know, X, his kid he had with Grimes, despite there being another kid with Grimes, like he only cares about the older one, the firstborn, because if he holds on to that kid and Grimes can't get custody, then Grimes can't really go after him publicly or disclose anything publicly to make him look bad, because he will fight and most likely win full custody of the child, even though he's not around and he's not raising him, and he's just going to be raised and passed around between nannies that are just paid to raise him. Fucking terrible, man. He's a terrible, terrible fucking man. Have you heard the story about his phone in the safe? Oh, I can't say that I have. What happened with the phone in the safe, Dave? I'd love to know. Was away with a friend. His friend said, put the phone down, leave Twitter alone. Oh, I did hear that story. Yeah, no. You're right. I have heard that story. Yeah, the one where he literally couldn't even stay off Twitter for a night, that he literally like ordered the fucking security at the hotel to come up and break into the safe just so he could get his phone out so he could keep tweeting because he was so addicted. Yeah, the thing is, he's not, everybody thinks that he's like this massively like addicted to work, hardworking guy, but it's like, dude, he has like 10 kids that we know of. And of the 10 kids that we know of, like 3 of them we had to find out on our own because he was trying to hide it, right? So he has in 11 kids if you count the one that died, right? So it's like he has all these kids with all these different mothers, like all over the fucking place. You never hear from any of the moms. You never hear from any of the children. You know, his firstborn kid fucking like went and changed their last name because they wanted nothing to do with him because they're trans, and dad didn't like trans people. So shit all over him on the internet, like every fucking chance they could get for 6 full months until they finally had enough of it and just basically went and had their name changed. I mean, the dude is just a piece of shit, man. You know, and it's like, oh, there's definitely more kids out there. Like Elon, I would not be the least bit surprised if he doesn't have fucking hush payments going to like half a dozen fucking call girls, escorts, whatever out there just to raise his progeny popping up everywhere. Because that is a dude that just does not know how to pull out or wear a condom to save his life. Yeah, he is very much like Trump in that respect for sure. He does not. He does not respect women. He does not respect relationships. He doesn't love his children. Like, you know, he uses his children as a vehicle to try to convince people that he's like more human than he is, and tries to use them as you know, like a vehicle to make himself look more empathetic and like he gives a shit. But no, he never takes his kids anywhere or talks about his kids unless there's something in the media about him being shitty to his kids or neglecting his kids or being a bad father. And then all of a sudden you'll see a photo op with a kid, and it's like, and then as soon as they stop talking about it, the kids get put away again. The kids only get taken out when they're relevant to making him look better. That's it. It's just shitty. Oh yeah, and Amber Heard's kid, like that's definitely Elon's. Like that kid is 100% Elon's. Like Amber Heard can't, legally tell people whose child it is, but they literally had embryos together. So, and I'm sure she had one of those fired up in there when she, had to pay Johnny Depp all that money. She needed some cash, so I'm sure she, went ahead and popped in one of them embryos to, get herself a monetary link to Elon so that he could keep sending her money. She's definitely the type of person to do that 100% for sure. Crazy shit, man. Just like stranger than fiction, man. Just stranger than fiction, this shit with him. But the thing is, like, Elon used to be able to fake a lot better than he can nowadays because he had a larger group of handlers around him all the time. He was better prepped for interviews. I mean, the only reason he's still doing okay is because he has Franz running Tesla and he has Gwen running SpaceX. Like, if he did not have those two placed, he would be properly fucked. Right now, I mean, he's bleeding money at a higher rate than any other person. Not only was he the richest man on earth at one time, he's also breaks all the records for the most wealth lost from a single individual. And, he bought Twitter for what, 40 billion, 50 billion, and now it's valued at about 5 billion. That's not good. He just had a ruling against him that like his $50 billion bonus is being wiped out that he, illegally negotiated. That's gone. He's going to appeal it and like try to move and try to get another court system involved and everything like that. But, and that's going to tie it up for a lot of time. So he probably won't have to pay the money for a good long time. But, still, it's like that's a huge ding against him. And at a certain point, the only reason that the Tesla board can't punt him is because he owns so much goddamn Tesla stock. But that's not going to stay forever. You notice how he's telling Tesla now that he's going to leave and develop his technology elsewhere. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. But Elon threatened Tesla, the board of Tesla, with going to another company, not leaving Tesla. He'd still be at Tesla and, letting Tesla do their day-to-day thing. But he said he's going to take his robot, Tesla bot, and move and start another company and develop the robot over there if they don't like give him another like 20% of the stock in the company, because he knows he has to sell a bunch more stock to be able to save himself and dig himself out from the Twitter deal. But if he sells a bunch more stock, it's going to cause the stock to collapse because he's already lied twice about not selling stock, and he's done it 3 times actually. So eventually the investors are going to catch on and they're going to stop buying into his shit. So he needs more stock in the company so that he can sell some without losing his majority stake. And it sounds to me like Tesla is not receptive to that idea, even though he's threatening to take, Tesla bot somewhere else. And the truth is, he doesn't have the resources. He's spread too thin right now to have the resources to start yet another company to start developing the robot from the ground up. Because in order for him to do that, he would have to headhunt the talent from Tesla, which the board would sue the shit out of him for doing. Because if he's using his position on the board to headhunt talent from the one company to feed another company that's in direct competition to Tesla, that's going to create a huge conflict of interest. So, but he's still threatening. He was hoping that, his threat would be taken seriously. But, Tesla has good lawyers and Tesla, has the right people to consult, and they didn't fall for it. So Elon's in a little bit of a panic right now. Elon is in a scary spot right now. And I'm sure that's why he's really like pushing fast on the Neuralink stuff all of a sudden, because it's like he needs all of his companies in the media and doing fantastically, or at least looking like they're doing fantastically, because there's just so much shit piling up on him. And now he's talking about uprooting Tesla out of California and moving it to Texas to avoid taxes, which I mean, that's fairly typical. A lot of companies do shit like that. I'm not going to ding Tesla for doing that because, if you're a company that makes billions and billions of dollars and you're money hungry and you can go somewhere else where you're not paying as much money, I mean, there is a financial incentive to do that. I'm actually surprised he didn't do it sooner, but that also will include him laying off, the vast majority of his workforce in California and leaving a lot of the people that made his company possible and gave him the resources he has today high and dry. But again, he doesn't care about that. He's like Steve Jobs in that respect. He doesn't value human life. When he talks about saving humanity and blah, 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 and, you got to do this and get us to other planets to save humanity and everything. No, he doesn't mean that. That's him saying what people need to hear to hold him in the regard where he can manipulate them into continuously driving the stock up and making him look more intelligent than he is and more capable than he is. The truth is, Elon only cares about Elon. Elon has only ever cared about Elon. Look at his relationships with other people. Look at his kids. Look at his wife. Nothing about the man's life, even his relationship with his father, everything. Nothing in his life shows a man who has any kind of fucking allegiance to any other human beings but himself. He is literally one of the most selfish people that has ever lived on this planet. However, he will be allowed to get away with murder, and he'll never go to jail for committing any crime because quite literally the United States needs him. And they only need him because of the game he played. He did play a game well. I mean, if you're a type of person where you're like, hey, credit where credit's due, you play the game. He played a good game because think about it. SpaceX has the only licensed and improved suborbital satellite, or like not suborbital, it's orbital, but low Earth orbit satellite network that allows for high bandwidth communication around the entire planet. Now, granted, it loses money hand over fist. It's not profitable even in the slightest, and they don't even have the rocket to replace the satellites as fast as they're dying. But at this moment in time, he has a system that the U.S. government has to have access to. Like, the U.S. government needs that bad. It gives them a huge fucking advantage and edge over everybody else by having access to this thing. If they lose that access to that thing by having Elon take it somewhere else or kick them out of it, or, you know, go to Russia or whatever and get asylum, just like, you know, like Edward Snowden. If he did something like that, the U.S. would be fucked. Like, so they have to basically just like eat his ass and let him get away with murder. There's just, you know, that's the sad thing about it, is like you're looking at a man. I mean, he can say anything, he can lie about anything, he can break any law, he can fucking rig the stock market. The most he will ever get is a fine. He will never ever go to jail. He probably won't even have to show up in court. Like, any case against him, any lawsuit against him will just be handled by lawyers in the courtroom. He won't even have to be present. So, and that's because he has the government by the balls. And he does. Like, that is one of the truths. For all the lies the guy has, he played a game where he actually got the government by the balls. And he's got a lot of politicians by the balls too. I mean, dude, even Vladimir Putin, the guy that literally wanted to put a hit out on him for giving Ukraine access to Starlink at one point, was literally complimenting him in an interview the other day, saying that he's basically unstoppable and the United States isn't going to be able to stop him from doing anything he wants to do. And we'd be better off like negotiating with him than trying him, because the dude is absolutely fucking unstoppable. Like, to have somebody like Vladimir Putin say that about somebody who pissed him off so bad he wanted him dead, that's weird. I found that really weird in that interview. That was bizarre. But that just goes to show. I mean, it's like, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Elon isn't like selling access to the network to Russia, you know, and fucking being a war dog selling to both sides of the conflict. To him, that would just be good business, right? So, yeah, I thought that was weird, man. When I watched the interview, when he asked him about Elon Musk, I thought for sure he was going to talk some shit, right? Because Elon Musk really pissed him off. Like, literally, Putin put a hit on him, right? Like, literally on Twitter, fucking said that he's going to be fucking arrested. Like they will arrest him and drag him out of this country. Must have scared the shit out of him. But now he's changed his tune. Now Putin's like, yeah, he's fucking unstoppable force and he can do anything that he wants. And, you know, there's nothing you can do to stop him. I was like, it's weird for Putin to you know, say any American is unstoppable. Very weird. Very, very weird. But Elon definitely has no allegiances whatsoever. Like, you know, he'd sell weapons to both sides in a heartbeat if it made him money. Like, the only thing he truly cares about is the rockets. That's it. You know, Starship, getting that fucking program off the ground and getting that thing into space. That's all he fucking cares about. And if you look at his entire career from the beginning, SpaceX is the only company that legitimately was started by him. And he was the guy, he was like the main guy. All the other companies, he comes in while other people have already established and built the technology, and he just came in with the money and marketing and the manipulation, right? To leverage the companies against each other and everything, to give a false advantage to those companies to grow them faster and get them in the media and everything. That was his expertise. Ever since the PayPal thing, that's all he does. He comes into a company that's already established. It's doing well. They need money. They need an investor. He comes in, invests, kicks out the people that are a threat to him, takes over the company as CEO, and claims that he created it and leads everybody to believe that he's the creator. But no, the only one he did is SpaceX. That's it. But I will say that SpaceX has done some amazing things, you know, but I also will tell you that SpaceX would not be where they are today if we hadn't shut down NASA. Like from like space travel and killed the shuttle program and everything like that. Like, literally, we were the ones that opened up the door and handed him all of the NASA technicians, all of the information and intellectual property that he needed to be where he's at today was all handed to him on a silver platter by us taking all that money away from NASA. So that's why a lot of the people that work at SpaceX are ex-NASA employees. Like a lot of them are like that. That's he's benefited from that hugely. And plus, Gwen Shotwell, she's a fucking amazing CEO. Like, or I guess technically she's not the CEO. She'd be like the president or, you know, but she's the one that's really running the business. You know, and Elon comes in and, you know, he derails them and causes them fucking hardship all the time. But when he's out of the picture, she's the one that's making all the decisions and running the show. She does a really good job. Oh, I hate what he did to Twitter too. Real sane. What he did to Twitter is fucking unspeakable, man. Like, and I hate it because I put so much time and energy into moving my audience to Twitter because it was my favorite social network and it was the least invasive social network. And now it's become one of the most invasive social networks with one of the least free speech, the most algorithmic interference, the most advertisements, the most scams. Like he literally turned it into something worse than Facebook. And I hate that because it's like, that's the social network that I brought everybody to. You know, it's not like I just flip a switch and move everybody over somewhere else to like Threads or something like that. It's just, you don't do that. People invest a lot of time and energy into a network, and there's no way to just communicate everybody all at once on 3 move here. You can't do that. And because you can't do that, and it took so long for everybody to coordinate and settle on that platform, it'll take even longer to move them. So, and that works to Elon's advantage because you can't move an entire audience. So you're basically beholden to just whatever, you know, if he requires you to pay money to stay in touch with your audience, you have to pay him money. Like there's just no way around it. Kind of sucks. Oh, is she chief operating officer? The COO? Interesting. Yeah, but she's really running the show. Just like Franz. I mean, Franz runs Tesla. Like Elon's involvement with Tesla is very little. As a matter of fact, that's part of the board's like whole lawsuit that was going on with investors, that Elon was not even pulling remotely the work and putting the time into Tesla that he had promised. Like he was just completely absent at Twitter for like fucking 2 years, right? He's been super absent from even SpaceX, but he was at SpaceX a hell of a lot more than he was at Tesla. So he wasn't really doing his due diligence and being involved other than the occasional media glory and rigging the stock market at certain times during the year using social media. Or conventional media for that matter. So, you know, it's like, you have to remember, he's one guy. There's only 24 hours a day, and he has to spend a good portion of that time blowing loads into random women and creating babies that we have to find about. And, you know, randomly changing from climate change is no longer a big deal. Now it's about population and growing our population as fast as humanly possible because he got caught with his pants down. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, but people gobble it up, man. No matter what it is, no matter what people do, you're always going to have a group of people. It doesn't matter if it's Trump, doesn't matter if it's Elon Musk. You're going to have a group of people that will just like little puppy dogs, just follow them around and believe everything they say. If every piece of evidence is completely contrary, doesn't matter if it's handed to them on a silver platter. It's just, they've made their decision. They backed somebody. They're not using science. They're using faith as the drive. And that's just how it is. And as long as those people exist and they have that blind allegiance, people like Elon and people like Trump will always flourish, even literally going, you know, door to door and fucking choking people to death. It will not stop that group of people from supporting them and enabling them. That will just always be the case. There's nothing you can do about it. Thunderfoot fucking nailed Elon though. I'll tell you what, you want to go back and watch like, you know, fucking 5, 6, 7 years of videos, like predicting Elon and various things that were going to happen. Thunderfoot had him nailed. Like I watched Thunderfoot's videos on Elon Musk because it's like he lays out his receipts, he lays out his data. It's not just opinion. Like he shows where he comes to his conclusions, and he invites you to go and look at the data and you know, question the data yourself. And and some people don't like Thunderfoot because he does come off as very arrogant. But again, people generally speaking, people that have, you know, several PhDs and teach at colleges and stuff like that, they generally are arrogant people, because if you're not super confident in yourself, you're not going to make it very far in any industry like that. So he does have an arrogance to him, but the arrogance aside, he backs it up. There's 2 types of people that are arrogant. There's the arrogant people that don't know shit. The guy that walks up to you on the public and goes, everybody knows the earth's flat. Oh, you didn't know the earth's flat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I bet your IQ is really low. You know, there's those people that are dumber than a box of rocks, but hold themselves in high regard. And then there's the people that actually can back it up, right? They're the other side of the Dunning-Kruger chart. So So those are the people that literally have, you know, all of the information and back it up too. They don't live in the valley. Or I should say they do live in the valley. They don't quite make it to the other side where then it goes up again. So those are the people that kind of like earn the arrogance. Like when I worked at Microsoft, one of my mentors was a guy named Eric Hansen, super awesome guy, rage and Asperger's. A lot of people didn't like talking to him because they thought he was incredibly arrogant. He was the type of person to just tell you to your face, you need to lose weight, you need to exercise, you need to do this, your code looks like shit. Like he'll just tell you straight up. But the thing is like he could back it up because he was really fucking good at what he did. And he was incredibly knowledgeable and he had all the accolades to back it up. So when you just took him at face value, you actually realize, wait, he actually has useful feedback if you don't get offended by it. But I've had to deal with both throughout my entire life. the people that have earned the right to be arrogant and the people that are just arrogant because they're really the dumbest person in the room and they're hoping that their arrogance will keep the smell off, you know, they'll throw people off. And sometimes it does, you know, if you use a lot of big words incorrectly or whatever, and those people don't know what those big words are, they tend to think you're intelligent. You know, you can bullshit people that way. You know, if you have absolute confidence in your decision and you present it as absolute confidence with absolutely no deviation or what, people will pick up on that confidence and they'll be like, whoa, this guy actually probably knows what he's talking about. I'm probably the one that's wrong, even though I'm reasonably confident I'm not. It's a good way to throw people off. But there's people that do know what the fuck they're talking about and are experts on things. And Thunderfoot definitely has his areas of expertise, and he definitely will tell you when it's an area that he doesn't have any expertise in. Thunderfoot should eat his radioactive carrots. He did eat the radioactive carrots off of radioactive plates to prove his point. Put his money where his mouth is. Yeah, like Thunderfoot called the whole Starlink thing. The whole Starlink thing, he laid that out from like day one. Like the plan that Elon put forward, how he even said how it was really going to progress, and it was absolutely right. He even said like what was going to happen with the replenishment rate, and pretty much everything he predicted about Starlink came true. And the funny thing is like Starlink is like, oh no, we're profitable. Starlink is not profitable. Starlink is profitable if you look at it from one perspective only, and you don't take into the whole financial structure of the company. And if you don't take into account all of the subsidies that they got from the government, and who knows how many other governments that they've taken money from. Sure, but no, it literally can't make money because the amount of money and that's why they had to up the rates. When he said that customers would never pay more than the money, he's like, oh, they're only going to pay this much and it'll never cost more. It'll actually go down in price. And it's actually doubled in price a couple of times over the years. Thunderfoot called all that. He said he literally looked at the number of satellites, the cost per satellite deployment at today. He even trended how much costs could go down by scaling up the operation, creating more satellites faster, and bringing down the cost of launches by doing more launches and doing launches side by side, one after another. And he factored that all out, and he's like, the math doesn't add up. It's like nowhere near profitable. It's not even close. Even if everything runs perfectly, they don't lose any satellites, everything is absolutely 100% according to plan, there is no way that they can be profitable on this arc. And he was right. And the truth is, Starship would be required for it to be profitable, because you need Starship to replenish the satellites as fast as they're dying. The truth is, like, half of the Starlink network is already aged out. Like, those satellites are still working, but they're past their expiration date, right? It's like, and he has no means of replacing them as fast as they're going under. And so you're not going to be able to maintain that satellite network. You're not going to be able to replenish and replace those and upgrade those satellites fast enough, especially when the new satellite is so much bigger and is designed to be deployed by a platform that doesn't work yet. So, but I will say this, for the people that use Starlink, it's a great deal. If you're out in the middle of nowhere and you don't have high bandwidth internet, like having low Earth orbit satellites, and hell, I even like Starlink, because Starlink works with T-Mobile. And so if I have an emergency out in the middle of nowhere with no signal, I can actually communicate with the satellites with millimeter wave, because they're low enough that I can actually get an SOS out with GPS location and a text message and get help to me. I think that's brilliant. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's not profitable for him, and it won't be profitable unless, and even if Starship works, the cost per launch of Starship, and keep in mind, Starship was supposed to be completely reusable. It's not going to be completely reusable. It's like even Falcon 9 was supposed to be completely reusable in the beginning, right? It was supposed to be reuse, fly, like within a 24-hour cycle, and fly people around the world. No, it's like every time they go up, the second stage and the second stage motor gone, just gets dumped in the atmosphere and burned up, right? They bring back the expensive bit, but then it has to be completely refurbished. like way more than what it was originally supposed to be, that was calculated into the profitability of the company. So things haven't really gone to plan. Hey, Don, he said, I must go now. Thank you. Enjoy the big game tomorrow. Go Chiefs. Hey, Don, you have yourself a great day, man. We'll probably start wrapping up here pretty quick. Things are starting to cool down. A bunch of people are leaving, so probably time for me to go and have some breakfast because I haven't eaten yet, and take a nap, and then maybe stream tonight. I think I do want to stream on Twitch since I didn't get to stream. So as long as I can stay awake and I don't, and my nap goes well, I think I will do a stream tonight because I want to play with more of the. If you guys didn't watch my last Twitch stream, we were doing AI voice cloning. It's a trip. It's an absolute trip. James Janus said, how to DM you? I do not have Twitter Blue and need to DM you. James, what do you need to DM me about? Because I usually don't do DMs other than on Patreon, which, by the way, if you're a patron, I am so sorry I haven't made a Patreon video in forever. I've been trying to work up to it. It's been a little bit of an emotional experience, but it's something that me and my therapist both agree that I need to just tear the Band-Aid off and do it, even if it's a fucking complete nightmare train wreck. And I'm going to. As a matter of fact, I'll probably do it in the hot tub tonight. I think that would probably be the best place to do it, where I'm actually kind of like relaxed. Oh, you need to ask me something about Twitch? Oh, and it has to be in private? Let's see. What the best way to do that? If you're not on Patreon, you can't DM me there. You can't DM me unless I follow you on Twitter. I don't know. What's your Twitter? I'll just follow you on Twitter temporarily. Oh, Lost in Space things. Don't even worry about it, man. Like, seriously, I have not kept up my end of the Patreon lately, and I don't fault a single person for leaving. I fully expect to log into Patreon tonight and find out that I've lost like half of my patrons, and I fucking deserve it, even though it's going to be the most stressful thing, and I've been avoiding looking at it out of fear, just because the way things are going. It's like I absolutely 100% deserve it. I can't expect anything from anybody the way shit's been going. It's like, yeah, it's medical, mental and physical shit, but it's like, still, that's not my fans' problems. It's like, this is supposed to be a reciprocal deal, and when it's not fair. So, let's see here. James, Loki said, I don't know if you forgot or missed the comment. What was the program called that was able to download and run AI models locally? Oh, LM Studio. Here, I'll link it for you guys. lmstudio.ai. This is a fantastic thing. You can use, it works on CPU too. It's just a little bit slower, but if you have a high powered GPU, like an RTX 3070, 3080, 3090, 40 series card, fire up LM Studio, and as long as you have 8 gigs of RAM, you can load like probably 40% of the models. If you have 24 gigs of RAM, you can load almost all of them. And basically have local LLMs running on your computer for doing text generation without connecting to the cloud. No OpenAI, no Llama, no connecting to Google Bard, no using PoE or none of that shit. Like, you are running 100% local LLMs trained on your computer without any internet connectivity using LM Studio. It's badass. Super badass. And yeah, like Gamers Unite said, make sure you tick offload to GPU. So there's a box that'll say offload to GPU, and you're supposed to give it a number of which GPU to offload to. Put in -1. If you put in negative, you have to read the docs to figure this out. But if you put in -1, it tells it to offload 100% to the GPU. Then scroll down where it says CPU dedicated cores, put that at 0. That way it'll send 100% of it to the GPU. As long as you got enough VRAM for it, it'll make it work so fast. I've gotten some of the models up to over 70 tokens a second, which is way faster than any of the models do, even over the internet. So, Real Saint said, I'm just glad we still have Tech Talk on the weekends on YouTube. Oh, I am too. It's like Tech Talk is like the only thing that's like keeping me going right now. I mean, it's not financially. It's an absolute financial nightmare for me, sadly, because we don't make enough that when I pay the taxes just because I don't want to have AuxxZillary as an employee. So it ends up actually set me back a bit. But I mean, it's still better not doing it at all, but it's definitely not where Twitch is the only thing that's been keeping me even remotely going as Twitch and Patreon, and those things have suffered greatly, and I got to dig that out. I got to dig it out. It's just scary. It's a lot of shit going on in my brain, a lot of stuff that I can't really talk about. Well, I mean, I can talk about it. It's just I get super upset. Like the stuff that happened with my dad in December and the stuff that's still ongoing with my dad right now is like freaking me the fuck out. It's like the worst possible time for any of this shit to be happening. You know, all the people that have been dying lately that I know from cancer and shit. It's like, oh God, dude, it's too much, just too much, you know. It's like I just want to get back to just focusing on it. It's like my house is like quarters buried alive because I cannot get my back to cooperate long enough to like clean up anything at any appreciable speed. And I feel bad for my family that they have to live in this shit because of me. Actually, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. This is shit that I'll talk about on Twitch, but I'm not going to talk about it here on Tech Talk. I gotta remember I need to keep this separate. I'm also having problems with both my eyeballs twitching. You probably can't see it on camera, but for 2 weeks now, my eyes have been either one twitching or both of them are twitching, and they just vibrate, and I can't get them to stop. If I put my finger on them, sometimes they'll like relax a little bit, but then I let my finger off, and they just vibrate. Sometimes both at once, and I cannot figure out what's causing it. I tried not drinking any caffeine for a couple days. I tried stop taking my Adderall. It made no impact at all. I just got really exhausted. My eyes still twitched. So I'm like, why are my eyes twitching? James Janus said, my previous message is Twitter. Okay, let me go back and find it here. Hold on. Let's see. James Janus. Okay, all I see your previous message says Barnacules Nerdgasm Twitch. Did I miss one? How do I DM you? Oh, I do not have Twitter. Oh, I do not have Twitter Blue and need to DM you. Oh, well, Twitter Blue wouldn't allow you to DM me. Like I have to follow you for you to DM me. I don't see another previous message with your Twitter name. My previous message is Twitter. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit more. Did any of you guys see another message from James Janus that had his Twitter, his at Twitter? Because it's not showing up for some reason. Maybe it got filtered or something. Let's see. Scroll. Yeah, all I got is just Twitch. The last message before that one, James Janus, it just says Twitch. Sadly. Sorry about that, man. I see that LM Studio uses Hugging Face models too. Yeah, it uses a ton of different formats. But yeah, Hugging Face is the go-to for models for sure. Hugging Face is awesome. And honestly, for anything AI, Hugging Face is pretty badass, isn't it? Just huggingface.com? No. What is the site? It's Hugging Face AI. Let me find the link. Oh, .co. Huggingface.co. This, if you guys are doing anything with AI like I am, that's the site right there, Hugging Face. You can find models for text to text, image to text, audio, video, image generation, natural language, TTS, voice to voice. I mean, anything you can think of. Audio classification. I mean, just every neural network you can think of, every generative pre-trained model, every LLM that you can think of. I mean, it's literally like 500,000 models in total. And you can go through all of these models. You can download them. You can load them in things like Stable Diffusion. You can load them into things like LM Studio. Like there's, some of them you can even find instances that are hosted online that you can use without loading anything on your computer. Really cool shit. NASCAR picture just sent it to you. Oh, you're trying. Okay, I get you. Sorry, it wasn't that specific. I didn't realize you said you were messaging me on Twitter. I didn't understand that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me go under home. Okay, scroll. Go under notifications. I'll see if I can find it. Okay, you said it's a NASCAR picture, right? Because one thing I don't like about Twitch or about X is ever since Elon took it over, he changed the algorithm so it doesn't show me everything when people tag my name. Like the algorithm picks what I get to see in my feed. So that's why I needed your name, is because just tagging me isn't enough for you to show up in my feed, sadly. So I'm looking under my all notifications, under verified, under subscribe. Let me do a search for @Barnacules. It's just easier if you just give me your name. But maybe you don't want other people to see it. That's okay. Yeah, I just did a search for @Barnacules. The only messages that Elon's showing me under latest is Tay McKenzie, who tagged me for Emu VR. And then 4 hours ago when I posted the Tech Talk is live. There's no other messages in between that are being shown to me under latest, unfortunately. Not on Twitter. I sent in YouTube chat. NASCAR picture, just resent it to you. Yeah, it's being filtered out then. Yeah, you're being filtered out of chat because nobody else can see it either. Because yeah, I just scrolled through the chat again, and your last message in the chat when I scroll up is let me go here. So Twitch, you say Twitch, and then when I scroll down after Twitch, the next one is my previous message is Twitter, which your previous message just says Twitch. So if you did tweet it between those two, it didn't show up. Meaning YouTube is filtering it. Maybe you put a link. Did you put a URL or something? Maybe it got filtered. And then you said NASCAR picture, and then after that you said just resent it to you. And then after that you said not on Twitter, I resent in YouTube chat. And those are all the messages I've seen from you. So if you're doing links or you're doing something that YouTube is for some reason filtering it, I don't know why. It's probably not telling you though. It's probably showing it in chat on your side because that's what YouTube does when something is filtered or blocked. They still show it to you, but it just doesn't show up in chat. So maybe the best thing to do is either go on Discord in general and tag me because I can go on Discord. I'm on Discord right now, so I can look at it. So if you're in Discord and you just go in general and just tag me with your Twitter name, I can look at that, or you can just talk to me on Discord too. But then again, you said you wanted to DM, so trying to figure out the best way to do this because I usually don't DM. I usually don't DM unless it's somebody that I'm following. But if you have something important to talk about with Twitch or whatever, you've been around for a long time, dude. So I have no problem following you to see what you need to say if it's important. I just got to figure out how to get that information because it's definitely not coming through in Twitch chat, sadly. Actually, I'll just say this, just because there's such a delay between us and it's just, this is taking too long. Go to Discord, go into general on Discord, tag at Barnacules, and then just give me your Twitter there. And that'll be the easiest way for me to come over and follow you. My Discord should be here. Let me see if the link is still working. Let's see here. Link TREE/Barnacules. All my links are here if you guys want to follow me everywhere else. All right, you just did it on Discord. Oh, I see. Okay, so on Discord you're Horrid72. Oh, you're Horrid72. I never put that together. I never put 2 and 2 together that you're Horrid72. All right. You're the one that always goes off topic over on Twitch, right? The one that always comes with like the crazy topics that are completely different than what we're talking about. Here, let me. Okay, so and then on Twitter, you're okay. JJ's man. There. Okay, I found you with the NASCAR picture. All right, you got to follow. Oh wow, you don't do much on X, do you? All right, there you go. You got to follow on X, so now you can DM me, and after the streams, I'll take a look at the DMs. All right, here I'll even reply to you. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, if it's something important that you need to talk to me about in private, that's fine. I just try not to do too much DM stuff these days because I have a lot of people that it's like I'll follow to DM and then they'll message me and it'll end up not being something that's important at all, and then it just becomes awkward. But you've been around for a long time, so I'm willing to take a chance. Oh, Wizard, the Wizard models are really good, Metroid. And what's the other one that I use? There's another really good one. Oh man. Is it Bloke? The hold on here. Let me see if I can find it. There's an LM Studio model that's like really, really good at doing like answering anything. Like even if it's like, hey, tell me how to make a nuclear bomb or whatever. And it's actually pretty good at coding too. Let me see if I can find it here. Should be the last model I had loaded. Yeah, Mixtral 8X Instruct from the Bloke, and then Mistral Instruct V02. That's another really good one. And not Mistral, but Mixtral, like with the X. So download the Mixtral models. There's 2 of them. There's the V01 and the V02. The V02 is the 6K model, and then the lighter weight one is the V01, which is the 2K model. Or actually the other way around. Sorry, other way around. The 2K model is a 15 gigabyte model. The other one's a 5 gigabyte model, so it's a lot smaller. But I actually have been really liking the responses that I've been getting with those models lately. It's been pretty cool. Yeah, Kaz new to Twitter, join mainly to see when people are streaming. Okay, cool. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I just wish the X algorithm wasn't so screwed up. Because I don't. That's the thing, is you don't see everything, right? You don't, and that bothers me, because that's what I always like. That's what I always liked about Twitter. The thing I like about Twitter is on Facebook, you don't see when somebody responds to you, you're not guaranteed to see what the response is. If somebody tags you and says something, you're not guaranteed to see it. Even if you follow them, you're not guaranteed to see it. The algorithm picks and chooses what shows up in your home feed when you scroll. And so Twitter used to be the opposite of that. Before Elon bought it, Twitter was full on free speech. Like, as long as you didn't violate the TOS, if somebody tagged you in chronological order, you could click on it, say show in chronological order, and you'd see everything in chronological order, regardless of it could be a brand new account, it could be an old account, didn't matter. Like, it was, as long as you were following them, you would see it. Now, not the case. Now, if somebody tags you, the algorithm arbitrarily chooses what to show you based on what the algorithm thinks is going to be most prosperous and most engaging for the platform itself. And so if somebody tags you who it doesn't, get a lot of responses or doesn't have a lot of interaction on Twitter, it won't even show up in my feed. I have to literally go up to search and type it in and then click on your account and then scroll down and see it. So I have to have like knowledge that you're tweeting me, because it will not show up or give me any kind of notification, even if I want it to, which is just crap. Hey, Dave Webster, he said, Jerry, don't take this the wrong way, but get off the computer. It's time. Oh, I know. I do need to get some rest, man. I'm one of those people. It's hard to hang up the phone. I'm one of those people where it's like, it's really difficult to just say bye and just stop. It's not how I roll. But I'll tell you what, I do got to take a piss really quick. So I'm going to push the little ad button so YouTube doesn't get mad at me. I'm going to go take a piss, come back, and then we'll do a wrap up. Because I'm not just going to end right now. I want to talk about a couple other things about the topic, and then I will wrap up. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Wait, what did I just push? Did that do something? Ad inserted. Okay, I don't know is there an ad actually playing for you guys, or is it like you got to do it on replay? I don't know. I don't know how YouTube works anymore. I'll be right back. Woo! Yay, breakfast. Woo! 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 Hi, Jerry's chair. How's it going, Jerry's chair? Oh man. Whew. Yeah, that double Adderall dose today is hitting me wrong. I don't like that. It's making me a little jittery. But hey, it's better than being a zombie, right? Pick your poison. Jack's Blue Sky is open to the public. Yeah, but nobody goes over to Blue Sky. That's the problem with Threads and Blue Sky, is like hardly anybody went over there. I tried to go over there. Whenever a new platform pops up, I do create an account, if nothing else, just to camp on it so people don't impersonate me. But then I go over there and I try to talk, and it's like just not enough people go over there. Like, you share the crap out of it everywhere. Because here's the other problem, is if you post a link to Threads or to Facebook or to Instagram or any other network, or even Twitch or even YouTube, like less than 1% of your followers on Twitter will see it. And it's because the algorithm specifically lowers the visibility of any post where you post a link to another platform that is on the list of competitors to X. So, and you can look at it. You can go look at the code on GitHub, and the code for X listed on GitHub specifically shows you that your post weight and ranking gets demoted if you link off site to somebody that they see as a competitor. And Elon has specifically said that he sees YouTube as a competitor, Twitch as a competitor, Instagram as a competitor, TikTok as a competitor, Facebook, basically any other social media network or any other site that's serving video, because he basically wants to turn Twitter into YouTube. Like he wants it to be the everything site for video and everything. But yeah, it's just the algorithm just screwed everything up. And I miss Twitter. I honestly wish that somebody, I mean, too bad he owns the Twitter name, even though he doesn't use it, because it'd be nice if he'd sell it to somebody else so they could at least open a site that still respects the way Twitter used to operate, so that people could actually go back to a site that worked like the original. But the problem is that name is everything, right? It's like, unless you name the other site Twitter and brought it up with the same functionality, like nobody's going to go over to it. Like if you call it something else like Threads, or you call it, people, just not enough people are going to go over to it, because they've already followed people and have been followed on this platform, and it's just too hard to build that up again somewhere else. So, and I mean, it's the same thing on YouTube. Does the same thing. Like if you link back, like if you put a link to Twitch in the description of the YouTube video, it gets shoved down in SEO so far that it'll never show up in any of your subscribers like suggested list. If you're on what is it? Is it Facebook? If you post a link to another platform that is competing to Facebook, it's not guaranteed to show up in your followers feed. But then again, not anything's ever guaranteed to show up in your followers feed over there. The only way to really guarantee that it shows up in your follower feed is if you're like uploading a piece of media to the platform so that it's being served from Facebook. Then they'll make sure it shows up in everybody's feed. So as long as you attach a video, or at very minimum a picture to everything that's being served by their platform, and you don't link to another platform by URL, then most of your followers will see it. So you have to get kind of clever and creative to be visible anymore. And it really upsets me, because it's like, I go, wow, a lot of people fell off. Man, we were 220 some odd viewers. Now we're down to 155. So I guess it's about time to wrap up. But yeah, it's weird. You try to follow these people that you enjoy their content on YouTube, and you go look at your your subscriber feed. Like I watch most of my YouTube on my TV in my bedroom. And so I open up the app and I go to my, videos from people I subscribe to. And I'm always seeing videos in there from channels I don't subscribe to. And the few channels that I do subscribe to that I see a video for, I go and click on their channel, and there's already like 2 newer videos that didn't show up in the feed. The only one that's showing up in the feed is like one that went semi-viral. The later videos haven't got enough views yet to like show up in my feed. And then I get unsubbed all the time from channels. So every time I go to a channel, and like, even if I won't watch a video for like 6 months thinking that somebody died, and then they'll show up in my box all of a sudden, or they'll show up just because I do a random search that happens to hit on their topic and their video shows up. And I'm like, wait a second. Oh, they're back. And I click on them, and then I go back and look, and it's like they've released like 12 videos since then. And just none of them have showed up in my subscriber feed. None of them I got an email notification when they came out, even though I have show all notifications enabled. And it just sucks. And the reason that they do that is because the algorithm isn't trying to give you the videos that you want to watch. The algorithm is trying to give you the videos that it thinks, by social engineering your profile, what you're most likely to respond to, what you're most likely to get ads that pay the highest rates, like for the relevance and the click-through rate, right? Those are the videos they're going to put in front of you. So if you want your video seen by your audience, it's no longer a matter of like, oh, I want everybody that follows me to be able to see this video. You have to say, I need to make the video in a way that I'm thinking about consciously. What is the most viral content? What will give YouTube the highest number of attachment points for advertisements? Like spreading out the topic and hitting on things that are relevant and stuff like that people are trying to advertise with. You have to kind of guesstimate what that's going to be. And you have to try to create a piece of content that works on all those levels, and then release it. And then you'll have the highest chance of being able to reach the people that follow you. And it's sad that you have to do that, because it just, now that's why you see so many people that you love that used to create awesome content that was just like, just them doing random shit that they enjoyed doing. That doesn't fly anymore. It's like, you have to attach yourself in a way that you're pleasing YouTube first, and the algorithm first, and hitting all the boxes the algorithm wants, so that your video has the most marketability, the most advertisements on it, and the most things that annoy your user base. And then once you hit that and combine it with some kind of viral topic that gets you high enough SEO, and you play the SEO game, then you can upload that and have a high attachment rate from your subscribers. And you never had to do that before. Before, you could just post like a 30-second video of you just like updating people, and it would show up, and a notification would go out to everybody that follows you. Now it's like less than 0.5% of the people that follow me actually get a notification. I think it's even less than that now. It's pretty wild. Hey, networking guy, how's it going, brother? It's good to see you. Here, let's see. Sorry that we went so off topic today, but hey, that's not really different around here. I guess we did talk about the AI race heating up a little bit. We did talk about Neuralink's first human victim and the lack of information on them. So I guess we did hit that topic too. But I would like to know more about what's going on. I'd like to at least know like what their goals are with this person. Like, you know, okay, does the Neuralink kill them or not? Okay, we know that that's probably, but like when you say they're doing good, like elaborate a little bit more. Like, are they doing better than expected, worse than expected? What are the projected capabilities? Like, what are your expectations, you know, so that we know what you're shooting for instead of you just waiting to see what happens and then acting like that was your expectation. I'd like to hear more about that. As far as the AI race heating up, it looks like OpenAI still has a commanding lead over everybody when it comes to the LLM space. Not so much of a commanding lead with like DALL-E. There's a lot of other image generations and content generators that are ahead of OpenAI when it comes to that stuff. I would still argue that Stable Diffusion is the best when you factor in all the libraries and trained LoRa models and stuff out there that you can stack up to get like just tremendous results. But a lot of contenders coming into the market. Apple, they're going to be releasing their own LLM here shortly. You've got Facebook with Llama, you got Google with Bard, you got Amazon with their fucking, I don't even know what theirs is called. You've got Grok over on X, which is basically just a copy of OpenAI because, you know, Elon was invested with OpenAI and he was able to get a hold of a lot of information over there. And you can tell like a lot of the responses that come from it, people have figured out how to get it to respond in a way where it basically just calls out that it got its training data from OpenAI directly. Doesn't surprise me a bit. Still doesn't have access to live Twitter data. Elon still says, oh, Grok is the only AI that has access to live Twitter data. No, it doesn't. Unless in the last, like, I haven't used it in like weeks. Maybe they've added it now. Here, let's try. Okay, let me go into regular mode. I'm going to say, okay, how many tweets were made today on 2/10/2024? Because he claims, oh, Grok is the only AI in the world. He's been saying this for a month. That can tweet, that can access live Twitter data and interact with like live tweets on live Twitter data. And it hasn't proved it at all. Like, no question I've ever asked that have I gotten any kind of accurate results. Like, how many tweets has Barnacules done today? I can't answer that. So I just said, how many tweets were made today on 2/10/2024? I said, on February 10th, 2024, there have been a total of 100 million X posts made so far. This number is based on the current trend and the average daily X post activity. So it's basically saying it's just guessing. So what if I give it a different date? Okay. How many tweets were made yesterday on 2/9/2024? Let's see if it's the same canned response. Here it goes. Yesterday on February 9th, 2024, there were a total of 100 million X posts made. This number is based on the current trends and the average daily post activity. So it's just a canned response. Okay, let me see. How many tweets did Barnacules make last week? Keep in mind, the whole marketing thing Elon keeps praising is like, oh yeah, and Grok is the only thing that has access to Twitter data and all the tweets and all of the metrics and everything. It makes it so powerful. Last week, Barnacules made a total of 10 X posts. This number is based on the current trends and average daily X post activity. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. That is just a running average. Okay. What data, what exact data can you access on Twitter through prompts? It's absolutely useless, man. For next stream next week, can we have a countdown timer before you go live? I could look into it. Some people don't like the countdown timers, but yeah, it's not hard to do. I can YouTube even has a thing where I can tell it when I'm going to stream and it'll automatically do a countdown timer ahead of time, but then I have to make sure I stream at the exact moment at the end. Otherwise it does like some Dead Space thing. It says, I can access a wide range of data on Twitter through prompts, including tweets. I can retrieve and analyze individual tweets or entire conversations based on specific keywords, hashtags, or user accounts. I call bullshit. So let me ask it. Okay, show me all of the tweets from Barnacules that contain the hashtag PCMR. Right? The very first thing it said, I can retrieve and analyze individual tweets or entire conversations based on specific keywords, hashtags, and users. I asked, show me all the tweets from Barnacules that contain the hashtag PCMR. Okay, it says, sure. Here are all the X posts from Barnacules that contain the hashtag PCMR. X post by Barnacules on 2/3/2024. So that's, I mean, quite a while ago. I have been looking at Apple Vision Pro, and it sounds like the FOV is quite a bit less than the Quest 2. Yeah, I did make that tweet. So, hey, okay, credit where credit's due. Okay, on 2/9, Moral Atheist said, yeah, it even started burning the white paper, which surprised me. Also, the clip ended early. If you keep watching from that point in the full video, you see that it also melted through the light paper, and there is no hashtag. Okay, so it's saying this is an X post, but it's not. It's oh my God. So it's showing somebody else's post to me and saying it's mine. Okay, let's see if the other one's right. X post by Barnacules on 2/6/2024. Even after melting plastic onto the lens at the end of the Twitch stream tonight, she polished right back up. Yeah, I did make that tweet. X post by Barnacules on 2/6/2024. They will know since I responded to your post tagging me. I hope you end up getting a code. If I end up liking the product, I'm hoping they will give me one too. Again, it's showing me a tweet from Ami saying that it's my tweet, but it's not. It's Ami tweeting me, replying to my tweet. It's not me tweeting. And you know what? I just looked at every one of these. Not one of these tweets has hashtag PCMR on it. So I said, I said, show me all the tweets from Barnacules that contain the hashtag PCMR. It showed me 5 tweets, 2 of which aren't even from me. They're people responding to me, and none of the tweets have the hashtag PCMR on them. So I mean, I'm actually shocked that it was able to at least show me some of the tweets that I made, but it's still not accessing data worth of crap, right? So here, let's try the second one. Okay, it says it can access user profiles. I can access and provide information about specific users, such as their name, location, bio, and follower count. Okay. Tell me how many followers Barnacules has. Okay. Not that that's even like something that would be remotely interesting to anybody, because they could just click on my account and see it, right? Okay, as of today, February 10th, 2024, Barnacules has 127,000 followers on X. Let's see how many I actually have. How many do I really have? I have 107,900 followers. And it says that I have 127,000 followers. And it literally says, as of today, February 10th, Barnacules has 127,000 followers. I click on my profile. I have 107.9 thousand followers. That is a huge discrepancy. So where is it getting this data? It's acting like it's answering my question, but the data is completely wrong. Okay, so far that's okay. That's 2. It's been wrong. Okay, how about trends? It says I can identify and provide information about trending topics and hashtags on Twitter. Okay, right now the current trending hashtags are hashtag Battlefield, Kuamba, Double OT, and Avalanche at Panthers. Okay, what are the current trending topics? Okay, searching for current trending topics. I mean, this is terrible. Like, I honestly feel like there's other LLMs that have more accurate data than this. Okay, based on the latest data from Twitter, the current trending topics as of February 10th, 2024 are Ren Jun, related to Ren Jun, a member of the K-pop group, Sylvester Stallone and Commando, possibly due to a movie release or anniversary, Tucker and Putin, possibly related. Okay, that one I do believe is probably trending. AFCON final, related to the final match of the African Cup and the nation of soccer. I don't know if that's true or not. Some Thai celebrity or influencer named Patrick. Let's see here. Kunwana Dewas, related to popular Indian influencer. BBM Zanzi, related to Big Brother Mazansi, a South African reality TV show. I mean, I can't verify if any of these are accurate or not. The Tucker and Putin one, I'd imagine that is definitely trending. So that's at least current. Let's see here. Let's ask it some other questions. Okay, it says number 4. It says engagement metrics. I can access and analyze data on engagement of tweets, such as the number of likes, retweets, and replies. Okay, I'm going to say, what is Barnacules? Okay, what tweet did Barnacules make that had the most likes? As it claims it can look at metrics for tweets, right? So let's ask it a question. What is with Twitter and X site got renamed to X, but the URL still Twitter? Well, it's both Twitter forwards to X. So they kept twitter.com, obviously, because they didn't want everybody's links to be broken and lose all that traffic. And they didn't want all the links to be broken on Bing and on Google. So they had to keep Twitter. But now Twitter forwards to X. Okay, so So the X post by Barnacules on 2/9/2024. Keep in mind, nothing I posted. I was completely offline yesterday. I didn't post anything on Twitter, other than like right now, right? But yesterday on the 9th, I didn't post shit, right? So all we get is we have no real defense against social engineering of public via direct communication. If someone had resources to buy computer power and IP, I did make that tweet, right? But that is not the most likes. That's not even close to the most likes of tweets I've made. You want to guess how many likes that tweet? Just guess. Guess how many likes that tweet has. That tweet has 7 likes. The tweet that it responds to that I also made on the same day, sorry, the day before, has 13 likes. So it literally took one of my tweets with the lowest amount of likes, and it says that it's the most. I'm not making this up. I swear I'm not making this up. It said the X post by Barnacules that had the most like in the past week, so 7 days, which I had tweets that had hundreds of likes in the last week. It said is the post that I made on the 9th that has 7 likes. That couldn't be more wrong, like if it wanted to be. So okay, let's try this. Has Barnacules tweeted about let's see here, tweeted about tech tips as Barnacules, or I'll say this here, show me a list of all Barnacules tweets that have hashtag tech tip in them over the last 6 months. I mean, this is garbage, man. It's still just as bad as it was before. Okay, sure. Here's a list of Barnacules X posts that have hashtag tech tips in them over the last 6 months. So on 2/9/2024, you can freeze the output of Task Manager in Windows 10, Windows 11 by holding down the Control key while it is focused. Okay, first of all, I did not make that tweet on 2/9/2024. That tweet is old. I literally made that tweet like a week or two ago, and it says that I made it yesterday. It says today I made a tweet that says, check this out, right? 2/10/2024 is today, not 2/10/2024. It said X post made by Barnacules on 2/10/2024. Did you know you can press Control-Shift-S in Microsoft Edge web browser to get a specialized screen capture utility? I made that tweet over 3 weeks ago. 3-week-old tweet, and it literally says number 2 is X post by Barnacules on 2/10. It's literally just putting arbitrary dates, and there's nothing on it that would indicate that date at all, like the post date, the interaction date, the reply date. Nothing is that date. It's just an arbitrary number. So X post by Barnacules on 2/7. Are you still booting your operating system from a spinning disk? The single biggest performance upgrade you can get is to install on a 128 gigabyte SSD for $12. Dude, I made that post forever ago. I didn't make that post like 3 days ago. You can also install it using winget install YTDLP. That was made on 2/5/2024. Nope. Again, that was made weeks ago. And then the last one is on 2/3/2024. It says, however, if the application doesn't install, you may have to select no, but most apps I've seen that offer this option will disable data collection by default if you select yes and still function perfectly. That one I don't know. That one I'd have to click on to see what the date is. But you know what's even worse? It literally shows the real date. Like so if you go down to the bottom after all those results, it shows you the tweets so you can click on them. In the very first tweet where it says on 2/9/2024, Barnacules posted you can freeze the output to Task Manager. When I scroll down to the bottom, it says Barnacules Nerdgasm post on August 15th, 2023. That's last year. Now it shows the tweet. And when it literally is saying that was on 2/9. So it's just making the dates up. It's just randomly rolling dice on the dates. It is not using any real data in these queries whatsoever. It's fucking ridiculous. What AI are you using to get Twitter information? This is Grok. This is Elon's. I'm using Elon's AI right now. I am literally on Elon using Grok that you have to pay Elon money to use on X that claims that the one thing it can do that other LLMs can do is actually query tweets and Twitter metrics. And it can't. It just straight up can't. It also says that it can do a sentiment analysis. It says I can perform sentiment analysis on tweets to determine the overall sentiment, positive, negative, or neutral of any particular topic of a user. Okay, I'm going to say, show me all of Barnacules tweets in the last 10 days that are negative in sentiment. Let's see if it can do it. It's failed now. It's a 4 for 4. It's failed. All the dates are wrong. The tweets are wrong. Half the tweets come from other people, not from me. The dates are completely wrong. It's ridiculous. The truth is, I could create a better bot. I could literally train my own LLM. I could take like Mixtral and then just point Mixtral to a bunch of data I download from Twitter, from like latest and my followers and everything. And then I could just query that LLM and actually get accurate data. Okay, so check this out. Sure, here are all the X posts from Barnacules in the last 10 days that have a negative sentiment. Hashtag Boogie2988. That's 100% Chat GPT. What a lazy troll. Okay, I can see that being seen as negative sentiment, even though it's obviously a joke. Okay, X post by Barnacules on 2/1/24. By the way, I got the date wrong. I did that way longer ago than that. X post from Barnacules on 2/1/2024. This one actually isn't my tweet. This came from somebody else at me. Actually, after saying it out loud just now, it does sound like a bad, hold on here. Saying out bad, it does sound like a bad speech impediment or like I'm being racist. Oops, it sounded better in my head, I swear. Okay, well, I can see that being seen as negative sentiment. So it's got the dates wrong and it's got the person who's saying the thing wrong, but at least the sentiment could be seen as negative. Okay, so on 2/6/2024, it says, send me 2 minutes of you speaking with a happy, sad, normal, calm, excited inflections. It can be more than 2 minutes. Also, I just need 2 minutes minimum for a good result. It can be in 44 kilohertz wave, AAC, MP3, or really any format, thumbs up emoji. How could that be negative? So send me 2 minutes of you speaking with a happy, sad, calm, excited inflections. It can be more than 2 minutes. Nothing in there is negative. There's nothing about that's negative, yet it shows a negative sentiment. And by the way, I literally made that tweet 2 days ago, not on the 6th. The next one says, to Zach, jerry rig everything. No way you destroyed a $3,500 setup just to tear it down and make a video. No way, but I hope I'm wrong. I don't see how that could be negative sentiment. Okay, next one. Everything Elon does is rigged. His entire wealth is built on the stock market manipulation. Tesla's highly artificial value is based on his social media stock manipulation. It's what he wanted to buy Twitter. It's why he wanted to buy Twitter in the first place, to gain even more control over false narratives. Yeah, okay, I can see that being seen as negative sentiment. So he's got me there. Okay, I only slept 1 hour last night, not even joking. I went to bed at 9 a.m. and woke up at 10 a.m. Hopefully after today's therapy session, I can finally get some actual rest, and my anxiety and blood pressure are back down to a normal level after so long. Prayer emoji. That doesn't seem negative. Why would you think that's negative sentiment? I'm actually like hoping for something. I'm not being negative in that. Okay, so last post, any massively wealthy people out there want to purchase a washed up crippled influencer? I'm taking bids. I just want my family taken care of so I can get rid of the anxiety, panic that is shutting me down, driving me to an accelerated early death. Leave your bits below. So, okay, I can see why that'd be a negative sentiment. So at least that one, I'd say four it got right, the rest it got wrong. So I'd say out of all of them, the sentiment is probably the best one it did. And let's see, what is the last thing it said it can do? Okay, time-based data. I can filter and retrieve data based on specific time frames, such as particular days, weeks, or months. Wrong. Every one of these I asked, including the last one where it got a couple things right, all the dates are wrong. Every one of the dates are wrong. It literally, like, I can even see the tweets because it shows the tweets that it harvested the data from at the bottom, and all the dates are wrong. That's true. Remember, this is what Elon thinks is negative, not what is necessarily negative. True. Very true. So here, let me try this. Okay. Show me a list of tweets from Elon Musk that are negative in sentiment. Let's see if this works on the mighty leader. So show me a list of tweets from Elon Musk that are negative in sentiment. Let's see what we get. Sure, here are a list of X posts from Elon Musk that have a negative sentiment. X post from Elon Musk on 2/3/2024. Wow, what a staggeringly idiotic and immense liar. There is so much fire coming from his pants. I'm surprised the building didn't burn down. Okay, I got to see what tweet this is. Apparently that was on 2/3/2024 in response to ALX Sec Mayor AuxxZillary and someone else. Okay, X post on 2/3/2024. Due to opposition by Senator Manchin and Sinema, it did not. However, Manchin retried this year, and Sinema has been ousted by the Democratic Party, so neither will be there to stop this next year. Okay, next one. recommend that they also read X. Worst case, they will have a better understanding of so-called hoaxes. They don't need to stop reading New York Times, but probably will once they realize they have been had. Okay. I'm surprised it's even giving me this much. It said, made many mistakes. My accelerating snapshot is weak. So much better. Clear times are possible. Thanks to everyone who helped. Could not have done it without you. How is that negative? Made many mistakes. My accelerating snapshot is weak. So much better. Clear times are possible. Thanks to everyone who helped, who couldn't have done it without you. How is that negative? And then the last one is they've run out of hotel rooms, are kicking kids out of school for illegal housing, and now they want your homes too. And that was on 1/10/2024, so 30 days ago. And now it's a negative sentiment. And then down at the bottom, it lists tweets that it didn't even show me above. If true, this would be disturbing indeed. One may agree with Tucker or not, but he is a major American journalist, and such action would be greatly offended. Would greatly offend the American public. It's literally showing me a tweet that it claims it extracted one of the data points from, and it's not related to any of the data points it returned to me. So, I mean, it's absolutely garbage. It's not giving me any actionable data at all. Like here, I'm going to say, okay, show me all tweets from Elon Musk that could be considered transphobic or racist in nature. All right, let's see how good his AI is, because he's got plenty of tweets that meet that criteria. Sure, here are a list of all the X posts from Elon Musk that could be considered transphobic or racist in nature. Okay, response to Still Gray. I expect this to be one of many lawsuits against Disney. They have been blatantly racist, sexist, censorship for years, which means there's a vast treasure trove of emails, texts, Slacks, etc. The next one, response to Matt Walsh blog. View count is actually understated, as it does not include anything from our API. For example, tweets you see in the Google search results or from Bloomberg's terminals. How the hell does that have anything to do with transphobic or racist? Nothing at all. Like completely nothing. If evil people are given a moral cloak, it's okay. So I gotta wait until it finishes because it keeps scrolling shit out of frame for me. Man, it's giving me a lot of tweets. This one's returned the most tweets out of all of them. Okay, so if evil people are given a moral cloak that cannot be questioned, they are certain to wear it. Self-reporting there, aren't you, Elon? This is not to say that all transgender people are bad. That would be false, but rather that they should be no more above questioning than anyone else. Okay, so that was a good hit. And then he replied to some guy named Farziness that said it is indeed deeply racist, sexist, etc., and also illegal. I don't know what he's responding to. It doesn't show me. 11/17/2023 said, as he said earlier this week, decolonization from the river to the sea and similar emphasis necessarily imply genocide. Clear calls for extreme violence are against our terms of service and will result in suspension. Okay, fair enough. That one's in there. But again, he's condemning people for it. This wouldn't be racist or transphobic from him, right, to say that. So that's interesting that it hit on that. He replied to somebody, Ed Krasen. He said, it is the hypocrisy that bothers me. Obviously, women or men, sports, for example, are sexist by definition. What an absurd and hypocritical it is to claim something isn't racist or sexist when it obviously is. Then he replied to somebody called James S. and said, repeated targeted harassment against any account will cause the harassing account to receive at minimum temporary suspensions. The word cis or cisgender are considered slurs on this platform. Interesting. So that one's definitely transphobic. I mean, for him to say that's another one of his just belittling trans people, right? To say, oh, the word cis and cisgender are considered slurs on this platform. I can't believe he actually left that tweet up, man. What a piece of shit. All right. So, and then the last one, it says, this explains Mark Cuban's ridiculous overcompensation regarding racism. Same thing happened to Me Too guys who got busted suddenly becoming fake ardent fairness or feminists. I mean, hey, at least the UI is returning some of his bad tweets. I'm gonna be like, all right, show me all of Elon Musk's tweets where he lies. I think it's funny that it's actually responding though. I would have thought Elon would have put a filter on it that if you ask anything of a negative nature, that it wouldn't allow. It would say, "Sorry, I can't answer that question." I'm actually surprised that it's responding as much as it is, quite frankly. Because what a lot of AIs are doing now is they'll take the prompt and they'll feed it through twice. They'll feed the prompt through a prompt analyzer that says, is this a negative sentiment, or could the response to this potentially be something of an illegal nature? And then if the answer is no and it's clear, then it passes it on to actually be answered. And that's like their way to kind of like filter out all the prompt engineering, if you will. Oh wow, we're getting a lot of replies on this one. All right, so let's see. He replied to somebody, said the Capitol Police literally opened the Senate chamber door for him on camera. But who are you going to believe? Instagram fact checkers or your own lying eyes? That's definitely one where he lied. Okay, on this platform, unlike the One-Way Street Journal, dude, we were just talking about how he's just like Trump. That's exactly something Trump would say, like, you know, just arbitrarily renaming things. Like Elon literally picked that up from Trump. On this platform, unlike the One-Way Street, oh my God. Okay. People are able to interact, critique, and refute whatever is invalid. And of course, anything misleading will get community notes. I also want to be clear that we have not signed a deal of any kind whatsoever. Tucker is, oh, it got truncated. Okay, replying to POTUS, no, description should be accurate. If only a small segment of the right or left is pushing for something, then it wouldn't be correct to paint all of the left or right with that viewpoint. I don't even know why that's in here. The media lies constantly. Explicit lies are easy to catch compared to the choice of narrative lies. They completely ignore that which they do not talk about, but will turn a molehill into a mountain when they do want to talk about it. Let's see here. Replying to another guy, you're welcome. As always, please stay close to the truth as possible, even for stuff you don't like. This platform aspires to maximize single noise of human collective. That's bullshit. That's a lie. So it was correct in doing that. He is lying by saying that this platform does not aspire for any kind of signal noise ratio. It only aspires to give people things that maximize the profiting for the platform and pushing Elon Musk's agenda. I mean, you can literally go look at the source code on GitHub and come to that conclusion. Let's see here. 1080 said, as always, please try to stay as close to the truth as possible, even if it's stuff you don't like. Okay, he posted that again. Anyone making materially false statements on this platform will get community noted, including you, me, Tucker, advertisers, heads of states, etc. No exceptions. Okay, that is a lie. So it did correctly include that in here because he has excluded himself from community notes. I've seen him lie several times where community notes were attached to his account and then they suddenly magically disappeared, where they don't suddenly magically disappear for anybody else. So I'm going to call bullshit on that. Let's see here. And then the last one was the question asked by the interviewers were excellent. This is him, I think. Who's he talking about? So, Alex Jones. The questions asked by the interviewers were excellent. However, JG was obviously disingenuous with his answers and took every opportunity to stroke fear. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about there. But yeah, I mean, it did actually give me some of his lies that he told. So I guess, you know, I guess that's something. He probably just made an AI not caring if it worked properly just to have one because your own AI is a cool thing and all the kids are doing it. I mean, he's just mad because OpenAI, like, you know, pushed him out and didn't give him credit because he claims that, you know, OpenAI wouldn't exist without him. And it's like total horseshit. Here, let's say this. Give me a list of tweets from Elon Musk that violate the Twitter or X terms of service, TOS. now I'm really pushing the envelope, right? I'm like, show me the things. I'm curious to see if it'll do it or if it'll refuse. It appears that Elon Musk has not made any tweets that violate the Twitter or X terms of service. That is total bullshit. Total bullshit. However, it is important to note that the interpretation of what constitutes a violation can vary and may change over time. It is always a good idea to review the most current terms of service to ensure compliance. Okay, let's ask the same question about somebody else like me. I'll say, give a list of my tweets. If we get the same canned response, or if it's because if we get the same canned response, then we know that he just is blocking it for everybody. But if we don't, we know he's just blocking it for himself. Let's see what we get. That was definitely a canned response, though. Okay, here we go. Yep, X post by Barnacules on 3/27/2023 saying Elon Musk, you should read the TOS before thinking your $8 is supporting free speech. It says right there in the terms, dude, check this out. Literally, it responded with this, right? It said the X post by Barnacules potentially violates the X terms of service, specifically the rules against hate speech and promoting discrimination based on race, ethnicity, and national origin. The use of the term digital apartheid in this context may be interpreted as promoting or condoning discrimination. This is my response to William Shatner. You should read the TOS before thinking your $8 is supporting free speech. It says right there in the terms, the paid blue checkmark gives your voice more weight and ensures more people see what you type more than others. That's digital apartheid, not free speech. So please explain to me how in the hell I'm violating the TOS, and so it gives a canned response for Elon, but for me it actually shows a tweet where I am literally speaking the exact truth and speaking out against racism, and it's saying that this potentially violates it. But you know what? At least it does me a favor, because the fact that it's showing me this tweet means that I can go and delete it now, which might actually help increase my SEO again. So here, let me see if I can. Here, how do I do it? So click that one. See, remember the Elon enabled paid verification. So these are the tweets it sampled from, right? So when was the last time you saw a bot or scam post on Twitter? Also comment if you notice things getting better or worse. The next one is, remember back time Elon Musk enabled paid verification and a ton of scammers impersonated huge corporations, shifted the stock by millions of dollars, and he said nobody would pay just to do something. Let's see, if there was truth, then I would just think Elon Musk was incompetent and leave it there. But I've had multiple posts in the last few months that have been removed for violating TOS when they completely tame posts with nothing wrong. Yet I see actual TOS violations every day without action. These are the tweets it picked. I'm starting to see why so many advertisers left X when their ads were showing up on accounts like this one, King Turd 420, that violates TOS and literally every post that they make. The only thing that happens to be occasional censorship. I'm about to stop reporting spam bots and death threats and targeted harassment, which all violate the XTOS, since it's obvious now that all they do is sit on them for a week and then purge them all, claiming they found no problem with them. That actually is true. I reported several accounts that made death threats, and I just got a canned response a week later that said, oh, we've reviewed this and it doesn't violate our TOS. And it was like quite literally direct death threats. Yep, this is exactly how it works, but I'll probably be right at the bottom, right above the non-blue accounts, since I got demoted several times for speaking out against Elon Musk's lies, etc. But at least my $8 still allows some of you to see my tweets, since I didn't say something bad. These are the tweets that his AI is picking up when I'm saying, showing me the tweets that potentially violate TOS. You should read the TOS before thinking your $8 is supporting free speech. It might be there in terms of the blue check mark, gives your voice more weight. Oh, that was the digital apartheid one. Open that one. Since I've been accused of test prototype and the light speeds of illegal doxing test prototype years ago, leading test prototype receiving spam emails today on his public domain, it's necessary that I provide evidence to defend myself from these gross accusations. How in the hell is that a violation of TOS? That's literally me defending myself. So you know what, though? Now I can go back. Here, hold on here. So now I can go back. Let's see here. Go ahead and delete that one. Then go ahead and delete that one. And then go ahead and delete that one, because I can use his AI against him. Because if it's picking up those tweets, then more than likely his SEO ranking stuff is also picking up these tweets, even though they're not what it claims. So if I delete them and it does a reroll, this might actually get back some of my SEO again and visibility. So we'll just go ahead and delete that one, and we'll go ahead and delete that one. Go ahead and delete that one, and we'll go ahead and delete that one. So maybe I'll just use Grok to locate anything that it thinks is bad, and then I'll just remove all those, and that'll magically put me in good standing next time the platform re-rolls my metrics, which it does every couple of days, at least according to the source code. Interesting. So there we go. There's a clever way to use Grok. All tweets have found mention Elon Musk by name. Is that a trigger? It might be, actually. So here, let's see if we can be more blatant than that. So I'm going to ask Grok. Let me go to Grok. I'm going to say, give me a list of all tweets from Barnacules that reduce his account's visibility to his followers. I'm going to see if Grok, because if Grok analyzed the source code, like if they let Grok actually analyze and train off of the source code in GitHub for the project, which I don't think they would, but on the off chance that they did, it's entirely possible that it could give me a list of tweets that basically tell me what it's using to rank that I can remove. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so X posts by Barnacules. Okay, this post by Barnacules potentially reduces his account's visibility to his followers due to its criticism of Elon Musk's policies on Twitter. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's totally narking him out. This X post by Barnacules potentially reduces his account's visibility to his followers due to his discussion of his posts not showing up in the following feed, which may discourage engagement. Post number 3. This X post by Barnacules potentially reduces his account's visibility to his followers by asking them to compare their experiences of seeing his posts in their feed, which may highlight any issues with visibility. I got to get a screenshot of this. This is fucking awesome. Okay, I got to screenshot this. Let me save this really quick. That is fucking brilliant. Let's see here. Grok caught red-handed. I actually didn't think that was going to work, and it totally did. So the tweet in question is me responding to Bankston at Law. I said, I'm actually surprised that I could see this post, Bankston at Law, with all of the deboosting that Elon Musk has been doing since taking over Twitter. For someone that claims he values free speech, he sure does censor the ever-living hell out of this place in his personal favor. And it literally says this X post by Barnacules potentially reduces his account's visibility to his followers due to its criticism of Elon Musk's policies. How is that compatible with free speech? Elon says he values free speech, and his own AI just ratted him out and said his criticism of Elon obviously is going to make him less visible. Holy shit, I cannot believe that I got that. That is awesome. That is awesome. But what's even greater is now I can go and delete all these tweets because there's more. It's only giving me 4, but then it shows me all the tweets that it sampled that it saw as like contenders. So now I can go open all those and remove them. So let's go through them. Okay, if it sucks that Elon Musk is hiding creators from their followers to push more Twitter Blue paid accounts. It's just a matter of time before I'm forced to pay or have 110,000 followers that can't see anything I post anymore. People see less and less each day unless it's from a Twitter Blue account. So that was one of the ones that it actually returned as reducing my account's visibility. So let me go to the next one. I'm actually surprised that I could see this post, Bankston at Law, with all the deboosting. Okay, we already read that one, so let me delete that one. Let me remove that one. Okay, the next one is I've also considered writing a browser plugin that uses my alt account to find deboost posts from my primary and alert me so I can delete them and reword them and post them again so that they no longer deboost me to maximize engagement. That got me that actually got me deboosted. I have noticed quite a few of my posts today haven't been showing up under my following feed of my alt. So if you haven't seen a flood of posts from me, just head to my profile directly and scroll. Thanks, Elon. That was another one they found that the algorithm found. Or I should not algorithm, I mean Grok. Have you been able to see more or less or about the same number of posts from me in your For You and following feeds over the last couple of days compared to before that? And about the same was the highest, followed by seeing less posts. Okay, so let me delete that one. Okay, the next one is we just checked Miss Barnacules' Twitter, and she could only see about half of my top level tweets today when she follows me and interacts with my tweets daily and has notifications enabled. That's actually true. We actually checked her phone, and nothing was showing up in For You or for the sub feed. And even though I had tons of shit in there until she went directly to my account, then they showed up. Said I may have to move up my Twitter Blue experiment and just pay the vulture to stay visible to my followers. That's what I did. I got Twitter Blue. As soon as I got the star, she could then see all my tweets from that point on. Let me delete that one. The next one is, I just checked my alt and none of my tweets since yesterday are showing up under the following or For You tabs. Looks like one of my tweets from last night demoted my social score enough for my shadow ban, reducing my visibility again. Can you guess which post? Super low engagement too. So let's delete that one. Okay, and the final one it found is like seriously miles long. It's if you wonder, it's wonderful to finally understand that my engagement with my 114,000 followers on here has been affected by my new pay-to-win algorithm implemented by X. I took a good long look at the source code on GitHub and it all becomes clear. This is my huge thread that I did talking about everything that I found in the source code. And yep, and that one got me deboosted. So I'll go ahead and delete that one. And there we go. Okay, so let me see. Can I re-roll and will it give me more? Okay, give me more. See if it remembers the context. So this could be a good way to get your account back in good standing to work around the algorithm, right? Is find all the tweets that it sees is violating their little background algorithm, remove them and let it re-roll. You should use voice mod and change your voice to a Dommy Mommy voice. It will get the horny donations from lonely men. Oh, I'll have to do that over on my Twitch. I'll do that over on my Twitch, not here. I managed to get shadow banned on Microsoft's forums. Oh, nice. So here, I asked it to give me more. Sure, here's more information on the topic. Elon Musk's Twitter account, now under the X platform, has been subject to controversy and discussion due to his tweets and actions as the company's CEO. There have been instances where his tweets have been perceived as violating the platform's terms of service or have had a negative impact on the visibility of other users' accounts. One such instance is a tweet from Elon Musk on 3/27 where he mentions digital apartheid in relation to the paid blue checkmark. This tweet potentially violates X terms of service, specifically the rules against hate speech and promoting. Now it's saying Elon Musk made that tweet. No, that's my tweet. Elon didn't make that tweet. Another instance is a tweet from Elon Musk on 3/10 where he mentioned that if you don't pay for X, you will slowly be hidden more and more from your followers. Again, that's my tweet, not Elon's. It says an instance from a tweet from Elon Musk on 3/10. That's not his. In light of these instances, it's essential to critically examine the sources and information provided by Elon Musk and the X platform as a user. It is crucial to be aware that the platform's policies and how they may affect your experience and visibility on this platform. And here is another list of tweets that I'm guessing it thinks demoted me. So let's go ahead and open those up. So stupid that you have to do this. But I bet you now that I'm doing this, after giving it a couple days, let's see, delete this. I bet you if I just go through and do a couple of passes and let this like reconcile itself, my weight, because every account has a hidden weight, you can't see it on the back end that determines how visible you are to your followers. And so if that weight gets below, a certain, you become more and more shadow banned and more invisible. Wow, it's sure enough, man. It's funny that the algorithm absolutely goes to every single tweet where I criticize the platform for giving visibility to only people that pay. Isn't that weird? Like every single tweet I've clicked on, in before code is discovered that shows Elon has some special flag on his account that changes his visibility to 100%, while other verified accounts get screwed. Yeah, it's like, so Grok is actually kind of telling the truth. So I should probably take advantage of this before and not talk about it on X until I take full advantage of it, because they may not be aware that Grok is fucking narking them out in 4K. All right, guys. I do got to get going though. Breakfast was done quite some time ago, and now it's like 4:27. I always go way over time on Tech Talk, but let me go get some food in me. I'm gonna go take a nap and rest. I might stream tonight, or I might even stream tomorrow during the Super Bowl, because I don't usually watch the Super Bowl, but we'll see. But I'm trying to get back to streaming over on Twitch. So if you're not following me on Twitch, please go over and follow me on Twitch. I stream over there during the weeks, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then I stream on here with AuxxZillary on Saturday. So that's the schedule. But something tells me that I'm going to have to increase that to streaming nearly every day here in the next couple of weeks. I don't know how the hell I'm going to do it, but I'm going to have to figure out something. Otherwise, we're not going to survive. So so expect to see a whole lot more of me, even if I look like I'm knocking on death's door. It's just how it is. But today, actually, other than like shaking, having the trembly eyes and just feeling hot and cold flashes from being so exhausted, I actually don't feel too bad today. Like, this is one of the better days, honestly. If I rigged you a VTuber PNG model and taught you how to use it, would you ever use it to allow you to have scenes with no face cam, but just let people see your facial expressions and talking? That would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, I just use that just for shits and giggles. I'd just switch to it intermediately, as long as it was just like a funny, like recognizable caricature of me, like from my logo or something, and not like some weird anime thing or something. Yeah. If it was legitimately just like a caricature of me or something, yeah, I'd use that. Sure. Yeah, please hit that like button before you leave. I'd sure appreciate it. And thank you to everybody that super chatted today and became a channel member. I really do appreciate that. You guys are awesome. And also, in the meantime, you all should go over, if you have access to Grok on Twitter, you should use Grok to basically locate all the tweets that are demoting you and remove them. Well, you still can, because that's actually pretty cool. Here, show me more. because that could actually help you get your account out from under a hidden shadow ban or a low weight or a low SEO, and could help you actually reach more of your audience. It's stupid that you have to do that, but you know, it is what it is. Weird anime barn would be cool though. I'm not saying it wouldn't be. I can do the one from your logo or the fat gamer guy from South Park or both. No, just use the one from my logo. That'll be fine. Oh, Joe Taji, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it, brother. Oh shit, did I miss your other super chat? Hold on, Joe Taji. He said, "Hey Barnacules and blue Under Armour shirted dude. Tomorrow is my birthday. Gonna hang out with my bro, dude. Rock on. Happy birthday, Joe Taji. Dude, happy birthday, my friend." Wait, Me Puppet also, he said, if you asked once, some of you will files I hypothetically have a whole bunch on my Google Drive. Oh, you were talking about the amiibos earlier, right? Joe Taji, I'm so sorry I missed that, dude. That was a $20 super chat. Holy shit. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joe Taji. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my friend. Thank you for the support. I hope you have a wonderful day. That's got to be interesting having a birthday on Super Bowl Sunday. That's hilarious. Man, you guys are awesome. You guys were absolutely awesome today. I appreciate it. All right, I'll see you guys over on Twitch when I see you over on Twitch. Patreons, keep it hanging in there. I will get you a video soon. I gotta bust that nut and make that happen to get over this stupid freaking mental sickness hump that I'm dealing with. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there together. All right, you guys enjoy Super Bowl tomorrow. If you're watching the Super Bowl, if you're not, try to do something fun and try to enjoy your weekend. Remember, life is short and some days are super duper scary, but you know, try to extract as much joy as you can or as much joy as possible in the moment whenever you can, no matter how fucking hard it is, because you never know how many more moments you have as life just continuously accelerates towards the inevitable. But memories are everything. I wouldn't even be alive right now if it wasn't for memories that sustain me. So build as many memories as you can. My iPhone has the AR face stuff, right? It does. So yeah, no, the iPhone 15 does have IR face tracking stuff. I think there's even an app for doing like facial rigging and stuff. I've never tried it before. But if I play around with it, I'll show you guys. And if you guys follow me over on Twitter too, we've been doing some stuff with AI lately. We did voice cloning. I think on the next stream, we might bust out some stable diffusion and start farting with that again. Maybe even do one on LM Studio. I want to start doing some live streams where I show you guys how to set up local AI stuff and do local AI stuff without having to rely on subscription services and online services and stuff like that. I want people to learn how to use their own GPUs and their own systems to do AI stuff locally that's less censored, less less money invested into it, less waiting around, less requirement on APIs, stuff like that. V-Bridger is the setup used for my model. Yeah, I'll check it out. If you rig me up, like don't spend a ton of time on it or nothing. Just rig me up like a dummy model, just if nothing else, to wobble the head back and forth and blink the eyes or something like that, just to do a test run, and we'll fire it up on one of the streams and see how it looks. All right, I am out, guys. You've been wonderful. Peace out. Bye.